Welcome to another presentation by Wisdom Before Sleep. You can jump from one fallacy to another freely. Each one here stands on its own. Just click or select the appropriate fallacy in the timestamps listed in the video description, and it'll take you straight there. Every fallacy is a short, self-contained reflection on how our minds sometimes slip, how reasoning can quietly go astray without us noticing. Together, they form a gentle tour through the landscape of human thought, moments where emotion, habit, or language take the wheel. You can listen in order or simply wander. Each part offers its own small insight into why we think the way we do, and how we can learn to think a little more clearly.
Part 1. Fallacies of Relevance. Number 1. Ad hominem, when arguments turn personal. Imagine listening to a debate where, instead of responding to an idea, someone attacks the person who said it. It happens more often than we realize. Maybe you've heard phrases like, "Don't listen to her tax plan, she's a criminal," or "You can't trust his opinion, he failed in business once." In moments like these, the discussion is no longer about truth or evidence. It's about discrediting the person who made the claim. This is what philosophers have long called the ad hominem fallacy, a Latin phrase meaning "to the person." At its heart, an ad hominem happens when someone rejects a claim not because of its logic or evidence, but because of who made it. Instead of addressing the argument, they attack the speaker's character, motives, or background. This type of reasoning has been recognized since the time of Aristotle, and later logicians classified it as a relevance fallacy, because personal attacks have no logical bearing on whether a claim is true or false. It's a subtle redirection, moving the focus from the reasoning itself to the person presenting it, hoping that any perceived flaw in the person will make the argument seem unworthy of serious thought. This move is powerful because it taps into our psychology. When we hear something negative about someone, it can cloud our judgment, often without us realizing it. Psychologists describe this as the halo and horn effect. We tend to trust people we like and dismiss those we don't. The ad hominem fallacy thrives on this instinct. In politics, online debates, and even casual conversations, people often find it easier to attack an opponent's reputation than to examine their reasoning. For example, saying, "You can't trust Alice's views on education because she dropped out of college," focuses on Alice's past rather than the quality of her ideas. Her educational history is irrelevant to whether her views are sound. Yet, emotionally, the attack feels convincing because it satisfies our instinct to judge ideas through the people who express them. Not every personal reference is fallacious, though. In a courtroom, for instance, questioning a witness's credibility can be entirely appropriate. If a witness has a history of dishonesty or a personal interest in the outcome, those factors are relevant in assessing their testimony. But when the character of a person has nothing to do with the logic or evidence of their claim, bringing it up only misleads the audience. That is when an ad hominem becomes a fallacy. Philosophers and rhetoricians distinguish between several kinds of ad hominem attacks. The abusive ad hominem is the most obvious. It's a direct insult, dismissing someone as stupid, corrupt, or immoral. The circumstantial ad hominem, on the other hand, suggests hypocrisy or inconsistency. such as accusing someone of bad faith because their personal behavior doesn't perfectly align with their argument. For instance, imagine someone advocating for better public transportation and being dismissed with the comment, "You drive to work every day, so your opinion doesn't matter." Even if the accusation is true, it doesn't refute the argument itself. The truth or falsity of an idea doesn't depend on whether the speaker lives up to it. Psychologically, the ad hominem fallacy is linked to a powerful cognitive bias known as the fundamental attribution error. This bias describes our tendency to explain other people's actions based on their character, while ignoring the situational factors that may have influenced them. If someone cuts us off in traffic, we assume they're rude or reckless, rather than considering that they might be rushing to an emergency. In the same way, when someone's argument is met with a personal attack, say, "This person is corrupt," our minds quickly accept that the argument must also be corrupt. It's a mental shortcut that saves us from doing the harder, slower work of thinking carefully and weighing evidence. Ad hominem attacks are persuasive not because they are logical, but because they feel emotionally satisfying. They trigger feelings of distrust, anger, or moral superiority, which can spread rapidly, especially in the age of social media. A single post questioning someone's integrity can outweigh pages of solid reasoning. This is how public discourse becomes polarized. We stop focusing on ideas and start judging people. The debate turns into a moral contest instead of a search for truth. A modern example illustrates this well. Suppose a city planner proposes a new public transportation system to reduce congestion and pollution. Instead of discussing the technical details, someone replies, "This proposal is worthless. Its author was involved in a minor political scandal last year." The scandal, true or not, has nothing to do with the engineering or environmental merits of the proposal. Yet emotionally, it can make the entire plan seem tainted. Our minds crave simple stories, good person, bad person. And that craving makes us vulnerable to such reasoning. The best way to resist the pull of an ad hominem is to pause before reacting. When we hear someone attacking a person instead of an idea, we can ask ourselves a simple question. Is this relevant to the argument? Most of the time, it isn't. Sound reasoning stands on its own, independent of who delivers it. Even people we dislike can be right, and those we admire can be mistaken. Remembering this helps us stay fair, calm, and open-minded. Ultimately, the ad hominem fallacy reveals as much about human nature as it does about logic. It reminds us that our minds are deeply emotional, often seeking shortcuts to certainty. But awareness gives us power. By noticing when a discussion turns personal, we can bring it back to reason. We can learn to listen for substance rather than personality. In doing so, we become clearer thinkers and more compassionate listeners, people who value truth not because of who says it, but because it makes sense.
And in a world filled with noise and accusation, that clarity is its own quiet form of peace. Number 2. The straw man, when we attack a weaker version instead of the real claim. There's a certain kind of argument that feels satisfying, even when it isn't honest. It's when someone takes another person's words, bends them just slightly, and then triumphantly tears down the distorted version they've created. This is called the straw man fallacy, one of the most common and deceptive tricks in human reasoning.
The term straw man comes from an old image, a fake opponent made of straw, built for easy defeat. In a debate, a person who commits this fallacy sets up a weak imitation of their opponent's argument, attacks that weaker version, and then declares victory as if they've refuted the real thing. It's like fighting a scarecrow instead of a real adversary. You always win, but only because the opponent you built can't fight back. In simple terms, a straw man is what happens when someone misrepresents, oversimplifies, or exaggerates an opposing view to make it easier to attack. Rather than engaging with the full complexity of another person's position, they reduce it to an absurd or extreme caricature. For example, in politics, this happens all the time. A candidate might say, "My opponent wants to defund all police," when in reality, the opponent only suggested reallocating some funds to community services. By twisting the argument into an extreme version, the speaker makes their opponent seem unreasonable and themselves appear rational and balanced. This tactic isn't new. It has roots in ancient rhetoric, but logicians in the 20th century began defining it formally as a relevance fallacy, a mistake of reasoning that distracts from the real issue. And even though it sounds like a trick others use, all of us are capable of committing it, often without realizing. It's much easier to attack a simplified idea than a well-reasoned one. Engaging with complexity takes patience and humility, and both are often in short supply during heated debates. Psychologists have identified several reasons why the straw man feels so tempting. One of them is cognitive dissonance, that uncomfortable tension we feel when confronted with ideas that challenge our own beliefs. When someone presents a strong, nuanced argument that contradicts our worldview, it can cause inner discomfort. To reduce that feeling, our minds unconsciously reshape the other person's position into something easier to dismiss. If we can make their idea sound foolish or extreme, the tension disappears. We no longer have to wrestle with doubt. We can stay comfortably certain. The straw man also violates what philosophers call the principle of charity, the intellectual practice of interpreting others' arguments in their strongest possible form before responding. This principle encourages fairness and understanding, but in the age of fast media, it's rarely followed. News commentators, social media influencers, and even casual debaters often do the opposite. They interpret arguments in the weakest, most unflattering light. The goal isn't truth, it's persuasion, applause, or emotional satisfaction. Let's take a simple example to see how it works in practice. Person A says, "We should increase funding for scientific research to improve our understanding of the universe." Person B responds, "So you're saying we should throw billions of dollars into space while people on Earth are starving? That's a heartless position." Notice what just happened. Person B didn't address the actual proposal or its reasoning. Instead, they distorted it into something cold and extravagant, making it sound as if Person A doesn't care about human suffering. The argument shifted from an idea about curiosity and discovery to a moral accusation. The original point, supporting science, disappeared completely beneath the emotional weight of a misrepresentation. The straw man fallacy thrives in polarized environments, on social media, in political debates, and even in private relationships. When emotions run high, we often listen less to understand and more to defend our identities. Confirmation bias plays a major role here. We tend to notice evidence that supports what we already believe and ignore information that doesn't. The straw man fits neatly into that bias because it helps confirm our view of the other side as irrational or extreme. It makes our own group seem wiser, kinder, and more logical by comparison. This tactic isn't new either. It has roots in ancient rhetoric, but logicians in the 20th century began defining it formally as a relevance fallacy, a mistake of reasoning that distracts from the real issue. And another psychological factor behind the straw man is the fundamental attribution error. Our habit of attributing others' actions to their character rather than their circumstances. When someone makes a nuanced argument, we might feel tempted to flatten it into something simple that fits our story about who they are. A critic becomes an elitist, a reformer becomes a radical, a scientist becomes cold and unfeeling. Once we've placed someone in a category, it's easy to attack the category rather than their reasoning. This is how thoughtful discussion dissolves into tribal conflict. In extreme cases, the straw man can spread misinformation across entire societies. A complex debate about free speech and accountability might get twisted into feminists want to ban all speech, or a conversation about environmental policy might turn into they want to destroy jobs. These exaggerations aren't just errors of logic, they're tools of manipulation. They simplify the world into moral extremes, where one side is completely right and the other is utterly wrong. It's comforting in a way because it spares us from ambiguity, but it also robs us of truth. Recognizing a straw man requires both critical thinking and emotional patience. The next time you hear someone misrepresent an argument, especially one that stirs your emotions, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, is that really what the other person meant? Am I responding to their words or to a version I've created in my head? Often, when we slow down and seek clarification, we discover that people's real views are more reasonable, more layered, and more human than we assumed. Learning to avoid the straw man is not just about sharpening logic, it's about deepening empathy. It's about listening to others with the intent to understand, not merely to win. The world needs more of that kind of dialogue, slower, kinder, and rooted in good faith. Because when we engage honestly, we don't just strengthen our arguments, we strengthen our shared humanity. So the next time you find yourself tempted to argue with a shadow, remember, it's better to face the real person standing behind it. Truth doesn't live in the scarecrows we build, it lives in the conversation we're brave enough to have.
Number 3. The red herring. When distraction masquerades as reasoning. Imagine you're following a thoughtful discussion, maybe about how a country should improve its tax system. The speaker lays out a clear argument, and just as you're about to consider it, someone else interrupts. Why worry about tax reform when crime rates are rising? At first, that response might sound relevant or even urgent, but if you pause for a moment, you'll notice something subtle has happened. The focus has quietly shifted from the topic of taxes to something entirely different: crime. The original issue has disappeared from view, replaced by a new, emotionally charged subject. This is the red herring fallacy, a deliberate or sometimes unconscious attempt to divert attention from the original point by introducing an unrelated topic. The name comes from the image of a smelly fish, a red herring, used to throw hunting dogs off the scent of their trail. Just like those hounds, our minds can easily lose track when something vivid or emotional crosses our path.
The ancient philosopher Aristotle recognized this long ago. He called it ignoratio elenchi, meaning ignorance of the refutation. In other words, it's the mistake of responding to something that was never actually said, an argument that feels like an answer but isn't. Modern thinkers still use Aristotle's insight to describe a classic form of distraction in reasoning, when someone changes the subject instead of addressing what's at stake. To understand why the red herring works so effectively, we need to look at the way our minds pay attention. Psychologists call this attentional bias, the tendency to focus on what's most emotionally striking or easy to process rather than what's most relevant. Human attention is limited. We can only hold a few ideas in our working memory at a time. So when a new, simpler, or more emotionally charged topic enters the discussion, it steals the spotlight. In a way, our minds are like spotlights in a dark theater. We can illuminate only one part of the stage at once, and whatever stands in the light feels like the whole story. The red herring fallacy takes advantage of this. It doesn't refute the original point, it simply moves the light somewhere else. Let's look at a familiar example. A journalist asks a politician, "You have not answered the question about the rising cost of living." The politician smiles and replies, "I'm glad you're focused on financial issues. Let's talk about our successful new trade policy, which is creating jobs and strengthening our nation." It sounds confident and positive, but notice what happened. The original question was never answered. The conversation drifted away, replaced by something easier and more flattering to discuss. This kind of redirection is especially common in politics, advertising, and media, places where emotional engagement often matters more than logical precision. A red herring can be as simple as changing the topic or as sophisticated as reframing a discussion in moral or patriotic terms to stir emotion. It can also appear in personal conversations. When someone feels uncomfortable, they might deflect a difficult question by shifting to another topic. For instance, if asked about environmental policy, a speaker might start talking about economic growth instead. It sounds connected, but in reality, it's a way to sidestep the issue entirely. Psychologically, this fallacy also connects to cognitive dissonance, the discomfort we feel when facing ideas that challenge our beliefs or actions. When a topic feels threatening, we instinctively look for an escape route. Changing the subject provides relief, both for the speaker and the audience. It's not always malicious. Sometimes it's just human. We prefer comfort over confrontation, simplicity over complexity. Another factor that fuels the red herring is the availability heuristic, our tendency to focus on information that feels more vivid, familiar, or recent. A sensational or emotionally charged story, like a rise in crime, a celebrity scandal, or a patriotic success, grabs our attention more easily than an abstract policy discussion. Once that vivid image takes hold, the original argument fades into the background. The fallacy succeeds not by convincing us, but by distracting us. The danger of the red herring lies in how natural it feels. We don't realize when our attention has shifted, and by the time we do, the moment for clear reasoning has passed. The discussion might continue for minutes, even hours, but the true issue remains untouched, left behind like a scent gone cold. So, how can we recognize it? The key is to listen mindfully. When someone introduces a new topic, ask yourself, does this answer the question that was asked? Is this relevant to the issue being discussed? If the answer is no,
you may be witnessing a red herring at work. There's also a deeper lesson here, one about the way our minds crave narrative over nuance. When a new idea or emotional story appears, it pulls us toward it, like a magnet. It's part of being human, but awareness gives us freedom. By noticing when a conversation drifts, we can gently guide it back to what matters. When we learn to resist the lure of red herrings, we protect more than logic. We protect truth itself. We preserve the integrity of real dialogue, the kind where both sides listen, respond, and grow. And perhaps, most importantly, we practice the art of focus in a noisy world. A world where attention is the most valuable currency of all. So, the next time someone waves a bright, distracting idea in front of you, take a breath. Look past the motion and the noise. Return your mind to the original trail, the quiet, steady path of relevance and reason. That's where truth tends to live, waiting patiently for those who don't lose their way.
Number 4. The appeal to pity, when compassion replaces reason. There's a moment in almost every conversation where the heart speaks before the mind. Someone makes a plea, not through facts or reasoning, but through emotion. They might say, "Please think of how hard this has been for me. You must understand." And just like that, logic quietly steps aside and sympathy takes its place. This is what philosophers and psychologists call the appeal to pity, or in Latin, ad misericordiam, literally, to mercy. It's an argument that tries to win acceptance not through evidence or logic, but by awakening compassion, guilt, or sorrow in the listener. At first glance, it might not even seem wrong. After all, empathy is one of the most human of instincts. We are wired to care about the suffering of others. But the problem arises when emotion becomes a substitute for reasoning, when the feeling of pity itself is treated as proof that an idea must be right. In the tradition of philosophy and logic, the appeal to pity is classified as a fallacy of relevance. It's a type of argument that, while emotionally moving, doesn't logically support the conclusion being claimed. For instance, imagine a job applicant saying, "You should hire me. I'm a single parent with no other options." You might feel a strong tug of sympathy, but that emotion doesn't speak to whether the person is actually qualified for the job. Their situation is tragic, yes, but it doesn't make their argument true. To understand why this fallacy works so powerfully, we need to explore how our emotions shape our thinking. Psychologists call this emotional reasoning, a mental shortcut where we assume that if we feel something strongly, it must reflect reality. The logic quietly shifts into a pattern that goes, "I feel sorry for this person, therefore their claim must be valid." It's comforting, it's human, and it's almost invisible. But it's also deceptive, because it lets feelings of compassion stand in place of clear reasoning. This kind of emotional logic plays out across many areas of life. In education, a student might tell a professor, "You can't fail me on this exam. I've had a terrible month, my cat was sick, and I've been working 2 jobs. If I fail, I'll lose my scholarship." These details might be true and heartbreaking, but they are not relevant to whether the student's answers were correct. The listener's empathy is real, yet it doesn't change the facts. Advertisers and charities often walk a delicate line with this same fallacy. You've probably seen campaigns with messages like, "For just $5 a day, you can save a suffering child." Such appeals are deeply moving. They awaken the best parts of human nature. But from a logical point of view, they also bypass critical evaluation. They make us act out of emotion rather than evidence. Instead of asking, "How effective is this organization?" or "Where will my money go?" we act on the vivid image of one suffering face. Psychologists have studied this pattern and call it the identifiable victim effect. When we see a single person's pain, our empathy surges. Yet when the suffering is abstract, numbers, statistics, or large groups, our compassion fades. As if our emotional circuitry was designed for small tribes, not for a world of billions. The appeal to pity taps into that very vulnerability. It reduces complex problems to simple emotional triggers, making our hearts respond long before our reason catches up. In some cases, this fallacy is used intentionally to persuade, to manipulate, or to escape accountability. A public figure caught in wrongdoing might say, "I've made mistakes, but I've been under tremendous stress lately," subtly asking for compassion rather than scrutiny. But in other cases, it happens unconsciously. People genuinely believe that their suffering should be enough to justify their argument. And while empathy is valuable, confusing it with evidence can distort fairness and truth. Aristotle and later logicians recognized this fallacy as part of a broader category known as the appeal to emotion, arguments that rely on feeling rather than reason. Within that group, the appeal to pity is one of the most gentle and seductive. It doesn't shout or threaten, it softly pleads. And that's what makes it so effective. The underlying psychology reveals an important truth about us. We long to relieve others' pain, even when doing so means suspending our judgment. But this can also create what is known as empathy bias, the tendency to give disproportionate weight to emotional stories. It's the reason one person's tears can move us more than 1,000 unseen tragedies. It's noble, but it can also lead to irrational decisions, unfair treatment, or policies driven more by sentiment than by reason. Learning to recognize the appeal to pity isn't about becoming cold or detached. It's about balance. Compassion and reason don't have to be enemies. They just have to stay in their proper places. Emotion can guide us toward care, but logic helps ensure that our care is effective and fair. When someone makes a claim that tugs at your heart, it's worth asking gently, is this feeling relevant to the truth of their argument? Does pity prove what they're saying? Sometimes the kindest act is not to be swayed by emotion alone, but to think clearly enough to make choices that help in real and lasting ways. Feelings can inspire us to act, but only evidence can tell us if that action will work. In the end, the appeal to pity reminds us of a quiet truth. The human heart is powerful, but it needs the mind as a companion. When compassion walks hand in hand with reason, empathy becomes wisdom. But when it walks alone, it can lead us astray, softly, kindly, and without us ever noticing. So when you hear an argument that pulls at your heartstrings, pause for a moment. Let the feeling pass through you, but then let your reason speak too. It's in that calm balance between heart and mind that truth tends to be found.
Number 5. The appeal to force, when fear is used instead of evidence. Imagine a discussion where someone says, "Agree with me, or something bad will happen to you." It might not sound that blunt. Perhaps it's wrapped in polite words or subtle pressure, but the meaning is clear. Compliance is demanded, not through persuasion, but through fear. This is known as the appeal to force, or in Latin, ad baculum, which translates to argument to the stick. It's one of the oldest and most unsettling forms of faulty reasoning. Instead of using logic to convince, it relies on intimidation to control. The listener is not invited to think, but to submit. The message behind this fallacy is simple: believe what I say, or else. In medieval times, scholars recognized the ad baculum as a clear violation of rational debate. To argue to the stick meant abandoning reason in favor of power. The stick, of course, was symbolic, a reminder that fear could silence disagreement faster than reason could resolve it. Over the centuries, the tactic evolved, taking new forms in politics, advertising, and even daily life. Today, we know it by another name, the scare tactic. Consider this example. If you don't support this policy, we'll throw you out of office. On the surface, it may sound like a practical warning, but it offers no evidence that the policy is actually good or just. Instead, it uses fear of punishment to secure obedience. The threat replaces the argument. The listener, rather than weighing facts, begins weighing risks. What they might lose if they refuse to comply. The ad baculum doesn't always shout or threaten directly. Sometimes it whispers. Imagine someone saying, "I'm sure you'll agree that my proposal is the best for the team. After all, loyal team players are the ones whose contributions are most valued." The sentence sounds supportive, but hidden inside it is a quiet menace. If you disagree, you're not loyal, and disloyalty has consequences. This subtle coercion is just as fallacious as an open threat. It works by exploiting a deep and ancient part of the human mind, the fear response. When we sense a threat, our brains activate what psychologists call System 1 thinking, the fast, emotional system governed largely by the amygdala, the region that processes fear and threat. In that moment, our prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for rational thought, takes a step back. We stop analyzing the logic of the argument and start assessing the danger. The question quietly changes from, "Is this true?" to, "What will happen to me if I say no?" This shift reveals the true power of the appeal to force. It doesn't seek to persuade, it seeks to control. It isn't about truth, it's about compliance. You can see it everywhere once you start noticing it. In political debates, one side might warn, "If you don't vote for this law, the nation will collapse." In marketing, a company might say, "Act now, or you'll miss your chance forever." In workplaces, it may appear as a gentle reminder about being a team player. And in personal relationships, it can take the form of emotional threats, like, "If you loved me, you'd agree with me." Each of these statements bypasses reason and goes straight to fear, guilt, or anxiety. Psychologists link this fallacy to two well-studied phenomena: fear appeals and loss aversion. Fear appeals are persuasive messages designed to scare people into action. They work because fear grabs attention more quickly than reason does. Our brains evolved to react to danger before analyzing it. Loss aversion, on the other hand, is a principle from prospect theory.
the idea that people are more motivated to avoid losses than to pursue gains. The threat of losing something, status, safety, approval, can be far more powerful than the promise of winning something new. The problem, of course, is that none of these emotional reactions tell us whether an argument is true. Fear can make us act, but it cannot make something logical. When a statement's only support is "or else," it fails the test of rationality. Proper argumentation should offer reasons, not repercussions. Even historical figures recognized this danger. Abraham Lincoln once faced opponents who tried to silence him through veiled threats, pressuring him to admit he was wrong or face consequences. Lincoln refused. He understood that truth cannot survive under coercion. Fear might win temporary obedience, but it destroys trust, reason, and integrity in the long run. At its core, the appeal to force is an emotional shortcut, a way to end the discomfort of disagreement. It's tempting because it works. Fear commands attention. It forces immediate compliance. But while it may silence opposition, it never produces understanding. In the quiet aftermath of such arguments, what remains isn't clarity, but resentment. Recognizing this fallacy means learning to listen carefully, not only to what is being said, but to how it makes you feel. If a statement fills you with anxiety or urgency rather than insight, it may be trying to manipulate rather than enlighten. It helps to pause and ask, am I being offered reasons, or am I being pressured to agree? Does this argument appeal to truth or to fear? In the end, truth and fear cannot coexist. Logic invites conversation. Fear shuts it down. A healthy mind and a healthy society depends on the courage to question, to reason, and to stand firm even when someone shakes the stick. So when you hear words that sound like a threat disguised as persuasion, take a deep breath. Step back from the fear. Let reason return. Because real understanding doesn't come from intimidation. It grows quietly in the calm space where the mind is free to think.
Number 6. Appeal to emotion, ad passionis, when feelings are pushed to drown out facts. There is a quiet power in emotion. It moves us, inspires us, and sometimes it blinds us. In the world of reasoning, there exists a subtle yet potent trap called the appeal to emotion. It happens when our hearts, instead of our minds, are gently, or sometimes forcefully, persuaded to agree with something, not because it's true, but because it feels true. From the time of Aristotle, philosophers have spoken about pathos, the emotional appeal in rhetoric. Used wisely, emotion brings warmth and humanity to an argument. But when it replaces logic altogether, it becomes a shadow of reason, beautiful on the surface, but hollow within. Think for a moment about advertisements. A soft drink commercial might not list its ingredients or health effects. Instead, it shows a group of joyful friends laughing under a bright summer sky, the camera catching the sparkle of the can as music swells in the background. Without a single word, the message is planted. Drink this, and you too will feel that joy. It's not logic that convinces you, it's feeling. And this is what psychologists call the affect heuristic, a mental shortcut where emotions, rather than facts, guide decisions. When something feels pleasant, like hope, pride, or happiness, we assume it must also be good. When something stirs fear, anger, or disgust, we believe it must be bad. But feelings,
powerful as they are not evidence.
This fallacy is everywhere. Politicians often stir the crowd not with detailed plans, but with stories that ignite fear or patriotic pride. Think of the children, they might say, or defend our nation's honor, appealing to emotion so deeply that rational analysis feels almost unnecessary. Yet, if we pause for a moment, we might notice that what we're hearing is not proof, it's persuasion dressed as sincerity. Emotion itself is not the enemy, it's part of what makes us human. It gives life color and direction. It motivates us to care about justice, compassion, and truth. But when it is used as a substitute for reasoning, it clouds our judgment. It makes us react instead of reflect. That's why the appeal to emotion is so effective and so dangerous. It bypasses our intellect and whispers directly to the heart. And because our hearts crave connection and belonging, we rarely notice that logic has quietly stepped aside. Closely related is another seductive form of persuasion, the appeal to popularity, or ad populum. This one tells us that something must be true or good simply because many people believe it. It plays on our deep, ancient need to fit in, to belong to the group. When we hear phrases like, "everyone is doing it," or "most people believe this," part of us feels reassured, as if the crowd's approval itself were evidence of truth. Advertisers use it when they say, "join the millions who already love this." Politicians use it when they claim the majority supports this policy, so it must be right. But history reminds us how easily the majority can be mistaken. Not long ago, entire societies once accepted segregation, denied rights, and justified injustices because that was what most people believed. Popularity, after all, measures how common an opinion is, not how correct it is. The human mind, however, finds comfort in consensus. Psychologists call this the bandwagon effect. When we perceive that many others believe something, we tend to follow along. It's safer, easier, and more comfortable than standing alone with an unpopular truth. Yet truth, by its nature, doesn't depend on votes. The earth remained round even when most believed it was flat. Scientific discoveries often begin as lonely ideas, doubted and ridiculed, until the evidence proves otherwise. So both appeals, emotion and popularity, teach us a quiet lesson. Our feelings and the crowd's opinions can guide our attention, but they should never be our final compass. When we feel stirred by a speech, moved by an image, or swayed by a trend, it's worth pausing to ask, why do I believe this? Is it because it makes me feel something, or because it truly makes sense? That gentle moment of reflection is where emotion and reason can finally meet. In balance, they create wisdom. But when emotion takes the throne and reason falls silent, we are no longer thinking, we are only reacting. So the next time a message fills you with joy, pride, or anger, take a breath. Feel it, but then think beyond it. Because truth, no matter how quietly it speaks, always stands stronger than the loudest emotion.
Number 7. Appeal to popularity, or ad populum, bandwagon. When everyone thinks so becomes the only proof. There is something comforting about being part of a crowd, to walk in step with others, to feel that we belong, that we are doing what everyone else is doing. It gives us a sense of safety. But sometimes that feeling can gently lead us away from truth. In the world of logic, this is known as the appeal to popularity, or in Latin, ad populum. It's also called the bandwagon fallacy, and it works by whispering a simple message into our minds. If many people believe it, it must be right. At first glance, it sounds reasonable. After all, we are social beings. From the earliest days of humanity, belonging to a group meant survival. Those who stayed with the tribe were protected. Those who wandered too far risked danger and isolation. Deep inside us, that instinct still lives. Even now, our brains use a kind of mental shortcut, a heuristic, that asks, what is everyone else doing? When we are uncertain, this question becomes our compass. If many others seem to believe something, we assume they must know something we don't. This is what psychologists call social proof, or more broadly, the bandwagon effect. It's the same force that drives us to try a crowded restaurant instead of an empty one, or to buy the phone everyone seems to have. It must be good, we think, because so many people are using it. Advertisers and influencers understand this bias deeply. When they say the best-selling smartphone in the world, or millions have already joined, they're not giving us evidence. They're giving us reassurance. It's a quiet promise of belonging, not a proof of truth. But history reminds us that the crowd is not always right. At different points in time, majorities have stood behind beliefs we now see as profoundly wrong. Beliefs that justified slavery, segregation, and the denial of rights. These ideas once seemed natural, simply because they were popular. Yet truth has never been determined by votes. The earth remained round when most people thought it flat. Scientific revolutions have always begun with a few voices who dared to question the majority. Psychologists have studied this phenomenon for decades. One of the most famous examples is the Asch conformity experiment. In the 1950s, Solomon Asch asked groups of people to take part in what seemed like a simple visual test, comparing the lengths of lines on a card. The answer was obvious. But when participants were surrounded by others who deliberately gave the wrong answer, many of them followed along, agreeing with the group even though their eyes told them otherwise. That's how strong our need for conformity is. The brain feels an almost physical discomfort in standing alone against the crowd. This powerful tendency doesn't mean we are weak, it means we are human. We evolved to cooperate, to connect, to trust the wisdom of others. The problem arises only when we confuse social agreement with evidence. Popularity can tell us what people believe, but not what is true. Facts are not created by consensus. The scientific method, for instance, values evidence, replication, and peer review, precisely because it guards against the biases of groupthink. In politics, the appeal to popularity can be equally persuasive. A campaigner might say, polls show that 70% of citizens support this policy, so it must be the right thing to do. But a policy's merit cannot be measured by its approval rating. What's popular is not always what's just, and what's just is not always what's popular. The human desire to follow the majority can make us overlook the need for independent thought. In truth, there is nothing wrong with valuing the collective voice. It often reflects shared experiences and cultural wisdom. Yet wisdom itself emerges from reflection, not imitation. When we simply follow the crowd, we risk giving up our greatest gift, the ability to think, to question, and to discern. So the next time you hear a message that begins with, "Everyone is doing it," take a slow breath. Notice how that phrase makes you feel. A mix of comfort, curiosity, perhaps even pressure to agree. Then, ask yourself, is this belief supported by evidence, or is it only supported by numbers? Truth is not a popularity contest. It doesn't need applause or mass approval. It simply waits, quiet, patient, and steady, for those willing to look beyond the crowd. And when we find it, standing on its own, we often realize that true understanding rarely begins in the noise of agreement. It begins in the calm of independent thought.
Number 8. Appeal to tradition. Argumentum ad antiquitatem. When age and custom are treated as certainty. There's a certain comfort in tradition. The smell of an old family recipe, the sound of a familiar song played every New Year, the rituals passed down from grandparents to grandchildren. These things feel safe, grounding, and full of meaning. They remind us that we belong to a larger story, one that began long before us. But in reasoning, this deep affection for the past can quietly become a trap, a logical fallacy known as the appeal to tradition, or in Latin, argumentum ad antiquitatem. This fallacy happens when we claim that something must be right or good simply because it has been done for a long time. It sounds innocent, even wise. Phrases like, "It's always been this way," or "Our ancestors did it, so it must be correct," often carry an air of authority. But time alone does not prove truth, nor does repetition make something right. A practice may be ancient, yes, but that doesn't automatically make it rational, moral, or relevant to the present. Philosophers have warned about this for centuries. In the 18th century, David Hume, one of the most influential thinkers in Western philosophy, pointed out that custom and reason are not the same thing. Just because something is customary, he wrote, does not mean it is justified. To do something purely because it has always been done is to surrender curiosity and stop asking the most important question of all: why? Psychologically, the appeal to tradition plays on something deeply human, the status quo bias. Our minds are wired to prefer stability over uncertainty. We tend to see change as a risk and familiarity as safety. This instinct was once useful for survival. When something worked, our ancestors repeated it. Patterns kept them alive, and what was familiar often meant what was safe. Over generations, this preference settled into our psychology, shaping our comfort zones. Another force at work here is the mere exposure effect, the tendency to develop a liking for things simply because we're familiar with them. The foods we grew up eating, the songs we've heard countless times, the customs we've always followed, they all feel right, not necessarily because they are the best, but because they are known. The human brain is gentle with the familiar. It feels soothing, like a well-worn path through a forest we've walked all our lives. But this love of familiarity can quietly stop us from questioning. It can make us hold on to systems that no longer serve us, traditions that may once had meaning but now cause harm. Think of a company that insists on keeping the same management structure it has used for 50 years. It's worked for us before, so it must still be the right way. Yet the world around them has changed. Technology, markets, human needs, and what once fit perfectly may now hold them back. Or consider cultural customs that have stood for centuries, some beautiful, others painful. Many societies have preserved practices simply because it's what we've always done. But history reminds us that not everything inherited deserves to be kept. At one time, Societies around the world accepted ideas we now find unjust: rigid hierarchies, inequality, discrimination, all defended under the comforting blanket of tradition. The longevity of a belief never guaranteed its truth. That doesn't mean traditions are meaningless. In fact, they carry immense value. They can connect us to identity, provide continuity in a fast-changing world, and strengthen the bonds between generations. But their worth lies not in their age, it lies in their purpose. When a tradition continues to bring wisdom, kindness, or community, it deserves to live on. When it no longer does, reason invites us to let it evolve or fade. Advertisers often know how much we cherish tradition. They use it not to deceive us maliciously, but because they understand how it makes us feel. Think of slogans like "Made with Grandma's Original Recipe" or "The Same Trusted Formula Since 1890." These phrases tap into nostalgia, inviting us to associate a product with warmth, care, and continuity. But behind the emotional comfort, there is still a question that reason must ask. Does it actually work better? Or does it simply feel familiar? To fall for the appeal to tradition is to mistake time for truth. It's like assuming that because a path through the woods is old, it must always lead us where we need to go. But sometimes the forest grows, the rivers change course, and the path, though once perfect, no longer leads to the right place. The wisest minds, both ancient and modern, remind us that balance is key. We can honor our traditions while still thinking critically about them. We can cherish the past without becoming its prisoner. True respect for heritage means understanding it deeply, not following it blindly. So the next time someone says, "That's how it's always been done," pause for a moment. Feel the comfort of those words, but then ask yourself, is it still the best way? In that gentle moment of questioning, you're not rejecting the past, you're allowing it to live, to breathe, and to grow with you. Because tradition, like wisdom, is meant to evolve, not to chain us to what was, but to guide us thoughtfully into what can be.
Number 9. Appeal to novelty. Argumentum ad novitatem. When newness is mistaken for truth or superiority. There's something deeply captivating about the word new. It stirs a quiet excitement inside us, a promise of progress, of change, of something better just beyond the horizon. When we hear about the newest phone, the latest technology, or a revolutionary idea, our minds light up with curiosity. We imagine possibilities unfolding, old problems solved, old routines replaced with sleek, effortless innovation. Yet beneath that sense of wonder lies a gentle illusion, a logical trap called the appeal to novelty, or in Latin, argumentum ad novitatem. This fallacy happens when we assume that something must be good, right, or true simply because it is new or modern. It's the mirror image of the appeal to tradition, which clings to the old simply because it has stood the test of time. Here, the opposite happens. We glorify the new and dismiss what came before, believing that progress is always upward, always better. Our new software is the best because it's brand new technology, someone might say. It sounds convincing at first. After all, who doesn't want the latest and the best? But as comforting as that belief may be, novelty alone is not proof of quality. This mindset often shows up in the world of marketing and technology. New products are launched with shining screens, bold words, and the subtle implication that what came before is now obsolete. The old phone feels dull compared to the newest model. The old teaching method feels outdated beside the latest educational trend.
We are told again and again that change means improvement. Yet when we pause and look closer, we might realize that new does not always mean better. Sometimes it only means different. Psychologists have long studied this fascination with novelty. The brain, especially the dopamine system, is wired to respond to new stimuli. When we encounter something unfamiliar, a new idea, a new experience, it triggers a small burst of excitement, a chemical reward. This tendency, known as novelty bias or neophilia, evolved for a reason. For our ancestors, exploring the new could lead to survival advantages, discovering new food sources, new tools, or new territories. But in the modern world, this ancient instinct can mislead us. It tempts us to equate freshness with truth, change with improvement. Another cognitive force behind this fallacy is what psychologists call optimism bias. It's the gentle conviction that the future will always be brighter than the past, that whatever is new must naturally bring progress. This bias colors our decisions, from technology to politics to education. When a new reform or theory appears, people often rush to adopt it, believing it will succeed simply because it represents the next step forward. Yet the truth is more complex. Progress is not a straight line, it's a winding path, filled with trial and error. Consider how many revolutionary products or ideas have burst into the world with great excitement, only to fade quietly after their flaws emerged. New medicines, once hailed as miracles, later revealed dangerous side effects. New educational systems promised transformation, but left classrooms more confused than before. Even in science, the newest theory must still face years of testing, replication, and refinement before it earns its place. Time itself is not the enemy of progress, it is its most honest judge. Still, our love for novelty persists. We crave the feeling of renewal, of a fresh start, of leaving behind the old and stepping into something unknown. There's beauty in that too. Without the courage to explore new ideas, we would never move forward. But critical thinking invites us to balance our excitement with reflection. When we encounter something new, we can ask gently, what makes it better? What evidence supports its promise? In truth, wisdom often lies between the old and the new. The traditions that endure do so because they carry lessons worth keeping. The innovations that last are those built on understanding, not just change for change's sake. In that balance, progress becomes genuine, not just movement, but meaningful evolution. Advertisers and influencers often know how powerful this psychological pull can be. You might hear slogans like, "Now with cutting-edge design," or "The next generation of excellence." These messages invite us to believe that age itself is a flaw, and newness a virtue. But as comforting as that idea feels, logic reminds us that the measure of truth is not in time, it's in evidence. So, when we find ourselves drawn to something because it's new, a gadget, a theory, a lifestyle, it's worth taking a breath. Let the first spark of excitement fade, and then ask, is this truly better or simply newer? Sometimes the old holds quiet wisdom. Sometimes the new opens genuine doors. But only through reflection can we tell the difference. The appeal to novelty teaches us that progress is not about replacing the old with the new, it's about understanding both. It's the art of choosing with awareness, not impulse. Because in the end, wisdom doesn't rush to what glitters. It listens, it questions, and it chooses carefully what deserves to stay and what deserves to begin.
Number 10. Genetic fallacy. When the source determines truth instead of the substance. Every idea, every discovery, and every belief begins somewhere. It might arise in a humble lab, a distant culture, or even a forgotten book written centuries ago. But as ideas travel through time, something curious happens. We often start to judge them not by their truth or usefulness, but by their origins. This is the essence of what philosophers and logicians call the genetic fallacy, the habit of accepting or rejecting a claim solely because of where it came from, rather than examining what it truly says. Imagine hearing a scientific claim and dismissing it with the thought, well, it came from that country, so it can't be reliable. Or the opposite, accepting a statement just because it came from a famous thinker or a prestigious university. In both cases, judgment has been made not through evidence or reason, but through association. The very name of this fallacy comes from the Latin word genesis, meaning origin. Even in Aristotle's time, scholars recognized that saying, "You're wrong because of who you are or where you come from," is not an argument, it's an evasion. In modern life, this kind of reasoning appears in subtle, everyday forms. A journalist's work might be dismissed simply because of the newspaper it's printed in. A new idea might be ignored because it was first suggested by a group we don't like. Or we might trust a concept too quickly simply because it came from someone we admire. Psychologically, this fallacy draws power from the halo effect and the horn effect, two biases that make us extend our feelings about a person or source to everything associated with them. If we view someone positively, we're more likely to see their ideas as good. If we distrust them, even a sound argument can appear tainted. Another bias at play here is the availability heuristic, our brain's tendency to rely on the most vivid or emotionally charged information available. When we already associate a source with something positive or negative, that emotional tag becomes a shortcut. Instead of examining the evidence carefully, we let our feelings about the origin of the idea make the decision for us. It's quicker, it feels simpler, but it often leads us astray. Consider this example. That research was funded by the tobacco industry, so it must be false. It's understandable why people would react that way. After all, industries often have agendas. But dismissing the entire study without looking at its data commits the genetic fallacy. The motives behind the funding might indeed be suspicious, but the validity of the research must still be tested through evidence, not assumption. Sometimes, even flawed institutions can produce genuine insights, just like a broken clock can still tell the right time twice a day. The reverse can also be true. We might accept a claim too easily because it comes from a source we trust, a celebrity, a professor, or a beloved public figure. If she said it, it must be true, we think. But truth doesn't depend on fame, and credibility doesn't replace verification. Good ideas can come from the unlikeliest places, and bad ones can come from respected sources. In the academic world, this fallacy appears when arguments are dismissed because of the author's affiliation. A paper might be ignored not for its reasoning, but because the writer works for a particular institution, political party, or company. Yet true critical thinking demands that we separate the source from the substance. The question should always be, what is the evidence? Not where did it come from? It helps to remember that progress often begins with ideas that the world once rejected because of their origins. The early theories of evolution, germ theory, and heliocentrism all faced dismissal, not because they lacked merit, but because they challenged accepted sources of authority. Each of these ideas came from minds that at the time were considered suspect, radical, or even dangerous. And yet when judged on the strength of their evidence,
They changed human understanding forever.
The genetic fallacy reminds us that truth does not carry a passport. It is not confined to one culture, one institution, or one person's reputation. The worth of an idea lies in its content, its logic, its evidence, and its ability to withstand scrutiny. To reject or accept something merely because of its origin is to silence our capacity for discernment. So when we next encounter a claim, whether it comes from a source we love or one we mistrust, it's worth pausing. Take a breath. Let go of the instinct to judge by association. Instead, look deeper. What does the evidence say? Does the reasoning hold? The moment we do this, we move closer to truth, calmly, thoughtfully, and with the humility to recognize that wisdom can come from anywhere. In a world that often divides itself by allegiance and bias, the genetic fallacy reminds us to think gently but independently. Ideas, like seeds, should be judged not by where they were planted, but by what they grow into.
Number 11. Guilt by association. When someone is condemned for who or what they're linked to. Sometimes, the human mind makes quiet, automatic leaps, connections so quick and effortless that we barely notice them. One of these leaps is called guilt by association. It happens when we discredit a person or an idea simply because of who or what they're connected to rather than what they actually say or do. Imagine someone saying, "She supports strict immigration rules," and an extremist once said the same thing, so she must be an extremist too. The logic feels convincing for a moment, doesn't it? But when we slow down and examine it, we see the flaw. Just because two people share a single opinion doesn't mean they share the same motives, values, or character. The association is superficial, but the emotional reaction it triggers can feel real and strong. This fallacy belongs to the same family as the ad hominem, arguments that attack people instead of ideas. More specifically, it's a branch of what philosophers call the genetic fallacy, rejecting or accepting something purely because of its source, rather than its truth. Historically, one of the darkest examples of guilt by association appeared during the McCarthy era in the United States. In those tense years, countless people were accused of being communist sympathizers, not because of evidence or action, but because they knew someone or once spoke to someone who was. Lives were ruined not by proof, but by proximity. The mere hint of association was enough to destroy reputations. At the heart of this fallacy lies a very human tendency. Our brains are wired for what psychologists call associative reasoning. This is part of what Daniel Kahneman describes as System 1 thinking, the fast, emotional, automatic kind. Instead of pausing to weigh logic, the mind jumps from one feeling to another. Group X is bad. Person A's idea is also held by Group X. Therefore, Person A's idea must be bad. It's a simple chain of thought, efficient but dangerously misleading. The mind transfers the negative emotion we feel toward one thing onto another, even when there's no rational link. You can see this pattern everywhere, in politics, in the media, and even in everyday conversation. Someone might say, "You argue we should improve public parks." You know who else supported that idea? The corrupt former mayor. Suddenly, an innocent idea about green spaces feels tainted,
even though the two have nothing to do with each other. That's how subtle and powerful this fallacy can be. It doesn't need evidence, it only needs suggestion. Psychologists call this the negative halo effect, when our dislike for one person or group spreads to everything associated with them. The human brain evolved to make quick judgments to survive, but in modern life, these quick judgments can become traps. In-group bias, our instinct to side with us and mistrust them, amplifies the effect even further. It makes us see guilt where there is only coincidence. To think critically, we must gently separate people from their ideas. Who said something should never outweigh what was said. Truth isn't contaminated by the company it keeps, nor is it purified by popularity. The value of an argument lies in its reasoning, not its associations. Next time you hear someone dismissed because of who agrees with them, pause for a moment. Take a breath. Let your slower, more reflective mind, the part that seeks understanding rather than comfort, step forward. Ask yourself, is the idea itself valid, or am I reacting to the shadow of its associations? In that quiet space between reaction and reflection, we reclaim our freedom to think clearly. And with it, we find a gentler, truer way of seeing others, not through the blur of associations, but through the light of reason and empathy.
Number 12. Tu quoque, when hypocrisy is used to dodge genuine criticism. Tu quoque, a Latin phrase meaning you too. At first glance, it sounds almost harmless, like something you'd hear in a playground argument. Yet, this little phrase represents one of the most common and subtle fallacies in human reasoning. It appears when someone dismisses a valid criticism or argument simply by accusing the critic of hypocrisy. Imagine this. One person says, "You really shouldn't smoke, it's bad for your health." And the other replies, "You smoke too, so you have no right to say that." The second person hasn't actually addressed whether smoking is harmful. Instead, they've shifted the focus away from the issue and onto the speaker's behavior. And just like that, the argument dissolves into personal deflection rather than reason. This fallacy belongs to the family of ad hominem arguments, those that attack a person rather than their idea. More specifically, it's a version called ad hominem circumstantial, where the argument is dismissed because of something about the person's circumstances. The Latin term tu quoque became popular in 20th century logic discussions, but the pattern it describes is far older. For as long as humans have debated and disagreed, they've been tempted to say, "You do it too." From family disputes to global politics, this fallacy quietly thrives wherever pride and defensiveness meet truth. You can see it almost everywhere, in interviews, political debates, even daily conversations among friends. A politician accused of corruption may respond, "Well, the other party did the same thing when they were in power." A parent might tell their teenager, "You need to manage your money more responsibly," only to hear, "Look who's talking, you're always in debt." The pattern is the same. The point is not refuted, it's only deflected. The listener's attention is drawn away from the content of the claim and redirected towards the imperfections of the person making it. Psychologically, the tu quoque fallacy taps into something deep within us, our aversion to hypocrisy. Humans are wired to expect consistency. When we see a mismatch between someone's words and actions, we feel discomfort. A tension psychologists call cognitive dissonance. Our minds want to resolve that discomfort, And one easy way to do that is by dismissing the argument altogether. If you can't follow your own advice, we think, why should I take you seriously? It feels satisfying in the moment, as if we've won the exchange. But what really happened is that the truth was lost beneath emotion. In reality, hypocrisy and truth are not opposites. A hypocrite can still say something true. A person who fails to live up to their own advice may still be offering good advice. A doctor who struggles with weight might still be right about the dangers of obesity. A smoker might still speak truthfully about the harms of tobacco. The weakness of their behavior does not automatically weaken their argument. Yet our emotional instincts often fail to make that distinction. We equate inconsistency with falsehood, when in fact they are very different things. The Quoque fallacy also involves another subtle psychological mechanism: projection. When we are accused of something uncomfortable, we sometimes try to push that discomfort outward. Instead of facing the criticism, we project it back onto the other person. You're no better than me. In doing so, we protect our self-esteem. It feels safer to attack than to self-reflect. Combined with what psychologists call just world thinking, the belief that people get what they deserve, this projection helps us preserve the illusion of moral balance, even when it's built on faulty logic. Philosophers and educators often remind us that consistency, while admirable, is not the ultimate measure of truth. As the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy points out, pointing out hypocrisy might make us suspicious of someone's motives, but it doesn't prove their argument wrong. The validity of an idea depends on evidence and reasoning, not on who delivers it or how perfectly they live by it. In logic, a statement stands or falls on its own merit, not on the moral purity of its speaker. A thoughtful way to respond to a Quoque fallacy is to gently bring the discussion back to the issue itself. One might say, even if I don't always live by what I preach, that doesn't change whether the statement is true. This response removes the emotional distraction and restores focus to the reasoning. It allows the truth to breathe again, free from the weight of human imperfection. In our personal lives, understanding this fallacy can make our conversations kinder and wiser. The next time someone corrects you, even if they're being hypocritical, try pausing before replying with, "You too." Ask yourself, is their point still valid regardless of who says it? That moment of reflection may be small, but it's powerful. It invites humility and truth into the dialogue, transforming confrontation into understanding. In the quiet of thought, when defensiveness fades, we realize that wisdom doesn't depend on perfection. Sometimes imperfect people speak perfect truths. Recognizing that truth, even when it comes from flawed messengers, is one of the quiet hallmarks of maturity and of peace.
Number 13. Poisoning the well, when someone is discredited before they even speak.
Imagine someone standing before an audience, ready to share their thoughts. But before they can say a single word, another voice interrupts the silence. Before my colleague presents his proposal, I must remind you that he's known for his reckless and poorly researched ideas. The audience shifts in their seats. A subtle but powerful seed has been planted. Even before the first argument is made, doubt has already taken root. This is what philosophers and logicians call poisoning the well, a fallacy that discredits a person before they even have the chance to speak.
The phrase itself paints a vivid image. Long ago, wells were the lifeblood of communities, sources of clean water that sustained everyone. To poison a well was to destroy trust at its source, to make something pure seem dangerous before anyone could test it. In reasoning, the same thing happens when someone introduces damaging information about a person, whether true or false, before that person has had a chance to explain or defend their ideas. The result is almost always the same. The listener's perception is tainted and their mind becomes closed before the conversation even begins. This type of argument is a cousin of the ad hominem fallacy, which attacks the person instead of the idea. But poisoning the well goes one step further. It acts preemptively. Rather than respond to an opponent's argument, it attempts to disarm them before they ever make one. A political candidate might say, "Before my opponent speaks, remember that he's been investigated for fraud." A news host might introduce a guest by reminding viewers of a scandal from years ago. The audience, now anchored to that first impression, interprets everything through a filter of suspicion. Psychologists have long studied why this kind of manipulation works so well. It's tied to two powerful cognitive effects: priming and anchoring bias. Priming happens when the mind is subtly prepared to think in a certain way. If you're told someone is dishonest, your brain becomes attuned to cues that confirm dishonesty, even if they're not there. Anchoring bias deepens this effect. The first piece of information we receive, especially about a person, becomes an anchor, shaping all the judgments that follow. Once an image is set, it becomes remarkably difficult to adjust, even when new facts contradict it. That's why a single comment, delivered with confidence, can bias an entire audience before the first argument is made. You can see this in everyday life. Perhaps a friend says, "Be careful with her, she can be manipulative," before introducing you to someone new. Even if the person greets you kindly, your mind hesitates. You start noticing tiny details, expressions, or tones that seem to confirm the warning. You're no longer meeting that person with openness. You're meeting them through the lens of someone else's judgment. This quiet psychological mechanism shapes much of our perception without us even realizing it. In the world of media and public debate, this fallacy has become almost routine. Interviewers sometimes introduce guests with phrases like, "Joining us is the controversial figure who has faced repeated criticism for his views." The word controversial may be enough to frame the conversation in distrust. Even if the guest presents well-reasoned ideas, many viewers will feel hesitant to agree. The well, once poisoned, is hard to purify again. And in politics, the strategy is even more deliberate. Campaigns are often built not on rebutting an opponent's policies, but on shaping how the public feels about them before they ever get to speak. Ethically, this fallacy is more than a logical flaw. It's an injustice. It robs people of the chance to be heard fairly. It denies the audience the right to evaluate ideas on their own merits. The harm lies not necessarily in whether the negative claim is true or false, but in using it to silence unrelated arguments. Even if someone has made mistakes in the past, their new reasoning deserves a fair hearing. To reject it solely because of who says it is to confuse the person with the truth. The Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy describes this fallacy as undermining testimony in advance. That phrase captures the quiet cruelty of it. It doesn't shout or argue, it whispers before the other side can begin. And because humans are so sensitive to first impressions, the whisper can be louder than any evidence that follows. The first brushstroke colors the entire canvas of perception. To think clearly, we need to be aware of how our minds react to these early cues. When someone warns us about another person before we've heard them, it helps to pause and ask ourselves, am I being influenced by this introduction? Would I judge the argument differently if I didn't know this background? These moments of self-awareness protect our ability to listen with fairness and reason.
Ultimately, the antidote to this fallacy is empathy and patience. When we allow others to speak fully, when we listen without prejudice or anchoring bias, we give truth a chance to reveal itself. In doing so, we cleanse the poisoned well, drawing once again from the clear waters of understanding. Because real wisdom, like clean water, depends on purity, on a mind that listens before it judges, and on a heart that seeks clarity over suspicion.
Number 14. Moral equivalence. When trivial wrongs are compared to grave evils to distort judgment. Moral equivalence is one of those subtle traps our minds fall into when we try to make sense of right and wrong. It happens when we take two very different actions, one small and one immense, and treat them as if they were morally the same. Imagine someone saying, "Failing to recycle is just as bad as polluting the ocean." The statement sounds passionate and idealistic, but it distorts reality. The harm caused by forgetting to recycle a plastic bottle is not remotely comparable to the deliberate dumping of tons of waste into the sea. Yet our emotions, once stirred, can blur those lines. At its core, moral equivalence is a form of false analogy. It draws a comparison between two things that might share a superficial similarity, but are vastly different in scale, intent, and consequence. This fallacy gained popularity in political debates, particularly during discussions about war and human rights. When one side says, "Yes, we made mistakes, but so did they," it attempts to balance the moral scales by ignoring how unequal the actions really are. The result is not fairness, it's distortion. It turns complex moral questions into simplistic emotional exchanges where outrage replaces understanding. Psychologically, moral equivalence reveals a fascinating bias in the way we think. The human brain loves shortcuts. It prefers simplicity over nuance. When emotions run high, especially emotions like guilt or anger, our minds are tempted to see everything in terms of black and white. Psychologists call this false equivalence bias. It's an error of perception where our sense of proportion fails us. When we experience moral outrage about one thing, that feeling can spill over into unrelated areas, leading us to treat minor issues with the same intensity we reserve for major wrongs. Consider a small example from everyday life. A student might say, "The teacher who gave me a bad grade for being late is a tyrant, just like a brutal dictator. They both use their power to oppress people." The exaggeration is obvious, yet the emotional reasoning feels real to the person saying it. What's happening here is a failure of scale. The genuine frustration of being treated unfairly is magnified by emotion until it feels like an act of oppression. The fallacy works by transferring emotional weight from a truly serious injustice to a relatively minor frustration, tricking the mind into seeing them as the same. This fallacy also thrives in polarized societies, where people on opposing sides often accuse each other of the same evil. Both camps may say, "We're only defending ourselves. The other side is just as bad." By doing this, each side justifies its actions while denying the true magnitude of harm being caused. The problem is not just logical, it's ethical. Equating vastly different actions erases the real suffering caused by greater wrongs. It trivializes genuine atrocities by placing them on the same moral plane as small mistakes
or imperfections. From a reasoning standpoint, moral equivalence ignores one of the most fundamental aspects of moral judgment: proportionality. Not all wrongs are equal. Forgetting to pay a parking fine is not the same as committing a violent crime. A harsh comment is not the same as a deliberate act of cruelty. And failing to recycle cannot be equated with poisoning an ecosystem. Ethics, at its heart, is about context, about understanding that degrees of harm, intent, and consequence all matter deeply when we evaluate right and wrong. The fallacy also feeds on emotional reasoning, where feelings, rather than facts, guide our conclusions. It can be comforting to think that everyone is equally guilty because it relieves us of the discomfort of judgment. But when we flatten morality this way, we lose the ability to recognize true injustice. If everything is equally bad, then nothing truly matters. Compassion and accountability both disappear in the fog of false balance. To think clearly in the face of moral equivalence, we must learn to pause, to step back from the emotional rush, and consider scale and intent. Not all harm carries the same moral weight, and not all wrongdoing deserves the same response. Recognizing that truth does not make us less compassionate. It makes our compassion wiser, more grounded in reality. So when you hear someone say, "They did it too," or "This small mistake is just as terrible as that great crime," take a gentle breath and reflect. Ask yourself, are these things truly equal, or are they simply being made to feel that way? The difference may seem small in words, but in meaning, it can be immense. And in that quiet recognition, we rediscover something essential: the ability to think with both heart and reason, seeing the world not in flat moral colors, but in the subtle, beautiful shades of truth.
Part 2. Fallacies of Presumption.
Number 15. Begging the question, or petitio principii, when the conclusion is quietly smuggled into the premise. There is a quiet comfort in a well-formed argument. We like it when ideas fit neatly together, when the reasoning feels smooth and complete. But sometimes that very smoothness hides a subtle illusion, a logical loop that circles back on itself without ever moving forward. This is the fallacy known as begging the question, or in Latin, petitio principii, which literally means requesting the starting point. At its heart, begging the question happens when someone assumes in the premise what they are supposed to prove in the conclusion. The argument feels tidy, even convincing, because its pieces fit so perfectly together, but that perfection is deceptive. The conclusion isn't supported by independent evidence, it's merely restated in different words. For example, someone might say, "Ghosts are real because I've seen one." The claim, "I've seen a ghost," already assumes that ghosts exist, which is precisely what needs to be proven. The reasoning moves in a circle, not a line. This kind of thinking has been recognized for thousands of years. Aristotle, in his Sophistical Refutations, described it as a flaw in reasoning where the proof and the conclusion are one and the same. Later, medieval logicians called it petitio principii, emphasizing that the arguer is asking for the starting point, requesting the listener to accept as true what is still in question. It's not a fallacy of pure logic. If the premise were true, the conclusion would indeed follow, but it is what philosophers call an epistemic fallacy, a failure to add new knowledge or genuine justification.
It gives the illusion of proof without providing any. In everyday life, this kind of argument is surprisingly common. Someone might declare, freedom of speech is absolute because any limitation on speech is wrong. The premise that limitation is wrong is simply a restatement of the conclusion, not a reason for it. Another might say, that book must be true because it says so in the book and everything in that book is true. At first, it sounds coherent, yet nothing new is added. The claim refers only to itself, endlessly folding inward like a hall of mirrors. Psychologically, the fallacy works because it feels fluent. Our brains love fluency. Ideas that are easy to understand or repeat seem more believable. When premise and conclusion echo each other, the argument flows smoothly, so smoothly that it bypasses our critical filters. This cognitive comfort is what psychologists call the fluency heuristic. When something feels easy to process, we instinctively mistake that ease for truth. The circularity of a begging the question argument satisfies this craving for fluency, creating a sense of logical completeness even when no progress has been made. It also ties closely to confirmation bias, our natural tendency to seek and accept only the evidence that confirms what we already believe. Once we hold a belief deeply, our minds start using that belief as both the question and the answer. We unconsciously build arguments that loop back to our assumptions. It's true because I believe it, and I believe it because it's true, become indistinguishable. The argument turns inward, like a planet orbiting its own certainty. This is why circular reasoning can be so persuasive. It feels balanced, self-contained, and elegant, qualities we often associate with truth. Yet, beneath that calm surface, there's no real movement. No new insight is gained, no bridge built between uncertainty and understanding. It's like walking in circles in a fog, convinced you're moving forward because each step feels familiar. Recognizing this fallacy requires patience and humility. When a statement feels perfectly aligned, too smooth to question, it's worth pausing. Ask yourself, does the evidence truly support the claim, or does it simply repeat it in new words? This quiet act of self-inquiry breaks the loop. It transforms the comfort of circular reasoning into the clarity of honest reflection. In a world full of confident opinions and quick conclusions, the ability to notice these loops is a quiet form of wisdom. It reminds us that truth is not self-contained. It needs light from outside, from reason, evidence, and open dialogue. Every belief, no matter how comforting, must be tested against something beyond itself. So, tonight, as you rest your mind and reflect on the way thoughts connect, remember this gentle truth. Real understanding doesn't travel in circles. It unfolds, one careful step at a time, from what we think we know toward what we have yet to learn. And in that unfolding lies both the beauty and the honesty of genuine reason.
Number 16. Circular reasoning, when arguments loop back to where they started. Circular reasoning is like walking in a perfect circle. You keep moving, but never actually get anywhere new. It's a subtle kind of mental loop that feels logical at first glance, but once you trace its path, you realize it only leads back to its starting point. This fallacy, often called begging the question, happens when the conclusion is quietly used as a premise, just worded differently. It doesn't introduce new information or evidence. It only repeats itself in disguise. Take this familiar example. The Bible is true because it's the Word of God, and we know God spoke because the Bible says so. On the surface, it sounds like a chain of reasoning, but in reality, it's circular. The claim relies entirely on itself for proof. The conclusion depends on the very statement it's supposed to justify.
Logicians sometimes try to separate this from more complex forms of begging the question, but in everyday reasoning they amount to the same thing. Both create the illusion of logic while quietly revolving around a fixed center. Cognitive science offers an explanation for why people find circular reasoning so persuasive. Human beings have a deep psychological need for coherence. We like our beliefs and experiences to form a stable, unified story about the world and our place in it. When that story feels threatened, we often turn back to familiar ideas for comfort. Repeating what we already believe, even in slightly different words, can feel reassuring, like returning to solid ground after a moment of doubt. In that sense, circular reasoning is not just a logical error, but also an emotional reflex. It satisfies our desire for certainty, even if that certainty is built on repetition rather than truth. Psychologists link this habit to what is known as anchoring bias. Once we form an initial belief, that belief becomes a reference point that shapes all the reasoning that follows. Even when we appear to be re-evaluating it, we're still tied to that first assumption. Like a ship tethered to a dock, our thoughts may swing with the tide, but they rarely drift far from their anchor. This makes circular reasoning feel safe, but also limits our ability to see beyond our starting assumptions. In serious fields like science and law, circularity is carefully avoided. A scientist cannot prove a theory by saying it's correct simply because it explains its own predictions. A lawyer cannot establish credibility by claiming that a witness is trustworthy because the witness says so. Sound reasoning requires evidence that stands independent of the conclusion. You must prove B using A, not the other way around. When that independence is missing, the reasoning collapses into self-reference, producing the appearance of logic without its substance. If you challenge someone caught in a circular argument, you might notice that their reasoning soon runs out of room to move. They may repeat their claim in different words, as if restating it could make it more convincing. But beneath the surface, the circle remains intact. There's no fresh support, only the quiet comfort of returning to what one already believes. Escaping this mental loop requires awareness and humility. It means asking ourselves whether our premises and conclusions truly differ, or whether we've simply found new language to justify what we already think. It takes courage to step outside the circle, because doing so invites uncertainty. Yet genuine reasoning and genuine growth both depend on that step. In the end, circular reasoning reveals something profound about the human mind. Our longing for patterns that make sense of the world. But to find truth, we have to let those patterns breathe. Every circle, no matter how perfect, needs an opening, a place where new understanding can enter. When we learn to question gently, to pause and listen, the circle begins to widen into a spiral, leading us not back to where we began, but forward into deeper insight.
Number 17. False dilemma. False dichotomy. When complex realities are reduced to only two choices. Imagine sitting by a quiet window at night, the world hushed and still, as we turn our attention to one of the most common traps in human reasoning, the false dilemma, also known as the false dichotomy. It's the habit of seeing the world in black and white, when, in truth, it's painted in countless shades of gray. At its core, a false dilemma frames a situation as though there are only two possible choices, usually at the far ends of a spectrum,
while quietly ignoring the many options in between. It's a narrowing of thought, a simplification of complexity that makes decisions feel urgent and absolute. For instance, someone might say, we either ban all cars or accept climate doom. But of course, reality is rarely so stark. Between those extremes lie dozens of other possibilities: cleaner technologies, renewable fuels, public transport improvements, or new city planning that reduces car dependency. The moment we step outside the forced choice, we realize how limiting the original frame was. This pattern of thought is not new. Philosophers since ancient times have warned against such false framing in dialogue and debate. Yet, even today, it remains a favorite tool in politics, advertising, and the media. All places where persuasion thrives on simplicity. When someone says, "You're either with us or against us," it sounds decisive and strong, but it also leaves no room for nuance, for those who might agree on some points and differ on others. It forces a kind of loyalty test, making the listener feel that neutrality or moderation is not an option. Psychologists call this mental habit black and white thinking, or splitting. It's a defense mechanism, the mind's way of reducing the discomfort of complexity. When faced with something uncertain or emotionally charged, the brain tries to protect itself by dividing the world into absolutes: good or bad, friend or enemy, success or failure. This way of thinking can feel comforting because it removes ambiguity, the same way a clean, simple answer feels easier than one that requires reflection. But in that comfort lies distortion. Life, people, and ideas are rarely all one thing or the other. The false dilemma fallacy plays directly into this cognitive tendency. It persuades us not through evidence, but through ease. When choices are framed as only two extremes, we feel we must pick one. The gray spaces, the spaces where real wisdom lives, seem to vanish. This is also connected to what psychologists call the framing effect, where the way a choice is presented subtly shapes how we respond to it. When someone says, "You can either be a dreamer or a realist," the framing itself pressures us to choose sides, as if the two cannot coexist. But of course, the world's greatest innovators, from artists to scientists, have often been both. In modern life, false dilemmas are everywhere. We must either cut all funding for arts programs or our city will go bankrupt, a politician might claim, overlooking the countless possibilities between those extremes: partial cuts, alternative funding, community sponsorships, or better budgeting elsewhere. The fallacy works because it simplifies a complex issue into a binary one, saving our brains from the work of navigating subtlety. But that simplification comes at a cost. It blinds us to creativity, compassion, and balance. Recognizing a false dilemma requires a moment of calm awareness, a pause before reacting. When you hear either this or that, ask yourself, what else might be possible? Often, there are many paths quietly waiting to be noticed, just beyond the noise of extremes. In good reasoning, as in good living, wisdom often resides in the middle ground, in the ability to hold multiple truths at once, to see value on both sides, and to find harmony where others see only opposition. So, as you drift deeper into thought tonight, remember, the world is not a coin with only two sides. It is a spectrum, vast and alive, filled with countless possibilities. The more we learn to see beyond the false choices, the closer we come to understanding, not just others, but the gentle complexity of life itself.
Number 18. Complex question, or loaded question, when a question hides an accusation inside it. There's a special kind of question that doesn't really ask, it traps. It sounds like curiosity, but underneath its surface lies a quiet assumption waiting to catch whoever tries to answer. This is what philosophers and logicians call a complex question, or more commonly, a loaded question. It's not the question itself that's deceptive, but the hidden premise it carries within. Imagine someone asking, "Why are you so irresponsible?" Before you even think of an answer, the question has already declared something about you, that you are irresponsible. Whether you reply, "Because I," or "I'm not," you've already accepted the hidden accusation. The question has drawn you into its logic before you even had the chance to step back and see it. This type of fallacy has been recognized for centuries, known in classical logic as a fallacy of presumption. The ancient philosophers referred to it as plurium interrogatorium, literally many questions. It's the act of packing multiple assumptions into a single question, so that any answer, however sincere, validates at least one of them. It's often used in heated debates, courtroom interrogations, or political interviews, where words become tools of strategy rather than truth. A famous example from law illustrates this perfectly. Have you stopped committing crimes? Whether the person answers yes or no, the implication remains that they have committed crimes in the past. There's no safe answer, no clean way out. The structure of the question forces a kind of confession, even when there's nothing to confess. But why does this kind of question work? The answer lies in how our minds are wired. The human brain is designed to respond. When we hear a question, our instinct is to answer it, not to dissect its structure. Psychologists call this a presupposition effect. We focus on the surface, how to reply, without always recognizing the deeper assumption that has been smuggled in. The question directs our attention towards its hidden premise, guiding our thoughts subtly toward the conclusion it wants us to accept. Two cognitive biases play a role here. The first is contextual bias, our tendency to let phrasing shape how we interpret a situation. The second is confirmation bias, the tendency to search or interpret information in ways that confirm what we already believe. When someone asks a loaded question, they often already have a conclusion in mind. The way they phrase it, gently or not so gently, steers others to agree, even without realizing it. The questioner's assumption has already taken hold. To avoid being caught in such traps, it helps to slow down and look beneath the surface. When a question feels unfair or strangely difficult to answer, ask yourself, what assumption is being made here? Instead of accepting it, reframe the conversation. You might respond, "I don't agree with the premise of your question," or more gently, "Could we clarify what you mean before I answer?" That small pause, the moment of awareness, breaks the spell of the loaded question. In logic, good reasoning depends on separating assumptions from inquiries. When we identify the hidden premise, we restore balance to the exchange. We shift from reacting to reflecting. Instead of being cornered, we create space for genuine dialogue. The complex question fallacy reminds us that words are powerful, not only in what they say, but in what they quietly presume. Every question carries a world within it,
a small frame that guides thought and shapes truth. To think clearly, we must sometimes step outside the frame, breathe, and see what's really being asked. So as you drift into rest tonight, remember this gentle lesson. Not every question deserves an answer in the form it was given. Some questions are invitations to pause, to notice, to think with care. And sometimes the wisest answer begins not with yes or no, but with a calm, thoughtful silence.
Number 19. Slippery slope. When one step is said to guarantee a dramatic collapse without support. Picture yourself standing on a quiet hillside where the ground slopes gently downward. It feels safe at first, solid beneath your feet, but someone beside you whispers, "Be careful. If you take one more step, you'll start sliding, and soon you'll tumble all the way to the bottom." You glance down, and suddenly that harmless slope looks dangerous. That is the essence of the slippery slope fallacy, the fear that one small step will lead inevitably to disaster. In reasoning and debate, a slippery slope argument suggests that a minor action will set off a chain of events, ending in some extreme or catastrophic outcome. The problem is not the warning itself. Sometimes small beginnings can lead to larger consequences, but the lack of evidence that each step in the chain will actually occur. It's an argument built more on fear than on proof. For example, someone might say, if we allow students to text in school, soon they won't study at all. It sounds dramatic, but notice how many unproven assumptions are hiding in that sentence. Between texting and not studying at all, there are many possible outcomes, most of them far less extreme. Historically, philosophers and logicians have warned about this kind of reasoning for centuries. It often reappears in public debates, especially those involving policy and social change. You might hear someone argue, if we allow stricter regulations on gun ownership, it will lead to total government control and tyranny. Or, if we permit one small cultural shift, civilization itself will collapse. These claims rely on a sense of inevitability, a story in which one step must lead to the next. But the world rarely unfolds in such neat, fatalistic lines. Psychologically, the slippery slope fallacy plays on what researchers call anxiety bias and cognitive tunneling. Our minds are drawn to the most frightening image at the end of the imagined chain, the worst-case scenario. Once that picture takes hold, we lose sight of the middle ground, the places where people could pause, reassess, or correct course. Psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, pioneers of behavioral science, showed that humans tend to overestimate the likelihood of negative chains when fear and loss are involved. Instead of calculating probabilities, our brains leap straight to the vivid image of disaster. Consider how this process works inside the mind. Imagine a chain of events. A leads to B, B to C, and C to D. Each link in that chain might be uncertain, but when we picture the final step, D, the terrible conclusion, it feels alarmingly real. The human brain doesn't intuitively multiply probabilities. It feels emotions. Even if the odds of reaching D are tiny, fear makes it seem inevitable. This is why slippery slope arguments are so powerful in speeches, politics, and media. They bypass logic and reach straight into emotion. A modern example might sound like this. If the city bans plastic bags, next they'll ban paper bags, then reusable containers,
and soon all commerce will grind to a halt. Each step feels connected, but the links are weak. There's no clear reason why a ban on one type of bag would automatically lead to banning every kind of container. Yet the image of commerce grinding to a halt sticks in the mind because it's vivid and frightening. That is how the slippery slope fallacy works. It paints a picture that feels certain, even when the evidence is not. In truth, societies rarely move in perfect sequences. Every policy, every decision, exists within a web of checks, balances, and human choices. There are always stopping points, places where reflection and correction can happen. The slope is rarely as slippery as fear makes it seem. Recognizing this can help us stay grounded when arguments try to sweep us away. To think clearly, we must slow down and examine each link in the supposed chain. Is there real evidence that A will lead to B and B to C? Can we identify where the sequence could stop or shift? When each step is tested on its own merits, the illusion of inevitability often dissolves. What once looked like a steep, unstoppable descent becomes what it truly is, a series of uncertain steps, each requiring its own proof. In the end, the slippery slope fallacy reminds us how easily fear can distort reason. It shows that imagination, when driven by anxiety, can turn gentle slopes into cliffs. Yet by staying calm, by asking for evidence, and trusting our capacity to pause and choose, we reclaim our footing. Life, after all, is filled with paths that descend and rise again, and wisdom lies in knowing that every step is a choice, not a slide. So as you rest tonight, let this idea settle softly in your thoughts. The future is not a chain dragging us downward. It is a landscape shaped by choices, by reason, compassion, and courage. And when we move through it with care, even the steepest slope can be walked with confidence and peace.
Number 20. Appeal to ignorance, ad ignorantium, when not disproved, is taken as therefore true. There's a quiet comfort in certainty, that feeling of knowing something for sure, of being able to rest in a clear answer. But the world, as you and I both know, is filled with mysteries, questions that do not yet have answers, and sometimes that uncertainty feels uncomfortable. The appeal to ignorance, known in Latin as argumentum ad ignorantium, plays upon this very human need for closure. It is the tendency to believe that if something hasn't been proven false, it must therefore be true. Or, if it hasn't been proven true, then it must be false. At first, this reasoning can sound persuasive. Someone might say, no one has proven that UFOs don't exist, so they must exist. Or, in another form, no one has proven that ghosts are real, so they can't be real. Both statements rest on the same fragile foundation. The absence of evidence is mistaken for evidence itself. In science, in law, and in good reasoning, this doesn't hold. Lack of proof is not proof of anything. It is only a reflection of what we do not yet know. The philosopher John Locke first wrote about this fallacy centuries ago, highlighting its enduring temptation. He noted that people often confuse uncertainty with proof, that the mind, when faced with an empty space of knowledge, rushes to fill it with belief. The core idea is simple, yet profound. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Not finding proof that something exists doesn't mean it doesn't. It simply means the matter is unresolved. The most honest conclusion, however unsatisfying it may feel, is often the simplest one. We don't know yet. Psychologists have studied this human discomfort with the unknown. They call it the need for cognitive closure, the urge to settle a question quickly, even at the cost of accuracy. Ambiguity can feel unsettling, like standing in fog. So when a claim arises, whether it's about extraterrestrial visitors, secret conspiracies, or hidden ancient civilizations, we may cling to whatever explanation gives us emotional relief. The appeal to ignorance offers that false comfort, a way to end the uncertainty, even if it's not grounded in evidence. This fallacy also involves what philosophers call shifting the burden of proof. Normally, the responsibility to provide evidence lies with the person making the claim. But in this fallacy, the claimant reverses that burden, saying, "You can't prove me wrong." It's as if someone insists that invisible dragons live in their basement, and when you doubt them, they reply, "Well, you can't prove they aren't there." The trap lies in the structure. It makes the listener responsible for disproving what hasn't been demonstrated in the first place. This kind of reasoning is common not only in everyday conversations, but also in the world of pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal. You might hear things like, "They haven't released the files, so it proves there's a cover-up," or "Scientists haven't disproven this miracle remedy, so it must work." These statements feel compelling because they transform uncertainty into certainty, and certainty feels safe. But as critical thinkers, we must pause, breathe, and remind ourselves that not knowing is not the same as knowing the opposite. The human mind has another bias that deepens this error: confirmation bias. Once we start to believe something, we naturally look for signs that support it and ignore the rest. When someone already expects ghosts to exist, for instance, they might see every unexplained sound as evidence. The absence of disproof strengthens their conviction, even though the logic doesn't truly hold. Good reasoning, on the other hand, requires patience, the ability to dwell in uncertainty without forcing a conclusion. In science, it's perfectly acceptable to say, "We don't know yet." Researchers do this all the time. They wait for data, for replication, for patterns to emerge. In law, too, silence or lack of evidence does not equal guilt. It simply means the case remains unproven. So, when you hear someone say, "No one has proven this wrong, and therefore it must be right," let that be your signal to slow down. Ask yourself, is the claim supported by positive evidence? Has the burden of proof been met? Or is it just an attempt to fill the quiet space of uncertainty with belief? There's a kind of peace that comes from accepting that some things remain unknown. The stars above us, the mysteries of the human mind, the origins of certain legends, they all remind us that the world is vast and still unfolding. Not every question needs an answer tonight. Sometimes the wisest thing we can say is simply, "We don't know yet." And in that humility, that gentle acceptance of mystery, we find the truest form of understanding. So, as you rest, let your thoughts settle on this quiet truth. Ignorance does not prove or disprove anything. It only invites us to keep wondering, to keep seeking, and to keep our hearts open to discovery when the time is right.
Number 21. Burden of proof. Shifting the burden. When responsibility to prove is unfairly pushed onto others. Imagine sitting beneath a quiet night sky, the stars glimmering softly above you. Each one feels like a mystery,
something beautiful and perhaps unknowable. In moments like these, it's natural to wonder about what exists beyond our senses: angels, other worlds, hidden dimensions of reality. But curiosity, while wondrous, becomes a little tangled when someone insists, "Prove that these things don't exist." This kind of reasoning is called the burden of proof fallacy, a subtle but powerful error that flips logic upside down. In simple terms, it happens when someone makes a claim but demands that others disprove it instead of offering their own evidence. The burden of proof always rests with the person making the claim. Yet, in everyday conversation, it's surprisingly common to see that burden shifted, sometimes even without realizing it. Imagine someone saying, "Prove that angels aren't real, and then I'll stop believing in them." At first, it sounds fair. After all, no one can prove they don't exist. But that's exactly the point. Absence of disproof isn't the same as proof. The person asserting that something exists carries the responsibility to provide evidence for it. The skeptic, the one who withholds belief until such evidence appears, does not. In logic, this principle is foundational. The one who makes a positive claim must also make a positive case. Otherwise, the world would be filled with unfalsifiable assertions, invisible dragons in attics, undetectable energies controlling our thoughts, or hidden creatures in the corners of the universe. If every claim demanded to be disproven, reason itself would collapse under the weight of infinite possibilities. You might hear this fallacy in debates that touch deep emotions or uncertainties, places where evidence feels elusive. Someone might say, "Scientists can't prove that alternative medicine doesn't work, so it must." It's a tempting move because it shifts responsibility. It removes the need to gather data, test results, or provide credible reasoning. Instead, it turns doubt into proof, a leap that feels comforting but doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Psychologically, the burden of proof fallacy takes advantage of a tendency known as expectation bias. Humans often expect others to validate or challenge their viewpoints, rather than examine their own assumptions. It's far easier to ask someone to disprove a belief than to test it ourselves. But true understanding requires courage, the courage to hold our ideas to the same standard we apply to others. This fallacy is closely related to the appeal to ignorance, which claims something must be true simply because it hasn't been proven false. Both fallacies thrive in uncertainty and exploit our discomfort with ambiguity. When we crave clear answers, it's tempting to settle on one and demand that others disprove it. Yet reason works the other way around. It asks us to earn our beliefs through evidence. Philosopher and astronomer Carl Sagan once expressed this beautifully when he said, "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence." It's a simple but profound reminder that the greater the assertion, the greater the responsibility to support it. If someone says they saw a new species of bird, we might ask for a photo. If they claim they saw a unicorn, we'd expect far more. The higher the claim climbs, the stronger its evidence must be. Recognizing when the burden of proof is being shifted helps us protect ourselves from manipulation, both by others and by our own wishful thinking. When a discussion begins to feel like a trap, where one side insists that disbelief itself is proof, it's often this fallacy at work.
The honest response is to gently return the burden where it belongs. You're the one making the claim. Can you show evidence for it? This doesn't mean we should dismiss every unknown or mysterious idea. Curiosity and imagination are part of what make us human. But critical thinking allows both wonder and wisdom to coexist. It reminds us that belief without evidence is not knowledge. It's hope, speculation, or sometimes illusion. So, as you listen tonight, let this thought rest quietly in your mind. Truth doesn't need to be defended by shifting its weight onto others. It stands on its own, supported by what can be shown, observed, and reasoned. And when someone says, "Prove me wrong," the calm, rational answer is this: "No, I'll wait for you to prove you're right." There is peace in that patience. The peace of knowing that questions can stay open, that belief can wait for light, and that truth, real truth, does not fear examination.
Number 22. No true Scotsman. When definitions are bent to protect a claim from counterexamples. There's a quiet comfort in belonging, in feeling that we are part of something larger than ourselves, something defined by shared values, beliefs, or traditions, whether it's a family, a nation, a religion, or even a small community. These identities help us make sense of who we are. But sometimes, in our desire to preserve the purity or goodness of that group, we fall into a subtle trap of reasoning. It's called the No True Scotsman fallacy. The name comes from a simple yet revealing story told by the philosopher Antony Flew in the 20th century. Imagine two people in conversation. The first says, "No Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge." The second gently replies, "But my friend Angus is a Scotsman, and he puts sugar on his porridge." The first person pauses for a moment and then says, "Ah, but no true Scotsman puts sugar on his porridge." And there it is, the quiet shift. Instead of accepting that his original claim was too absolute, the speaker simply changes the definition. He redefines what it means to be a true Scotsman to exclude the evidence that contradicts his belief. By doing so, he protects his statement from being proven wrong, but also removes it from the realm of logic entirely. This, in essence, is what the No True Scotsman fallacy does. When someone faces an exception that challenges a sweeping generalization, they respond not by revising their belief, but by redefining the category itself. It's a kind of mental sleight of hand, an ad hoc rescue that keeps the original claim safe. For instance, someone might say, "All environmentalists care deeply about the planet." And when confronted with an environmentalist who drives a car, they respond, "Well, no true environmentalist would do that." The counterexample isn't accepted, it's excluded. Philosophically, this turns the argument into a tautology, something that's true by definition and therefore unfalsifiable. If true Scotsmen are defined as those who never put sugar on their porridge, then, of course, no true Scotsman does. The logic circles endlessly, insulated from reality. It may sound harmless in a debate about breakfast habits, but in real life, this fallacy can deepen divides between people and groups. Psychologically, it reveals something very human. When evidence threatens a cherished belief, the mind feels discomfort, a tension psychologists call cognitive dissonance. To resolve it, we often adjust the world in our minds rather than adjusting our beliefs. This process is part of motivated reasoning, the tendency to reason not toward truth,
but toward emotional comfort. It's much easier to redefine a label than to admit, perhaps I was wrong. You can see this play out in many places, in politics, religion, and everyday relationships. Someone might say, all members of our organization are honest. And when faced with proof that one member lied, they reply, well, no true member would do such a thing. The statement preserves the group's purity, but at a cost. It ignores the evidence that could lead to growth, accountability, and understanding. The no True Scotsman fallacy often arises in discussions about identity, where beliefs and belonging intertwine. It feels protective, even noble, to defend the group from criticism. But when we exclude counterexamples, we lose something essential: the ability to learn from imperfection. Real communities, real nations, and real people are complex. They contain contradictions, exceptions, and differences. To deny that is to deny reality itself. Understanding this fallacy doesn't mean giving up on loyalty or pride. It means learning to hold those feelings alongside honesty. When we can admit, yes, most of us are like this, but not all, we open space for truth and compassion. We begin to see that imperfection doesn't weaken a group, it makes it real. So, the next time you hear someone say, no true believer would doubt, or no real artist would sell their work, pause for a moment. Ask yourself whether the claim is being protected at the expense of truth. Perhaps a truer statement lies in embracing the exception, in saying, yes, some do, and that's part of the story. In the end, the no True Scotsman fallacy reminds us how deeply our reasoning is tied to identity and belonging. It invites us to soften the edges of our certainty, to let the world be varied and human. Because truth, like humanity itself, is not pure or uniform. It's layered, changing, and full of gentle contradictions. And perhaps as you drift into rest tonight, you can let that thought settle softly in your mind. That being true to something, a culture, a cause, or a belief, doesn't mean guarding it from all exceptions. It means holding it with honesty, allowing it to breathe, to grow, and to include.
Number 23. Suppressed evidence. Cherry-picking, when only convenient facts are allowed to speak. Imagine walking through a quiet forest at dusk. The air is soft, the light golden. You pause to look at the trees, tall, steady, and calm. Yet from where you stand, you can only see one side of their trunks. The other side, hidden in shadow, still exists, though your eyes cannot see it. This gentle illusion, seeing only part of what is there, is a fitting image for a common flaw in human reasoning, one we call suppressed evidence, or cherry-picking. The fallacy of suppressed evidence happens when someone tells only part of the story, specifically the part that supports their belief, while leaving out the details that would challenge it. It's the art of selective truth-telling, saying what is technically correct, but not completely honest. For instance, imagine an advertisement for a new medicine that proudly claims, "This drug helped thousands of patients recover." The words sound convincing, perhaps even comforting. But what if the ad quietly omits the fact that for many others, the drug caused harmful side effects, or that the study it cites was too small to be reliable? Without that missing information, we don't see the full picture. we see a curated version of reality. In philosophy, this error is sometimes called the fallacy of incomplete evidence. The idea is simple, but profound. When we make a claim, we must consider not only the facts that support it, but also the facts that contradict it. To ignore one side is to build an argument on imbalance, like constructing a bridge supported only on one pillar. The structure might stand for a while, but eventually, truth will reveal the gaps. Psychologically, suppressed evidence is closely linked to something deeply human: our confirmation bias. This bias is the quiet tendency in our minds to notice, favor, and remember information that confirms what we already believe. It's the reason why two people can read the same news article and come away with different impressions. One person's eyes naturally drift toward the sentences that reinforce their worldview, while the others focus on lines that strengthen theirs. Suppressed evidence, then, is the deliberate, conscious form of this bias. Instead of merely noticing selective information, someone chooses to present only what fits their case and hides the rest. You can see this pattern everywhere, from politics and media to marketing and even everyday conversations. A politician might say, "Our new policy reduced unemployment by 10%, while avoiding mention of how part-time and low-wage jobs surged at the same time. A company might boast that 3 out of 4 doctors recommend this product, without disclosing that they only surveyed 4 doctors, carefully chosen for their friendliness toward the brand. Each claim sounds impressive, but each hides something vital: the missing context that would let us see the truth in full. In law, this kind of bias has a name: prosecutorial narrative bias. It happens when a prosecutor highlights only the evidence that seems to prove guilt and withholds evidence that might prove innocence. In such moments, justice itself becomes vulnerable. Because truth, real truth, is not built on fragments, but on wholeness.
This tendency to cherry-pick information also connects to other fallacies, such as the red herring, which distracts the listener, and the straw man, which misrepresents an opposing view. All of them share a common root: the avoidance of uncomfortable facts. To face opposing evidence is to admit uncertainty, and uncertainty feels uneasy. It demands humility, the willingness to say, "Perhaps I don't yet know enough." And yet, that humility is where wisdom begins. Critical thinking, at its heart, is not about being right. It's about seeing clearly. It's about asking, what am I not being told? What might I be missing? It's the courage to look at the whole tree, not just the side bathed in sunlight. To resist the fallacy of suppressed evidence, we must learn to slow down, to look beyond the polished surfaces of words and numbers. When we read a headline that seems too perfect, when we hear a claim that feels comforting, or when we sense that something is being left unsaid, we can pause. In that pause, clarity grows. Truth is rarely simple. It often hides in the balance between two sides, in the tension between comfort and contradiction. When we allow ourselves to see both, we find something richer than certainty. We find understanding. So as you close your eyes tonight, think of that forest again. Each tree has two sides, one illuminated, one in shadow. Both are real, both belong. To know the truth, we must be willing to turn the tree slowly, to see it from every angle. Because wisdom, like light, is born not from what we choose to see, but from the courage to look at it all.
Number 24. Argument from incredulity, or ad ignorantium variation. When "I can't imagine it" becomes "it cannot be." There's a quiet moment we all recognize, when something new or unfamiliar is explained to us, and we instinctively say, "That just doesn't make sense." It's a very human reaction. Our minds long for clarity, for things that feel natural and easy to grasp. Yet sometimes this longing leads us into one of the most subtle reasoning traps of all, the argument from incredulity, also known as personal incredulity. This fallacy appears when someone dismisses an idea simply because it seems unbelievable or difficult to understand. Instead of looking for evidence, the person substitutes their own sense of confusion for proof. You might hear something like, "I can't imagine how invisible particles could cause illness, so germs must not be real." Or, "It's impossible that humans evolved from simpler life forms. How could that even happen?" On the surface, these objections feel reasonable. After all, it's natural to question what we can't easily picture. But beneath that feeling lies a quiet mistake, confusing what we can't comprehend with what can't be true. This fallacy shows up often in debates about complex or technical subjects, things like climate science, quantum physics, or evolution. These topics challenge our intuition because they involve processes that unfold on scales far beyond our everyday experience. The human brain evolved to understand visible, tangible things, how to light a fire, track the seasons, or read another person's expression. But it didn't evolve to visualize atoms spinning through empty space, or time stretching and folding as Einstein described it. So when we say, "That's unbelievable," we're not usually commenting on reality. We're revealing the limits of our imagination. Psychologists call this bias cognitive fluency. It refers to our preference for things that are easy to think about. When an idea feels simple and intuitive, our brains relax. It feels true. But when something feels confusing or hard to imagine, our brains resist it and we start to doubt. This mental shortcut once helped our ancestors survive by trusting familiar patterns. But in a world of deep scientific complexity, it often misleads us. There's another layer to this, known as the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's a cognitive bias where people with limited understanding of a subject tend to overestimate how much they know. When faced with a sophisticated theory, like the mathematics behind flight or the mechanics of viral infection, they might assume that if they can't grasp it, it must be flawed. In truth, their difficulty doesn't disprove the theory. It simply shows that some things require more knowledge, patience, and humility to understand. A modern example helps bring this to life. Imagine someone saying, "I simply cannot believe that a huge airplane, weighing thousands of kilograms, can fly through the air. It doesn't make sense. Therefore, aerodynamics must be wrong." Of course, we know aerodynamics is sound. Centuries of study and countless successful flights prove it. But the claim illustrates the fallacy perfectly. Disbelief based on personal intuition replaces objective evidence. The argument from incredulity isn't just a logical error, it's a deeply human one.
It reminds us how easily we mistake familiarity for truth. When something challenges what we think we know, it can feel threatening or absurd. Our minds prefer comfort, and comfort often lives in the familiar. Yet nearly every great leap of human understanding, from discovering that Earth orbits the Sun to realizing that unseen bacteria cause disease, began with ideas that once seemed unbelievable. So, how do we guard against this bias? The answer lies in curiosity. Instead of saying, "I can't believe this," we can ask, "What would make this believable? What evidence exists, and how can I learn more?" That small shift from rejection to inquiry turns incredulity into exploration. It transforms confusion into the first step toward understanding. As you drift toward rest tonight, think of all the things that once seemed impossible: flight, electricity, communication across oceans, images from distant galaxies, and how each of them began as a story that someone, somewhere, found hard to believe. The world is far stranger and far more beautiful than our instincts often allow. And so, the next time you hear yourself saying, "That just doesn't make sense," pause for a moment. Let wonder replace disbelief, because sometimes what feels unbelievable today is simply tomorrow's understanding waiting patiently for us to catch up.
Part 3. Fallacies of Weak Induction.
Number 25. Hasty Generalization. When sweeping conclusions are drawn from too little evidence. Picture yourself sitting quietly by a window as night settles in. The air feels still, and your thoughts begin to wander, perhaps to people you've met, places you've visited, or stories you've heard. Sometimes, in these quiet reflections, you might notice how easily a single moment can shape the way we see the whole world. You meet one person from a faraway country who seems rude, and suddenly, without meaning to, you think, "People from there must be like that." This gentle but deeply human mistake is known as a hasty generalization. It happens when we draw a big, sweeping conclusion from a small or unrepresentative sample of experiences. Logically, it's a jump too far, a leap from the particular to the universal without enough evidence to bridge the gap. Universities often define it as assuming something about an entire group based on too little data, what philosophers might call an inadequate sample. You can see this fallacy everywhere in daily life. We taste one unfamiliar dish and decide we dislike the entire cuisine. We hear about a single crime on the news and begin to fear a whole neighborhood or community. We meet two tourists who are impatient, and we quietly conclude that everyone from their country must be the same. These generalizations take root quickly because our minds are built to find patterns, and sometimes to find them where none truly exist. Psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky once studied this tendency through what they called the availability heuristic. It's a mental shortcut that helps us make quick judgments about how common or likely something is based on how easily examples come to mind. If a memory is vivid, recent, or emotionally charged, our brains give it more weight than it deserves. A single story from a friend, a dramatic headline, or an isolated encounter can suddenly feel like the whole truth. Imagine watching a news report about a plane crash. For days afterward,
You might feel anxious about flying, even though statistically, air travel remains one of the safest forms of transportation. That one vivid story, highly available in your memory, colors your entire sense of risk. This same mental shortcut fuels hasty generalizations about people, places, and ideas. The mind takes one shining emotional example and paints an entire canvas with its color. When applied to human groups, this fallacy becomes particularly harmful. It's how stereotypes begin and how prejudice quietly grows. A few negative encounters, real or imagined, become the seed of an entire worldview. Instead of seeing individuals with unique stories, we start to see categories. And each time we notice something that fits the pattern, our confirmation bias strengthens it. See? I was right all along. We stop noticing the many times we were wrong. Statistically, hasty generalizations violate a fundamental rule of reasoning, the need for representative data. To draw a sound conclusion about a group, we need a sample that's large enough, random enough, and unbiased. Without that, we're not reasoning scientifically, we're reacting emotionally. Yet in the age of social media and sensational news, it's easier than ever to form broad conclusions from isolated examples. A single viral story can make millions of people believe something about a culture, profession, or generation, no matter how incomplete that story is. But the beauty of being aware of this fallacy is that it invites us to slow down. It encourages us to replace instant judgment with quiet curiosity. Instead of saying, "Everyone there must be unfriendly," we can pause and ask, "Maybe I just met two people who were having a bad day." Instead of thinking, "That policy always fails," we might wonder, "Have I seen enough evidence to really know?" This small shift from certainty to curiosity can change the way we move through the world. It softens our edges, widens our empathy, and reminds us that human experience is vast and varied. Each person we meet carries a story shaped by countless unseen moments, moments that can never be captured by a single encounter or statistic. So as you rest tonight, let this idea settle gently in your thoughts, that the world is too complex, too alive to fit neatly inside our first impressions. One story is not the whole story. One person is not the whole people. And truth, like the night sky outside your window, reveals its patterns only when we're patient enough to see the full expanse, not just the stars that shine brightest in front of us.
Number 26. Anecdotal Evidence. When isolated stories are treated as solid proof. Imagine you're sitting by a quiet fire at night, listening to someone tell a story. Their voice is calm, their words vivid. Maybe it's a story about their grandfather who smoked every day of his life and still lived to be 100. As the flames flicker, you find yourself thinking, maybe smoking isn't that bad after all. That gentle pull you just felt, the way one story seemed to outweigh decades of medical research, is a glimpse into one of the most common and deeply human reasoning errors, anecdotal evidence. It's when we use a personal story or a single example as proof of something far larger, ignoring the vast and systematic evidence that tells a different story. The fallacy works because of how we're built. Human beings are storytellers by nature.
For thousands of years, long before data tables or peer-reviewed journals, we understood the world through tales, around fires, in markets, and at dinner tables. We learned by listening to what others had experienced. Our minds evolved to remember and respond to stories, not statistics. And so, even today, a single vivid account can feel far more persuasive than mountains of scientific data. You've probably heard phrases like, "It worked for me," or "I know someone who tried that and got better." In health conversations especially, these claims appear everywhere, from herbal remedies to miracle diets. They often sound convincing because they come wrapped in emotion, in human experience. But one person's story, no matter how touching, cannot prove that a treatment works for everyone. It may be coincidence or the result of other factors we cannot see. Psychologists call this tendency the availability heuristic. It means our brains judge truth based on how easily examples come to mind. A personal story, being rich in emotion and detail, becomes available in memory. We can picture it, feel it, remember it, so it seems real and representative. But it's not. 1,000 invisible stories, where things didn't work or ended badly, stay silent and unseen. This is what's known as survivorship bias. We remember the few who succeeded, but forget the many who did not. Think about entrepreneurs, for example. You might hear a story of someone who dropped out of school, started a small business, and became a billionaire. It's inspiring, and it's true, for that one person. But what about the countless others who followed the same path and failed quietly, without news headlines or TED Talks? Those stories vanish from view, leaving us with a distorted sense of reality. The same pattern appears everywhere, in fitness fads, investment advice, or even product reviews online. A few glowing testimonials can make something seem miraculous. "This drink changed my life," or "I lost weight overnight." Yet behind those stories, there may be hundreds of people who saw no change at all. In science, we don't rely on isolated experiences because they can't show patterns or prove causation. Real understanding comes from controlled studies, large systematic analyses that test ideas against thousands of cases, not just one. That doesn't mean stories are useless. Anecdotes can illuminate possibilities, spark curiosity, or draw attention to overlooked issues. A single account might inspire further research or compassion. But as evidence, as proof, they fall short. They show that something can happen, not that it usually does. It's comforting to believe stories because they feel personal. They help us make sense of uncertainty. But truth, especially scientific truth, often lives beyond our immediate experience. It's found in patterns that only emerge when we gather all the data, even the parts that don't fit our expectations. So when someone says, "I knew a man who did this and lived to 100, you might smile and appreciate the story for what it is, a beautiful reminder of human experience, but also remember what it isn't: evidence. The world is too vast, too complex to be understood through a handful of examples, no matter how compelling they sound. As you close your eyes tonight, think about how often we are drawn to the warmth of stories. They connect us, comfort us, and help us feel human. But they are just one piece of a larger picture. True understanding requires us to look beyond the single voice into the quiet chorus of evidence that surrounds us. Because while one story can touch the heart,
It's only by listening to many that we begin to hear the truth.
Number 27. Appeal to authority. Weak. When unqualified or irrelevant experts are treated as final judges. Imagine for a moment that you're sitting in a quiet room, the lights dimmed, the world slowing down for the night. On the television, a familiar face appears, a beloved actor, calm and confident, talking about a new vitamin that promises better health and longer life. Their voice is warm, persuasive, and sincere. You feel a small spark of trust. After all, you've seen them play doctors, scientists, heroes. They look like someone who knows what they're talking about. This feeling, that quiet trust in a person of status or authority, is deeply human. It's part of how our minds have always worked. From the time we are children, we learn to listen to those who seem to know more than we do: our parents, teachers, leaders, experts. Most of the time, this instinct serves us well, but sometimes it leads us astray, especially when authority replaces evidence. This tendency is known as the appeal to authority fallacy, or argumentum ad verecundium. It happens when someone tries to convince us of something not by presenting real proof, but simply by invoking the words of an authority figure. The logic is not, "Here is the evidence," but rather, "This person said so, and therefore it must be true." Now, it's important to understand that citing an expert isn't always wrong. In fact, genuine expertise, built on study, experience, and consensus, is one of humanity's most valuable tools. If a climate scientist discusses climate change, or a surgeon explains a medical procedure, that's not fallacious. It's sound reasoning grounded in knowledge. The problem begins when we rely on someone whose authority doesn't match the subject at hand. Take this example. A famous singer claims that a certain vitamin can cure cancer. Their fame might make their words spread quickly, but fame doesn't equal medical expertise. A singer's authority lies in music, not in oncology. Similarly, when a physicist comments on nutrition, or a politician claims expertise in epidemiology, their opinions carry less weight than those of actual specialists. Yet many of us instinctively believe them, simply because their status commands respect. Psychologists call this tendency authority bias. It's the natural inclination to give greater trust to people who appear to have power, prestige, or confidence. This bias runs deep in the human mind, shaped by centuries of social evolution. Early in life, we learn to obey parents, teachers, and figures who seem to know better. That habit persists into adulthood, where uniforms, titles, or even a lab coat can unconsciously signal credibility. One of the most striking demonstrations of this came from the Milgram experiments in 1961. In these studies, volunteers were instructed by a man in a white lab coat, a symbol of science, to administer electric shocks to another person. Each time the participant hesitated, the scientist calmly insisted they continue. Many obeyed, even when they believed they were causing real harm. Why? Because the authority of the lab coat was powerful enough to override their own moral instincts. The same psychological mechanism is at play in the appeal to authority fallacy. When someone we admire or trust speaks with confidence, whether it's a celebrity, a public figure, or even a well-dressed stranger, we instinctively defer to them. We feel the pull of obedience, even if their expertise lies somewhere else entirely. The problem is not trust itself, but misplaced trust. In today's world, this fallacy has become especially visible. Advertisements often use it subtly. A famous actor endorses a luxury car, calling it the safest on the road. The statement sounds convincing because of who says it, not because of tested data.
Political debates, too, are filled with appeals to authority, people citing prominent names rather than presenting factual support. And in the age of social media, where influence often outweighs qualification, we see authority bias amplified across millions of screens. But awareness brings balance. The antidote to weak appeals to authority is not cynicism, but curiosity. Instead of asking, "Who said this?" we can ask, "What evidence supports this? Does this person have expertise in the specific area they're speaking about? Is their opinion shared by others who are qualified in the same field? If not, the claim rests more on reputation than on reason." Of course, it's natural to want guidance. Life is complicated, and we can't be experts in everything. Sometimes, it's wise to trust qualified people who've spent years studying a topic. But even then, genuine authority doesn't fear questions, it welcomes them. True expertise doesn't hide behind fame or prestige, it opens itself to scrutiny, to testing, to discussion. So, as you drift toward sleep tonight, think about how easily we're influenced by the voices we admire, how effortlessly we confuse confidence with truth and prestige with wisdom. The next time someone makes a claim that feels persuasive because of who they are, take a quiet breath and ask yourself, what's the evidence? Real understanding often begins when we pause, when we listen not just to authority, but to reason itself. Because truth, unlike fame, needs no title to stand tall. It simply asks that we meet it with open eyes, patient thought, and the courage to think for ourselves.
Number 28. False cause, post hoc, cum hoc, when timing or correlation is mistaken for causation. There's something beautifully human about our need to make sense of the world, to look at two events and whisper to ourselves, "This must have caused that." It's part of how our minds bring order to the flow of life. But sometimes that same instinct leads us quietly astray. Tonight, we'll explore a gentle illusion our minds often create, one known in philosophy and logic as the false cause fallacy. In Latin, it has an elegant name, post hoc ergo propter hoc, which means after this, therefore because of this. It describes the mistake of assuming that just because one thing happens after another, the first must have caused the second. Imagine, for instance, you sneeze, and just as you do, the power in your house goes out. You might smile and joke, "I sneezed so hard I broke the electricity." Of course, deep down, you know it isn't true. But this little thought reveals something profound about how our minds work. The human brain is a master of pattern finding. From the earliest days of our species, this ability kept us alive. When our ancestors ate a red berry and later felt ill, it made perfect sense to connect those two events. The pattern was useful. It meant survival. But in the modern world, where events are often complex, intertwined, and invisible in their causes, that same instinct can deceive us. Psychologists call this tendency apophenia, the mind's habit of seeing meaningful connections between unrelated things. It's closely related to what scientists describe as an illusory correlation. Our brains hate coincidences. When we see a pattern, even a fragile one, like A happening before B, we instinctively fill in the story. A must have caused B. It feels natural, satisfying even, because it gives us the illusion of understanding. You've probably heard this reasoning in everyday life. Someone says, "I wore my new shirt to the game, and my team won. This shirt must be lucky." Or, "I started drinking herbal tea last month, and my headaches disappeared. It must be the tea."
The logic feels comforting because it gives us a sense of control. If one small thing causes another, then the world is predictable. But reality, especially in complex systems like health, society, or nature, doesn't always play by those simple rules. Consider another example. Suppose an advertisement says, "Since people started buying our vitamin supplement, national rates of diabetes have declined. Therefore, our product reduces diabetes." It sounds convincing, but the relationship is not necessarily causal. Many other factors could be at play: better medical treatments, changes in diet, or even simple coincidence. The fallacy lies in skipping the careful step of asking how one thing might cause another. True causation requires evidence, data gathered through controlled studies, repeated tests, and verified mechanisms. This error doesn't just appear in advertisements, it quietly shapes beliefs, traditions, and even superstitions. Throughout history, people have linked the appearance of comets to wars, eclipses to disasters, or dreams to destiny. Each time, the pattern felt meaningful because our brains crave connection. To recognize the world as chaotic feels unsettling, so we invent threads of reason, weaving randomness into stories that feel coherent. There's also another subtle bias at play: confirmation bias. Once we believe a pattern exists, we start noticing only the examples that confirm it. If you believe your shirt is lucky, every win reinforces the idea, while every loss becomes an exception you simply overlook. The mind protects its own illusion of cause. But understanding this fallacy doesn't mean we have to distrust every connection we see. It simply invites us to slow down, to ask gentle questions before drawing conclusions. When two things seem linked, we can pause and wonder, could something else be influencing both? Could coincidence, rather than causation, explain what I see? This kind of reflective thinking turns curiosity into clarity. Even Aristotle, over 2,000 years ago, warned about the danger of assuming that sequence means cause. He understood that timing alone is not enough to prove one thing leads to another. Today, scientists continue that legacy by building controlled experiments designed to separate coincidence from real causation. It's their way of honoring both the wonder and the discipline of human thought. If you think about it, this fallacy also touches something poetic in us: our desire to find meaning in the random, to see life as a chain of purpose rather than chance. It's what makes us human, our ability to look at the stars, at history, at the tiny details of daily life, and search for patterns that make sense of it all. The challenge is not to stop seeking patterns, but to hold them lightly, to know that some connections are real, while others are just the echoes of our imagination. So as you rest tonight, think of this. The world is full of patterns waiting to be discovered, but not all of them are true. Some are simply beautiful coincidences, moments where the rhythm of life aligns in ways that make us pause and smile. And that's all right. We can appreciate the magic of connection while still honoring the patience of evidence. Because real understanding doesn't rush to judgment. It listens, observes, and waits for truth to unfold. And maybe in that quiet waiting, we find something deeper than certainty. We find peace in the mystery itself.
Number 29. Weak analogy, when unlike things are treated as if they are the same in crucial ways.
Imagine for a moment that you're sitting beneath a soft light, the world quiet around you, and you hear someone say, "A government is just like a family. It must balance its budget and never spend more than it earns." The words sound reasonable at first, comforting even, because they use something familiar, the idea of a family, to make sense of something vast and complex, like a nation's economy. But as we sit with it longer, we begin to sense that something isn't quite right. The comparison feels tidy, yet the reality it describes is not. This is the subtle power and danger of what philosophers call a weak analogy, or sometimes a faulty analogy. It happens when two things are compared as if they're alike in meaningful ways, when in truth the similarities are only on the surface. It's a reasoning shortcut that seems logical at first glance, but quietly misleads us when examined more deeply. In our earlier example, the analogy between a government and a family falters because the two operate under entirely different rules. A family cannot print its own money. It cannot manage national infrastructure or control interest rates. A government, unlike a household, can borrow strategically to invest in projects that yield long-term benefits, like building schools, hospitals, or renewable energy systems. A family budget and a government economy may share the word spending, but their scales, tools, and purposes differ completely. The analogy feels familiar, yet it obscures more than it reveals.
Weak analogies often appear when someone wants to make a complex issue simple, and simplicity can be soothing, especially when the world feels confusing. Our brains naturally prefer clarity, stories, and patterns. Psychologists describe this as heuristic reasoning. We understand new or abstract ideas by linking them to familiar ones. When we learn, we build bridges of comparison between known and unknown, past and present. This is how a child understands gravity, by thinking of it as invisible hands pulling things down, or how an adult might think of neurons as wires carrying electrical signals. These analogies help us grasp reality, but when the comparison misses the essential differences, it starts to distort instead of enlighten. The human mind runs on two systems of thought, what Daniel Kahneman called System 1 and System 2. System 1 is fast, intuitive, emotional. It loves analogies because they feel right immediately. System 2 is slower, more deliberate, more skeptical. It pauses to ask, are these things really alike in the ways that matter? A weak analogy succeeds when we rely too much on our fast, intuitive brain and not enough on our reflective one. Think of another example. Someone says, guns are like hammers. They're both made of metal tools. If we restrict guns, we might as well ban hammers. At first, the comparison seems to make sense. Both are tools. But as we look closer, the difference becomes clear. A hammer is designed to build. A gun is designed to kill. Their purposes, their consequences, their very essence diverge entirely. By focusing on a superficial similarity, being metal tools, we ignore the deeper defining dissimilarity that truly matters. This kind of reasoning can appear everywhere, in political debates, advertising, and even moral discussions. A politician might compare abortion to slavery, or a company might claim that eating their energy bar is like having a balanced meal. Each of these examples draws its strength not from truth, but from emotional familiarity. The analogy feels persuasive because it invites us to think in metaphors. But the danger lies in what's left out, in the quiet gaps where reality doesn't fit the comparison. Psychologists call this representativeness bias, our tendency to believe that if two things look alike in some way, they must share deeper traits as well. This bias helped early humans survive. If one type of plant made us sick, it was wise to avoid similar-looking ones. But in modern reasoning, it can lead us astray. It makes us judge based on resemblance instead of relevance. The great philosophers of logic have long warned of this. Even Aristotle, more than 2,000 years ago, recognized that analogies are both powerful and perilous. They can clarify truth or conceal it. To use them wisely, we must ask a simple but profound question. Do the shared features actually support the conclusion being made? If not, the analogy, however elegant, becomes a trap, a story that feels right but isn't real. So, how can we guard against this gentle illusion? By slowing down. When we hear an analogy that seems convincing, we can take a moment to breathe, to think, to look beneath the surface. Ask yourself, what makes these two things truly comparable? What makes them different? Often the difference holds the truth we were meant to see. Analogies are like lanterns. They can illuminate or mislead, depending on where we place them. Used carefully, they help us understand the unfamiliar. Used carelessly, they cast long, comforting shadows that hide the details we most need to notice. As you prepare to rest tonight, think about how often we build our beliefs on comparisons that feel right at first, but crumble under quiet reflection. Remember that wisdom often comes not from the quick comfort of, "this is like that," but from the patient understanding that every idea, every issue, every person is unique in ways that deserve their own careful light. In a world that often seeks shortcuts to understanding, it's a rare and gentle strength to pause, to let your thoughts slow down, and to see things not as they seem alike, but as they truly are.
Number 30. Gambler's Fallacy. When past random events are believed to control future chance. Picture this. You're sitting at a small table, a coin resting in your palm. You flip it once, heads. Then again, heads. You flip it a third time, then a fourth,
And then a fifth. Each time, heads. You feel a quiet tension growing. Surely the next one must be tails, right? After all, it's only fair that things balance out. But here's the surprising truth. It doesn't have to. The next flip, just like every flip before it, is still perfectly 50-50, heads or tails. This gentle illusion, the belief that chance somehow owes us balance, is called the gambler's fallacy. It's one of the most enduring quirks of human thinking, woven into the psychology of luck, probability, and hope. It whispers that the past shapes the future, even when, mathematically, the two are completely independent. The fallacy gets its name from the casino floor, where the clatter of roulette wheels and the hum of slot machines seem to draw people into a rhythm of expectation. Imagine a roulette table where the ball lands on red 5 times in a row. The crowd leans forward, murmuring, "Black is due. It has to be black next." Yet the truth remains untouched by those streaks. The odds are exactly the same as they were before. Independent, unbending, and impartial. The wheel has no memory, and neither does the coin.
Statisticians and psychologists have studied this phenomenon for decades, especially after a famous incident in Monte Carlo in 1913. In a European casino that night, the roulette wheel landed on black 26 times in a row. Gamblers, convinced that red had to appear, kept doubling their bets on it. Many lost fortunes, trapped by the illusion that the universe would correct itself. It didn't. Randomness, it turns out, doesn't care about balance in the short run. It only reveals its symmetry over a much longer stretch of time. Statisticians and psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, who spent years studying how humans misunderstand chance, described the underlying cause of this fallacy as the representativeness heuristic. Our brains, they explained, hold a mental picture of what a random sequence should look like. If we imagine flipping a coin 10 times, we expect to see something like an even mix, perhaps 5 heads and 5 tails in a scattered order. When real life doesn't look like that, say when we get HHHHHH, our minds rebel. It feels wrong. This sense of imbalance triggers what psychologists call the law of small numbers. It's the mistaken belief that even a tiny sample, like 5 coin flips, should reflect the grand average of probability. When it doesn't, our minds try to fix the pattern. We tell ourselves that tails is due, that nature will somehow restore equilibrium. But in truth, probability doesn't correct itself with each flip. It simply resets. Each event is its own universe, untouched by what came before. This pattern-seeking instinct is part of something deeper, an evolutionary gift, and at times a cognitive trap. Our ancestors survived by recognizing patterns. Seeing footprints meant prey was near. Dark clouds meant rain. The ability to infer cause from coincidence kept us alive. But in the abstract world of probability and statistics, this same instinct misfires. We see meaning in randomness, order in chaos, destiny in chance. Psychologists call this apophenia, our brain's tendency to perceive patterns even where none exist. The gambler's fallacy doesn't just live in casinos. It appears quietly in daily life. A student might think, I've done poorly on 3 exams, surely I'll do well on the next one. Or an investor might believe, the stock has gone down 5 days in a row, it has to rise tomorrow. But just like the coin, each event unfolds independently. Markets, like roulette wheels and weather patterns, follow probabilities, not personal justice. There's a sister illusion called the hot hand fallacy, the belief that success breeds more success. If someone makes several basketball shots in a row, we assume they're on fire. In contrast, the gambler's fallacy works in reverse. It insists that luck must turn, that losing streaks will end soon because they have to. Both fallacies spring from the same root, our discomfort with randomness, our yearning for balance in an unpredictable world. Understanding the fallacy doesn't mean giving up hope. It simply teaches us humility in the face of chance. True randomness doesn't owe us fairness in the moment. It delivers fairness only across the vast stretch of time. Each flip of the coin, each spin of the wheel, each roll of the dice is a small reminder that not everything unfolds according to pattern or plan. So the next time life gives you a streak of wins or losses, of calm days or restless ones, pause for a moment. Remember that not every sequence carries meaning. Sometimes the universe simply unfolds in ways that look uneven because we are watching from so close. From a distance,
The balance always returns, but never in the way we expect. As you drift toward rest tonight, let that thought comfort you. The world's patterns are grander than the short-term streaks we see. In the quiet rhythm of chance and choice, luck and patience, everything eventually finds its balance, not because it is due, but because that is how the universe, over time, evens out its song.
Number 31. Sunk Cost Fallacy. When past investment traps us in bad decisions.
Imagine you're sitting quietly at the end of a long day. The world around you is slowing down, and so is your mind. Let's reflect on one of the most subtle traps in human reasoning, something we all fall into from time to time: the sunk cost fallacy. It's a simple idea with a powerful emotional pull. We keep doing something, not because it's working, but because we've already invested too much to stop. You've likely felt it before, that quiet whisper that says, "I've come this far. I can't just walk away now." Think of watching a show that lost its charm seasons ago, yet you keep pressing next episode because you've already watched so many. Or staying in a job that drains you because you've spent years building your career there. Or even holding on to a relationship that's lost its warmth because of all the time and emotion already poured into it. All of these moments share the same invisible thread: the refusal to accept that what's been spent is gone. Economists call this a sunk cost: time, money, or effort that can never be recovered. Rationally, those past costs should not influence your next choice. The only thing that truly matters is the future, whether continuing brings more benefit or more loss. Yet the human mind rarely sees it that way. We are emotional creatures, deeply wired to avoid pain, even the quiet pain of admitting something we once believed in no longer works. Psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky explored this in what's known as prospect theory. They discovered something deeply human. We feel the pain of loss far more intensely than the pleasure of gain. In fact, losing something hurts about twice as much as gaining the same thing feels good. So when we consider quitting something we've invested in, our brain treats it like accepting a loss, and that hurts. To escape that pain, we often double down. We tell ourselves, maybe if I try a bit harder, it will all pay off. This tendency has a name: escalation of commitment. It's the emotional engine that keeps the sunk cost fallacy alive. We invest more, hoping to redeem what we've lost, like throwing good money after bad, or digging deeper into a hole, believing the way out is at the bottom. One famous example is the Concorde project, a joint effort by Britain and France to build a supersonic passenger jet in the 1960s. Even after realizing the project was commercially unviable, both governments kept funding it simply because so much had already been spent. Economists still refer to this as the Concorde fallacy. The same pattern appears in everyday life too. A person might say, "I've waited 45 minutes for this bus, I can't give up now." But whether the bus comes in 1 minute or 1 hour has nothing to do with how long we've waited. The time already spent is gone. The real question is whether waiting longer still makes sense now. Researchers Hal Arks and Catherine Bloomer illustrated this in a 1985 study. They found that people consistently make irrational decisions when reminded of their prior investments.
When participants were told they had already paid for something, they were far more likely to stick with it, even when doing so made no sense. At its heart, the sunk cost fallacy is not about logic, it's about emotion. It's about our deep need for meaning. We don't want to feel that our effort, time, or money was wasted. But the truth is gentler than we think. Letting go doesn't erase what we've done. Every step, even the missteps, taught us something. A rational mind would ask, what matters now? What decision serves my future, not my past? When we learn to focus on future costs and benefits rather than on what's already gone, we start making decisions from clarity instead of fear. In business, this may mean ending a failing project. In government, it may mean admitting a costly mistake instead of justifying continued losses. In personal life, it may mean stepping out of something that no longer brings joy or growth. Cutting losses doesn't mean failure. It means wisdom. It means recognizing that persistence is admirable, but only when it serves a living purpose, not a memory of one. So as you lie back tonight, perhaps you can think of something you've been holding on to, an old plan, a project, or even a belief, simply because of what it once cost you. And maybe, just maybe, you can begin to see that it's okay to stop, that sometimes the most rational, peaceful, and courageous choice is to let go.
Number 32. Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. When patterns are found after the fact to fit a story. Picture a quiet night sky, vast and speckled with stars. As you gaze upward, your mind begins to trace invisible lines between the brightest points. Soon, familiar shapes emerge, maybe a hunter, a bear, or a swan gliding through the darkness. What began as random lights scattered across the heavens now forms constellations, stories, and meanings. This, in essence, is how the human mind works. We are natural pattern seekers, connecting dots where there may be none. And while this ability helps us make sense of the world, it also makes us vulnerable to one of the most deceptive reasoning errors, the Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy. The name comes from a humorous metaphor. Imagine a person firing bullets at the side of a barn in random directions. Then, after seeing where the bullets hit, they paint a target around the tightest cluster of holes and proudly declare themselves a sharpshooter. The shots came first, the target came later. In that same way, people sometimes look at random data, find a cluster that seems meaningful, and then build a story around it, pretending the pattern was there all along. This fallacy in daily life shows up in subtle but powerful ways. Imagine someone pointing to a few violent crimes in a single neighborhood and concluding that the entire area is dangerous, while ignoring the hundreds of peaceful days and uneventful streets that never make the news. Or a person reading that one small village has a much lower rate of a certain disease and immediately assuming that its drinking water or traditional diet must be miraculous, while forgetting that among thousands of villages, pure coincidence will always produce a few statistical outliers. At its core, the Texas Sharpshooter Fallacy is a form of cherry-picking, selecting data points that fit a preferred story while quietly ignoring the rest. It's a close cousin of confirmation bias, where we focus on evidence that supports our beliefs and overlook what contradicts them. Psychologists call this tendency apophenia, the mind's impulse to perceive meaningful connections in random information. It's what makes us see faces in clouds, hear hidden messages in noise, or believe coincidences must have deeper significance. Another name for it is the clustering illusion, the mistaken belief that random events
are meaningfully grouped together. Scientists and statisticians are well aware of this trap. In research, the Texas sharpshooter fallacy often occurs when someone examines a large set of data and, after finding an interesting pattern, presents it as if it was predicted from the start. But true science demands the opposite approach. Hypotheses must come first, before the data is tested. When we create explanations after seeing the results, we risk turning coincidence into false discovery. This is why rigorous studies use what's called multiple comparison correction, a safeguard to prevent random clusters from being mistaken for real effects. The fallacy doesn't just live in science, it's everywhere, woven into how we interpret the world. Politicians might use it by highlighting a few quotes from an opponent, stripped of context, to paint them as inconsistent or untrustworthy. Advertisers might do it when promoting a product, showcasing a few glowing testimonials while hiding countless neutral or negative reviews. Even in our personal lives, we may fall into this trap, seeing signs that a relationship is meant to be because of a few shared coincidences while overlooking evidence that points in another direction. The human mind is beautifully wired for pattern recognition. It's what helped our ancestors survive, spotting movement in tall grass or reading the skies for signs of weather. But in the modern world, that same gift can turn against us. Our longing for meaning can lead us to draw targets around random clusters of experience, convincing ourselves that we've found truth when we've only found coincidence. Recognizing this fallacy doesn't mean we should stop looking for patterns. It simply means learning to pause and ask the right questions. Did this pattern exist before we started looking for it? Are we seeing the whole picture, or just the parts that tell the story we want to believe? Have we checked all the data, or only the pieces that make us feel certain? A wise thinker once said that real understanding begins when we can tolerate uncertainty. The Texas sharpshooter fallacy tempts us to erase uncertainty too soon, to make the world feel tidier than it really is. But life, like the night sky, is full of randomness and wonder. Some patterns are real, others are illusions born from our imagination. So, as you drift toward sleep tonight, let this thought linger gently. Not every cluster of stars is a constellation, and not every coincidence is a sign. The world is full of patterns, but wisdom lies in knowing which ones are true.
Number 33. Argument from silence, when lack of mention is treated as decisive proof. There's a special kind of silence that makes the mind uneasy. You send a message to someone and hours pass with no reply. Or you make a suggestion at work and no one says anything. That silence starts to whisper stories into your thoughts. They must agree, or perhaps they must be angry. But in truth, silence doesn't always speak the language we think it does. And when we treat it as proof, we fall into a subtle but common reasoning trap known as the argument from silence. This fallacy happens when we draw conclusions based not on what is said, but on what is not said. It's when someone assumes they didn't mention it, so it must not be true, or he didn't deny my accusation, so he must be guilty. The mind takes the absence of words and fills the gap with its own meaning. Yet silence, by its very nature, can mean almost anything. It might mean agreement. It might mean confusion. It might mean someone didn't see the message or simply had nothing to add. In history and science, there are rare moments when silence can indeed carry weight. Scholars sometimes note that if an ancient record should have mentioned a major event but doesn't, that absence might suggest the event never happened. Imagine searching a sealed chest for a toy and finding it empty. You can reasonably infer that the toy isn't inside. But most of the time, especially in human communication and everyday reasoning,
The argument from silence is misleading. When there's no clear reason to expect a response, assuming silence as proof of truth or falsehood creates illusion instead of insight. Psychologists link this fallacy to something called the appeal to ignorance, a bias where we use the absence of evidence as though it were evidence itself. It plays into a deep discomfort with uncertainty. The human mind doesn't like not knowing. It seeks closure, even if that closure is imagined. This is where phrases like absence of evidence is not evidence of absence remind us to tread carefully. Just because we haven't heard something doesn't mean it isn't there. The unknown is simply unknown. Another bias at play here is negativity bias, our tendency to assume the worst in the absence of clarity. When someone doesn't respond to our message, we may fear they're ignoring us or angry, when in reality, they might just be busy, asleep, or unsure how to reply. The silence is neutral. It's our thoughts that turn it into meaning. The ambiguity effect adds another layer. We dislike uncertainty so much that we'd rather believe an incorrect story than accept not knowing. Consider a workplace example. You propose a new plan in an email and say, "If anyone disagrees, please reply." No one responds. You might think, "Perfect, everyone agrees." But that's not necessarily true. Silence could mean agreement, yes, but it could just as easily mean that your message was overlooked or people were hesitant to disagree publicly. The truth is unknowable unless there's actual confirmation. The argument from silence appears in many forms: political debates, relationships, even historical analysis. A politician might say, "My opponent hasn't denied these accusations, so they must be true." A friend might think, "She didn't wish me a happy birthday, so she must be upset." Yet in both cases, there are countless explanations for the silence, and leaping to one conclusion ignores that complexity. In critical thinking, the best approach is often the most humble, to pause and say, "We don't know yet." That sentence, simple, honest, and calm, is one of the hardest truths for the human mind to accept. But it's also one of the wisest. Recognizing uncertainty isn't weakness, it's intellectual maturity. So, as you rest tonight, consider how often silence has made you uneasy, how many times you filled the quiet with imagined meaning. Remember that silence is not always a secret message waiting to be decoded. Sometimes it's just silence, a space to breathe, to wait, and to allow truth to unfold in its own time. The next time your mind rushes to fill that silence, let it pause. Let it rest in the unknown. Because in that quiet space, you may discover something more valuable than an answer: peace with not knowing.
Number 34. Moving the goalposts. When standards change whenever the other side meets them.
There's something deeply satisfying about meeting a goal, crossing a finish line, ticking a box, or finally proving a point. But imagine that just as you reach the end, someone quietly pushes the finish line a little farther away. You run harder, reach it again, and once more, it's moved. That endless, shifting finish line is the essence of a reasoning trap called moving the goalposts. It happens when someone changes the criteria of success after the original standard has already been met. Picture a teacher telling a student, "You need to score 80% to pass." The student studies hard, achieves 81, and feels proud, until the teacher suddenly says, "Actually, your test also had to be submitted before 10 o'clock. The rule has shifted not because of new information, but because of a refusal to acknowledge success. Logically, this is unfair. The original conditions have been altered not to clarify the truth, but to preserve a judgment that should have changed. This fallacy often takes the form of moving promises. Someone says, "I'll believe it when you show me evidence." The evidence arrives, but instead of accepting it, they respond, "That's not enough. I also need proof of something else." The goal keeps changing again and again until belief becomes impossible. In essence, no amount of evidence will ever satisfy the demand, because the demand is not really about discovery, it's about defense. Psychologists describe this as motivated reasoning. It's reasoning designed not to find the truth, but to protect an existing belief or identity. When faced with facts that challenge their view, people sometimes invent new hurdles to avoid admitting they might be wrong. It's also known as an ad hoc rescue, a spontaneous attempt to rescue a failing belief by adding extra conditions. It's a quiet psychological shield, keeping us safe from the discomfort of changing our minds. Consider a simple example. One person says, "You're not a real artist because you've never sold a painting." The artist smiles and says, "Actually, I just sold one last week." Instead of accepting that as evidence, the critic replies, "Well, you're not a great artist unless your work hangs in a major museum." The goal has moved again. The original point has been met, but the standard shifts upward, endlessly protecting the critic's sense of being right. We've all encountered this in one form or another. Sometimes we even do it to ourselves. You might set a goal, say to exercise 3 times a week, and when you manage it, instead of feeling satisfied, you raise the bar to 5. Or you promise yourself you'll feel confident once you achieve something, only to change the definition of success as soon as you get there. The mind, always hungry for progress, sometimes forgets to honor completion. At its core, moving the goalposts is not just a logical mistake, it's an emotional defense. It's a way of keeping control in a conversation or preserving a cherished belief from being dismantled. Admitting that someone else's point is valid can feel like a small loss of identity, especially in debates about politics, religion, or personal values. So rather than accept new evidence, the mind redefines what counts. It's not truth we're chasing then, it's the comfort of staying consistent with what we already think. But in science and fair reasoning, standards must stay steady unless new evidence genuinely changes them. When criteria shift without reason, truth becomes impossible to reach. It's like trying to measure distance with a ruler that keeps changing length. Rational thought requires that we set clear, testable conditions before making claims, and that we stick to them once they've been met. Ethically, moving the goalposts erodes trust. It frustrates dialogue and discourages honest effort. If every success is dismissed by new requirements, people stop trying. In relationships, this can feel like never being good enough. In public debates, it creates endless argument without resolution. True fairness means recognizing when the bar has been met and having the humility to say, "You're right, I stand corrected." So, tonight, as you lie in stillness, perhaps you can think of moments in your life when the finish line kept moving, whether by others or by yourself. Ask gently, did the change arise from genuine growth or from resistance to acceptance? Sometimes wisdom lies in stopping where we said we would stop.
to acknowledge that the goal has been reached, the point proven, the effort complete. Because letting truth stand still, even for a moment, is one of the quietest forms of peace.
Part 4. Fallacies of ambiguity.
Number 35. Equivocation. When a word quietly changes meaning mid-argument. Language is a wonderful but tricky thing. With just a few sounds or symbols, we can express entire worlds of thought, emotion, and imagination. Yet, hidden within this gift lies a quiet vulnerability, a way words can twist and change meaning without us even noticing. This is where a subtle reasoning trap emerges, one that philosophers have known for centuries. It's called equivocation, using the same word in two different senses within an argument, creating the illusion of logic where none exists. Imagine someone saying, "Giving money to charity is the right thing to do. Therefore, charities have a right to our money." At first, it sounds persuasive, almost poetic in its symmetry. But listen more closely. In the first part, right means morally good. In the second, it means a legal entitlement. The word remains the same, but its meaning quietly shifts, like a shadow changing shape as the sun moves. This hidden shift makes the reasoning seem sound, when in truth, it's built on sand. The fallacy of equivocation is one of humanity's oldest linguistic pitfalls. Aristotle himself analyzed it in his works on logic, noting how easily arguments can crumble when words wander from one sense to another. Later, medieval thinkers like Thomas Aquinas explored it further, understanding that precision in language was essential to clarity in thought. The problem is not that words have multiple meanings, that's part of what makes language beautiful, but that we often fail to notice when those meanings switch midstream. Psychologists today would call this a semantic priming effect. Our brains, operating in what Daniel Kahneman describes as its System 1 mode, fast, intuitive, and effortless, tend to assume consistency. When we hear a familiar word repeated, we instinctively believe it means the same thing each time. Our slower, more analytical system, too, doesn't always step in to question the subtle difference. In other words, the word deceives not by changing its sound, but by quietly shifting its soul. Think of the word law. When someone speaks of the laws of physics, they're describing the fundamental regularities of nature, unchanging and descriptive. But when we hear about laws of government, those are human-made rules, subject to debate, revision, and power. Confusing the two can lead to errors in reasoning, as if moral or social laws were as unbreakable as gravity. Politicians and media speakers sometimes play on this overlap, using the same word to evoke authority while changing its context. Another charming example of equivocation comes from humor, a parking sign that reads, "Fine for parking here." Someone might smile and say, "It's fine, so it must be okay to park here," interpreting fine as acceptable. But the intended meaning, of course, is a monetary penalty. The humor works precisely because of the dual meanings hidden in one simple word. This fallacy doesn't always appear in jokes. It often surfaces in serious debates, advertising, and even scientific discussions. When a company claims that its product is natural, what does that mean? Natural as in not synthetic? Or natural as in good for you? The ambiguity can mislead, blending moral or emotional associations with a completely different technical definition. That's the quiet power of equivocation. It lets language blur the line between truth and persuasion. To guard against it,
The first step is awareness. Whenever an argument seems too smooth, too neatly phrased, it's worth pausing and asking, does this word mean the same thing here as it did before? If the answer is no, the reasoning may be built on a shifting foundation. Precision is not about being pedantic. It's about protecting meaning from being twisted by convenience or rhetoric. Language is alive. It evolves, bends, and adapts. But in reasoning, clarity is a kind of kindness. When we use words carefully, we build bridges of understanding instead of walls of confusion. So the next time a familiar word slips effortlessly through an argument, take a quiet moment to listen, not just to the sound of the word, but to the subtle change in what it stands for. As you rest tonight, you might reflect on how much of life depends on shared meanings. Words connect us, but they can also mislead when we stop listening deeply. In that awareness, there is peace. Because understanding begins not with speaking, but with hearing, gently, thoughtfully, and with care for what each word truly means.
Number 36. Amphibole. When unclear grammar lets a sentence mislead. Language, for all its beauty, can sometimes behave like a trickster. It dances between meanings, plays with structure, and, if we're not careful, quietly misleads us. One of the most fascinating and subtle ways it does this is through something called amphibole. It's a word that sounds a little mysterious, and in a way, it is. Amphibole happens not because a single word has two meanings, but because the grammar of a sentence allows for more than one interpretation. Imagine reading a sentence like, I saw a man on a hill with a telescope. At first, it sounds clear, but if you pause, you realize it could mean many things. Did I use the telescope to see the man? Or did the man himself have the telescope? Or perhaps we were both on the hill, surrounded by telescopes. This gentle confusion, born not from words themselves, but from the way they are arranged, is the essence of amphibole. The problem of ambiguous structure has intrigued thinkers for thousands of years. Even Aristotle, one of the earliest philosophers to analyze logic and language, warned about the dangers of unclear syntax. He observed how sentences could deceive not by what they said, but by how they were built. A famous example goes something like this. Tests show that the dog is not part wolf. It sounds straightforward until you stop to ask, who exactly is not part wolf? The dog or the person conducting the test? Our brains, remarkable as they are, sometimes fall for this kind of ambiguity because of how they process language. Psychologists call it a parsing error. When we hear or read a sentence, the mind instinctively breaks it into parts, assigning meaning as it goes. We don't usually stop to analyze every possible structure. We just go with the first interpretation that feels natural. But when a sentence is grammatically flexible, that quick instinct can lead us astray. In daily life, amphibole is everywhere. Newspaper headlines, for example, are a breeding ground for it. Their short, punchy style often invites double meanings. Imagine glancing at a headline that reads, "Hospitals sued by 7-foot doctors." At first glance, you might picture towering giants in white coats. But on second thought, perhaps it means 7 doctors who specialize in feet, podiatrists. The grammar leaves it open, and our imagination fills the gap. This ambiguity is not always intentional.
Often, it's just the natural byproduct of language trying to fit complex ideas into simple shapes. Our short-term memory processes information in fragments, and if those fragments are arranged loosely, the meaning can shift like water in a glass. Still, sometimes amphiboly is used deliberately to persuade, confuse, or mislead. In politics, advertising, or even courtroom arguments, a speaker might phrase something vaguely, letting listeners interpret it in whatever way suits their hopes or fears. When such ambiguity is exploited to make a weak argument seem stronger, it becomes what logicians call the fallacy of amphiboly. In fields like law, diplomacy, or science, where every word carries weight, clarity becomes a moral duty. A single misplaced comma or an ambiguous phrase can change outcomes dramatically. Legal contracts are written with extraordinary care for this reason, not to sound formal, but to avoid the traps of amphiboly. The same is true in international treaties, where the meaning of a single line can affect peace or conflict. Yet there's also something poetic in this imperfection. Amphiboly reminds us that language is alive, not a machine, but a mirror of the human mind. It reflects both our precision and our playfulness. It shows how deeply our thoughts depend on structure and how small changes in order can ripple through meaning. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might reflect on how easily meaning slips through the cracks of grammar. The next time you hear an ambiguous phrase or a puzzling headline, pause for a moment. Notice how your mind tries to make sense of it. Language, after all, is not just a tool. It's a living dance between thought and sound, between clarity and confusion. And in that dance, amphiboly is the soft blur at the edges, the moment when the music of meaning takes an unexpected turn, inviting us to listen a little more closely.
Number 37. Composition. When parts traits are imposed on the whole. When we look at something beautiful, something that feels perfectly whole, a symphony, a sunset, a well-built home, it's easy to believe that the harmony we see is simply the sum of its parts. Yet just as often, reality is more delicate, more intricate, and far less predictable. This quiet misunderstanding of how parts and wholes relate lies at the heart of a reasoning trap called the fallacy of composition. The idea is simple, but its implications are profound. It's the mistake of assuming that what is true of the parts must also be true of the whole. Imagine a group of star athletes, each one strong, skillful, and individually brilliant. It feels natural to assume that if every player is exceptional, their team must be unbeatable. But experience tells us otherwise. Talent doesn't always translate to teamwork. A team's success depends not only on individual skill, but on chemistry, trust, and rhythm, qualities that arise only when the parts come together. This fallacy is one of the oldest ever identified. Aristotle himself, in his writings on logic, pointed out how easily our minds slip into it. He recognized that the human brain often craves simplicity. We want the world to be additive, for truths to stack neatly like building blocks. But nature and society
rarely work that way. In Aristotle's words, and echoed later by countless philosophers, what's true of the parts is not necessarily true of the whole. In modern terms, psychologists might call this a failure to understand emergent properties. A whole, whether it's a forest, a friendship, or an economy, often behaves differently from the elements that make it up. The human mind, however, tends to take mental shortcuts. It assumes that if each ingredient is good, the mixture must be better. But as anyone who's ever cooked knows, that isn't always so. The finest ingredients can still combine into a dish that doesn't quite work. Salt, sugar, and spices each have their beauty alone, but together they can clash if not balanced with care. This same mistake shows up in countless places. In engineering, someone might assume that because every component of a machine performs well on its own, the machine as a whole must be flawless. But systems have interactions, friction points, and feedback loops. In business, a company might gather the brightest people from each department, expecting excellence to multiply automatically, only to discover that miscommunication, rivalry, or ego prevents collaboration. Even in families and communities, the idea repeats. Individual success doesn't always guarantee collective harmony. Our brains fall into this pattern because we long for order. It's comforting to believe that good parts make a good whole, just as we'd like to think that goodness itself is easily scalable. But the world operates in layers. It's full of interactions, tiny exchanges between parts that create new, unpredictable qualities. Scientists call this emergence, when complex behaviors arise from simple components, producing something entirely new. Think of water. Its molecules are made of hydrogen and oxygen, both gases. Yet, when they bond, they form a liquid that can flow, freeze, and sustain life. The whole is something neither part could ever be alone. The fallacy of composition reminds us to pause and look beyond simplicity. It invites us to notice how systems, groups, and relationships have lives of their own. A forest isn't just a collection of trees. It's a breathing network of soil, fungi, roots, and light. A symphony isn't merely notes and instruments. It's emotion, timing, and silence woven together. In daily life, this awareness can bring humility. When we make judgments about teams, policies, or even people, it helps to remember that the sum is not always what we expect. The best individuals may not form the best group. The strongest materials may not yield the strongest structure. And the most beautiful words may not create the most truthful sentence. Good reasoning, like good living, requires patience with complexity. It asks us to resist easy conclusions and to look at how things interact, not just what they are. The fallacy of composition isn't merely an error. It's a mirror showing how deeply we wish the world to be simple, when in fact, it's endlessly intricate. So, as you settle in to rest tonight, think of the systems that surround you, the family, the city, the universe itself. Each part matters, but their harmony is something greater and subtler, something that cannot be predicted by looking at any single piece. Like a melody emerging from separate notes, or a feeling rising from shared silence, the whole is always something more, and that is one of the quietest, most beautiful truths of all.
Number 38. Division. When the whole's traits are imposed on each part. Sometimes, our minds like to see the world in simple shapes, clean, logical, and predictable. We notice how things fit together and assume they stay that way, no matter how closely we look. But the truth, as always, is softer, more intricate. One of the ways our reasoning quietly misleads us is through what philosophers call the fallacy of division, the mistaken belief that what's true of the whole must also be true of its parts. Imagine hearing that a soccer team has just become world champion. Instinctively, you might think every player must be the best in the world, yet deep down, we know that isn't how teams work. A great team is more than the sum of its stars. It could include players who are steady, not spectacular, individuals who might never make headlines, but whose quiet reliability holds everything together. To assume that the team's greatness automatically applies to every member is to overlook how complex success really is. This fallacy is the mirror image of another, the fallacy of composition, which assumes the opposite, that what's true of the parts must be true of the whole. Both reveal something about the way our minds like to reason. We prefer simplicity. We want patterns that hold at every level, like a perfect reflection in a mirror. But reality is not built that way. What's true for a group doesn't always translate cleanly to each individual within it. Philosophers have recognized this error since ancient times. Aristotle, in his writings on logic, warned against assuming that the properties of a whole number or system must also belong to each of its elements. Centuries later, the lesson remains the same. What seems logically elegant may crumble under closer inspection. The fallacy of division invites us to look beyond appearances, to see that wholes and parts, though connected, often live by different rules. In modern psychology and statistics, this kind of mistake is known as the ecological fallacy. It happens when we observe a general trend in a group and mistakenly believe it must hold true for every individual within that group. If a country is wealthy, we might assume that every person who lives there must be wealthy too. But look closer and you'll see vast differences, regions that flourish and others that struggle. Wealth, like almost everything else, distributes unevenly. The same thinking fuels many of the stereotypes we encounter in daily life. When we hear that a school is excellent, we might assume every student is gifted. When we read that a company is corrupt, we might picture every employee as dishonest. But real human life rarely fits such neat boxes. Groups are made of individuals, each with their own story, circumstances, and contradictions. The mind, however, loves shortcuts. It saves effort by generalizing, filling in blanks, and assuming uniformity where diversity thrives. The fallacy of division can also appear in the smallest corners of daily reasoning. Consider a simple statement:
This cake is made from premium ingredients, so every ingredient must be perfect. But perfection in a recipe depends not only on the quality of each part, but on balance, combination, and proportion. A teaspoon of salt might taste unpleasant on its own, yet it brings out the richness of chocolate or the sweetness of caramel. The beauty of the whole does not guarantee the beauty of each piece in isolation. In science and society alike, this fallacy has caused many misunderstandings. A nation can have strong institutions while individuals within it face hardship. A thriving ecosystem may include decay and death as necessary parts of renewal. Even the human body illustrates this truth beautifully. You are more than your heartbeat, your brain, or your lungs. None of these parts alone can laugh, dream, or love, but together they make something greater. Recognizing the fallacy of division isn't just a matter of logic, it's an act of empathy. It reminds us that individuals deserve to be seen for who they are, not just as fragments of a larger image. It teaches us to slow down, to question assumptions, and to look at the world with curiosity instead of judgment. When we resist the urge to treat people as representatives of their groups, we open ourselves to the richness of human variety. So, tonight, as the day winds down, perhaps you can think of the systems and communities that surround you, the workplace, the country, the family, even the planet itself. Each is a whole, but within live countless differences, each one meaningful in its own way. The whole may shine, but the parts, flawed, diverse, and wonderfully unique, are what make it alive. Understanding this brings a kind of quiet wisdom. It softens the edges of certainty and makes space for compassion. Because to see the world clearly is to know that not every leaf reflects the entire forest, and not every wave mirrors the ocean, but each belongs to something greater, and each tells a story of its own.
Number 39. Accent fallacy. When emphasis changes what the words seem to say. Language is one of humanity's most beautiful inventions. It lets us share ideas, express feelings, and build bridges of understanding across time and culture. But hidden within its beauty is something subtle. A quiet power that can twist meaning without changing a single word. This is the accent fallacy. A gentle reminder that sometimes how we say something matters just as much as what we say. The accent fallacy happens when the meaning of a statement changes simply because one word, phrase, or tone is emphasized differently. It's not about adding or removing information. It's about shifting the spotlight. The words stay the same, yet the message changes. For example, take the sentence, "I did not tell her to steal the money." It seems straightforward, doesn't it? But now, listen carefully as the emphasis moves. If we stress the word tell, it becomes, "I did not tell her to steal the money," which might imply that perhaps I hinted at it. If the stress falls on her, the sentence turns into, "I did not tell her to steal the money,"
suggesting maybe I told someone else. And if we emphasize steal, the tone becomes almost defensive. I did not tell her to steal the money, implying that I only encouraged her to borrow it. The words are identical, yet each version tells a different story. This fallacy has been known since the days of Aristotle, who noted how easily tone and emphasis could bend meaning in speech. In his time, Greek was an inflected language, its meaning heavily influenced by tone and structure. So a small shift in emphasis could dramatically alter a sentence's sense. Today, in our global world of varied languages and cultures, the same effect still holds true. A raised eyebrow, a change in rhythm, or a pause at the wrong moment can reshape truth into something else entirely. The accent fallacy is not just a linguistic curiosity. It plays a real role in daily life, often in ways we don't notice.
Think of a politician on stage repeating the same sentence with different stresses. Tax cuts favor us, or tax cuts favor us. The first might sound defensive, the second triumphant. Or picture a news headline written without punctuation. Its ambiguity can invite multiple interpretations. In writing, even italics, bold text, or quotation marks can subtly steer readers toward one emotional conclusion over another. Psychologists would call this a matter of pragmatics, the study of how meaning depends on context and delivery. Our brains are wired to fill in gaps and interpret tone. We infer intention from emphasis even when none is meant. That's why in text messages or emails, where tone can't be heard, misunderstandings often arise. A single misplaced word or punctuation mark can transform warmth into coldness, humor into insult. The accent fallacy reminds us how deeply human communication depends on shared understanding. It's not just about logic or grammar, it's about trust. When someone speaks with sincerity, we feel it. When emphasis feels manipulative, something within us hesitates. Skilled speakers, politicians, advertisers, even storytellers sometimes play on this instinct, using tone or structure to guide our feelings without altering the facts. But this fallacy also teaches a gentler lesson. It reminds us to listen carefully, to slow down and notice not just the words themselves, but the way they're delivered. When a friend says something that feels off, perhaps it's worth asking, "Do you mean this? Or do you mean that?" When a sentence in an article seems loaded, maybe we pause to wonder whether emphasis or framing has shaped its impact. Clarity, after all, is a shared responsibility. In a world filled with voices, spoken, written, and digital, language remains one of our most powerful tools. But it's also fragile, like glass. The accent fallacy shows how easily meaning can shift with a whisper, a stress, or a pause. To speak well,
We must not only choose our words wisely, but deliver them with care. So as you rest tonight, you might reflect on the gentle music of language, the rhythm of speech, the rise and fall of tone, and the way words can both unite and divide. A simple change in emphasis can make a truth sound like a lie, or a lie sound like truth. Yet when used with honesty and empathy, tone becomes something magical, a bridge between hearts. Because in the end, every word carries more than meaning. It carries emotion, intention, and trust. And understanding that, the silent power of how we speak, is what turns mere language into true connection.
Number 40. Quoting out of context, contextomy, when a slice of speech distorts the speaker's real meaning. In every conversation, every speech, and every written word, context is what gives language its shape, like the frame that holds a painting. Without it, meaning can twist, fragment, or even turn into its opposite. One of the most common and quietly deceptive ways this happens is through what philosophers and logicians call quoting out of context, or contextomy. At its heart, this fallacy occurs when someone takes a statement, often just a few words, and removes it from the situation, tone, or paragraph that gives it meaning. Imagine someone saying, "We do not sanction violence," but later a critic shares only the fragment, "We sanction violence." With one missing word, the meaning has been turned upside down. What was once a message of peace now sounds like an endorsement of harm. The words are real, but the truth behind them has been distorted. This act of selective quoting has existed as long as rhetoric itself. Aristotle warned that the misuse of another's words could mislead just as powerfully as a false argument. Today, it remains one of the most frequent fallacies in politics, journalism, and online communication. In a world that moves at the speed of headlines and sound bites, snippets of speech are lifted from their surroundings, edited for impact, and reshaped into something the speaker never intended. Think of a politician giving a long, nuanced speech about policy, balancing optimism with caution. The next morning's news headline might pull just one phrase, "We are failing." It's not a lie exactly, those words were spoken, but stripped of what came before and after, the meaning shifts entirely. The audience seeing only that phrase feels outrage or despair, unaware that in its full form, the sentence may have expressed determination, not defeat. Psychologists describe this as an anchoring and framing effect. Once we hear a statement, especially one that sounds authoritative or emotionally charged, it anchors itself in our memory. Our brains tend to stop there. We rarely go back to check the source. The framing of a quote, the way it's presented, can make us believe something false without ever telling an outright lie. It's a subtle manipulation of trust. Advertisers know this well. Picture a movie poster proudly displaying a critic's line, a brilliant masterpiece. What the poster doesn't show is the rest of the sentence, of utter garbage. The review was negative, but by slicing out a fragment, the meaning becomes gloriously positive. The audience sees what they want to see, and few will bother to look for the full review. In a way, quoting out of context is a form of suppressed evidence, but applied to language. It hides what doesn't fit the desired story. It's not just about what is said, it's about what is left unsaid. The missing words become invisible threads that once held truth together, and when they're cut,
Meaning unravels. This fallacy also preys on another human tendency, our love for simplicity. We crave clarity, shortness, and emotional punch. We live in a world of headlines, tweets, and viral quotes where complexity feels heavy and context feels optional. Yet meaning lives in the details. A quote without context is like a photograph cropped too tightly. It may show the face, but not the landscape, not the emotion behind the eyes. The harm of contextomy is not always immediate, but it lingers. Misquotes spread faster than corrections. Once people have anchored a belief to a fragment, even the truth struggles to replace it. The brain remembers the catchy version, not the quiet clarification that follows days later. That's why critical thinkers and gentle listeners learn to pause. When we hear a striking quote or accusation, we can ask, what was really said? In what setting? What came before and after? These questions slow down the mind, helping it breathe before believing. In this way, understanding the fallacy of quoting out of context is not just an exercise in logic, it's an act of fairness. It teaches us to respect the fullness of another person's words, to honor meaning as something alive and layered. So as you drift toward rest tonight, think of how easily words can be untethered from truth. A sentence is like a star. It shines brightest in its constellation, surrounded by others. Pulled out alone, it loses its place in the pattern of light. And perhaps that's the quiet wisdom here, to see not just the word, but the world that surrounds it, because context in the end is what turns sound into understanding.
Number 41. Reification, hypostatization, when abstractions are treated as concrete, acting things. There's a quiet illusion that often slips unnoticed into our thoughts. It happens when we give life to something that isn't alive, when we treat an idea as if it were a thing that thinks, decides, or acts on its own. Philosophers call this reification, or sometimes hypostatization. It's the habit of treating an abstract concept, like history, society, or destiny, as though it were a real, tangible being. We often say things like, history decided this was inevitable, or the market is punishing me. In both cases, we make invisible forces sound like conscious agents, capable of will and intent. Of course, history cannot decide anything, and markets have no emotions to punish or reward. Yet the human mind is drawn to this kind of thinking. It feels natural, almost comforting to imagine an invisible hand guiding the flow of events. Psychologists suggest this happens because our brains evolved to detect agency even when none exists. Early humans who sensed intention behind every rustle in the grass were more likely to survive than those who ignored it. That rustle might have been the wind, but it could also have been a predator. Over thousands of generations, this sensitivity grew into what researchers call a hyperactive agency detection device, or HADD. It's the same tendency that makes a child talk to their toys, or an adult scold their computer for refusing to work. We are wired to see life and purpose everywhere, even where there is none. In literature, this instinct becomes art. The English thinker John Ruskin called it the pathetic fallacy, when we describe nature as though it shares our emotions, the angry storm, or the weeping sky. There's something poetic and deeply human about this habit. It allows us to connect emotionally with the world around us, to find empathy in the waves and meaning in the wind. But when this poetic instinct slips into our reasoning, it can quietly distort how we understand reality. Think of the phrase, "Destiny decreed that I should fail."
It feels powerful, almost mystical. But destiny is not a person who can issue decrees. Or when people say, "The universe wants me to learn a lesson." It's a comforting thought, but the universe doesn't have wants or lessons to give. These expressions turn complex chains of cause and effect into simple stories about intention and morality. They make life feel more coherent, but also less accurate. In science, this way of thinking can be especially misleading. When researchers forget that models are just representations, not realities themselves, they risk turning abstractions into false entities. Saying the data speaks for itself or evolution designed this may sound poetic but can obscure truth. Data doesn't speak, it must be interpreted. Evolution doesn't design, it results from natural selection and random variation. These are metaphors, but if taken too literally, they can blur the line between what's symbolic and what's real. The philosopher Gregory Bateson once warned that this confusion, mistaking words for the things they describe, can lead us into error. When we treat ideas like living beings, we grant them power they don't actually have. We start believing that society demands this, or justice has spoken, when in truth it is people, imperfect, emotional, limited people, who demand, decide, and speak. Avoiding reification doesn't mean stripping our language of beauty or feeling. It simply means remembering that our words are maps, not territories. Concepts like nature, destiny, or the market are tools we use to understand the world, not the world itself. So the next time you hear someone say that life is punishing or history will judge, pause for a moment. Behind those phrases lie real processes, psychological, social, or natural, but none of them have minds of their own. The storm isn't angry. The market isn't cruel. And history, though vast and powerful, has no voice to speak. What does have a voice is us. We are the ones who create meaning, who tell the stories, who decide what lessons to take from the past. When we see ideas as tools rather than masters, the world becomes a little clearer, and perhaps a little gentler too. So tonight, as you rest, let that thought settle quietly. Abstractions are only shapes in the mind. The reality beneath them is alive, complex, and beautifully human.
Number 42. Kettle Logic. When many conflicting excuses are used at once to resist accountability. There's a peculiar kind of reasoning that appears whenever someone is desperate to defend themselves. It's the kind of thinking where, instead of offering one clear explanation, a person piles up several, each one contradicting the other. This tendency is known as Kettle Logic, a term that comes from the early days of psychoanalysis, introduced by Sigmund Freud in The Interpretation of Dreams. Freud tells the story of a man accused by his neighbor of returning a kettle in a damaged state. The man's defense is curious. First, he insists that he never borrowed the kettle. Then, he claims that it was in perfect condition when he returned it. And finally, he argues that the kettle was already broken when he borrowed it. Each excuse, on its own, might sound somewhat plausible, but together they collapse under their own contradictions. If he never borrowed it, how could he have returned it? And if he returned it in good condition, why say it was already broken? Freud used this example to show how the human mind, when anxious or cornered, often grasps for multiple justifications without realizing how they undermine each other.
In everyday life, Kettle Logic appears more often than we might think. Imagine a student who fails an exam and tells their teacher,
I was late because the bus came early, and because I got sick, and because there was a traffic jam. Each of these might be believable on its own, but together they reveal confusion rather than clarity. The goal isn't really to explain what happened, but to defend oneself from guilt or embarrassment. In that emotional rush, logic becomes secondary to self-protection. Psychologists link this pattern to cognitive dissonance, the uncomfortable tension that arises when our actions or beliefs contradict one another. When people experience this inner conflict, their minds instinctively try to ease the discomfort by producing justifications, any justifications. The result can be what's sometimes called a scattershot argument, a mental defense mechanism that fires off every possible explanation, hoping that at least one might stick. It's not meant to be consistent, it's meant to feel safe. This scattershot pattern is also an ego defense. When someone feels attacked or exposed, the mind rushes to protect the self, even at the cost of reason. Think of someone accused of wrongdoing saying, "I didn't take it, and even if I did, it was mine, and besides, you told me I could borrow it." Each claim cancels out the others, but in that moment, logic is less important than escaping blame. To the person making the argument, it doesn't feel like deceit. It feels like survival. Kettle logic can surface in politics, personal relationships, or even within our own thoughts. A politician might defend a failed policy by saying it never existed, that it succeeded, and that it failed because of others all at once. A friend might justify a hurtful comment by saying, "I didn't say that," and moments later, "You misunderstood what I meant," and then, "Even if I said it, it was true." When we listen closely, we realize that these statements can't all coexist. They're fragments of emotional self-defense masquerading as reason. What makes Kettle logic so fascinating is that it reveals a very human struggle, the desire to appear consistent even when our minds are anything but. The contradiction doesn't stem from malice. It often comes from fear, fear of being wrong, rejected, or exposed. In the quiet corners of our psyche, we crave coherence, yet under stress, coherence is the first thing we lose. Critical thinking, then, becomes an act of kindness toward truth. When we notice kettle logic, in others or in ourselves, it helps to pause, breathe, and gently untangle the threads. Which part of the story truly aligns with reality? Which explanations are there to comfort, not clarify? Recognizing contradiction is not about winning an argument, it's about restoring honesty within the self. So the next time you hear a flurry of reasons, each pulling in a different direction, take a quiet moment to observe. Behind those tangled explanations is often a person trying to bridge the gap between what happened and what they wished had happened. Beneath the noise of justification lies something tender, the human need to feel blameless, to make sense of imperfection. In that awareness, you can find compassion instead of frustration. We all fall into kettle logic from time to time. The important thing is not to shame ourselves for it, but to recognize when it appears and to return slowly to clarity. Because truth, once faced calmly, asks for nothing more than our honesty, and in that honesty, we often find peace.
Part 5. Formal Fallacies.
Number 43. Affirming the consequent. When if A then B is reversed into B so A.
Imagine standing by your window after a rainstorm. The street outside glistens with water, and you find yourself thinking, it must have rained. It seems like a perfectly reasonable conclusion. After all, when it rains, the streets become wet. But what if instead the sprinklers had been running, or a street cleaner had just passed by? This gentle misstep in reasoning has a name: affirming the consequent. It's one of the most common formal fallacies in human thinking, a small but significant leap from evidence to assumption. The structure goes like this. If A, then B. B is true. Therefore, A must be true. For example, if it's raining, the street will be wet. The street is wet. Therefore, it must be raining. At first glance, it feels sound. Our minds love patterns like this because they make the world seem predictable and orderly. But the logic doesn't hold up. The street's wetness doesn't guarantee rain. It only makes rain more likely among several possible causes. In philosophy and logic, affirming the consequent is considered formally invalid. It's a structural error, an argument that looks neat but lacks certainty. Yet in everyday life, this reasoning feels natural. That's because our brains aren't built like perfect deductive machines. They're more like intuitive, pattern-seeking storytellers. Psychologists describe this difference using the lens of Bayesian reasoning. Instead of thinking in absolutes, our minds weigh probabilities, seeking the most likely explanation based on the evidence we see. The famous Watson's selection task, a classic experiment in cognitive psychology, revealed how deeply this tendency runs. When given a logical puzzle involving cards and rules, most people fail to apply pure deduction. They rely instead on intuitive shortcuts, the same ones that lead to fallacies like affirming the consequent. But this isn't a flaw. It's a reflection of how we navigate real life. Out in the world, we rarely deal in certainties. Instead, we make quick judgments based on patterns and experience. Think about how often this happens in everyday thinking. We might say, all successful companies have great websites. This new company has a great website, so it will surely succeed. The reasoning feels tidy, even hopeful. But in reality, the presence of a website doesn't cause success. It merely coexists with it. Countless other factors play their part: innovation, leadership, timing, resources, even luck. Still, our brains crave simplicity. We want the world to work like a clean equation. If success, then website. Website, therefore success. The reason we fall for this pattern is that it mimics something useful, a mental shortcut psychologists call inference to the best explanation. When we see the street wet, it's not unreasonable to guess that it rained. In most cases, that guess will be right. Our System 1 brain, the fast, instinctive side of cognition, leaps to that conclusion to save time and energy. Only when we slow down, engaging our System 2, do we realize there are other possibilities. Affirming the consequent, then, isn't simply a logical mistake. It's a glimpse into how our minds work.
It reveals our natural inclination to connect effects back to causes, to find stories that fit the facts. But if we never question those stories, we risk mistaking probability for proof. The sprinklers become rain, the symptom becomes the disease, the appearance of success becomes success itself. To overcome this bias, we can gently remind ourselves to look for alternative explanations. When something seems obvious, it helps to ask, what else could have caused this? That small moment of curiosity separates intuition from understanding. Logic, after all, is not about distrusting our minds, it's about guiding them toward clarity. So, as you drift into rest tonight, think of this fallacy not as an error, but as a whisper from evolution, a reminder that your brain is a storyteller, not a calculator. It seeks patterns because patterns kept our ancestors alive. But wisdom lies in knowing when to pause, to look beyond the first story that feels true, and to notice the quiet complexity beneath the surface. Because sometimes the street is wet, not from rain, but from something else entirely. And learning to see that difference is what makes thought and life itself so endlessly fascinating.
Number 44. Denying the antecedent. When if A, then B is twisted into not A, so not B. There's a quiet mistake our minds often make. A slip so subtle it feels logical at first, but beneath the surface it isn't. It's called denying the antecedent, a formal fallacy that hides inside reasoning that sounds perfectly reasonable. It happens when we assume that, if one thing isn't true, then the consequence of it cannot be true either. The pattern goes like this: if A, then B. A is false, therefore B must also be false. Let's start with a simple example. If it is raining, the street will be wet. That seems fair. But now imagine we look outside, and it's not raining. If we then conclude the street must not be wet, we've fallen into the trap of denying the antecedent. Because of course, there are many other reasons the street could still be wet. A street cleaner passing by, a broken hydrant, or perhaps an early morning dew. The absence of rain doesn't guarantee the absence of wetness. The two are connected, but not inseparably. This kind of reasoning error is easy to make because it mirrors how our brains naturally handle everyday predictions. Our minds are pattern makers. When we see one event often follow another, we build a shortcut. If A happens, B usually follows. And from that, it's easy to flip the idea around, to assume that if A doesn't happen, then neither will B. In a world that loves clear patterns and quick conclusions, that shortcut feels efficient. But logic, as patient as it is precise, reminds us that the world doesn't always move in such straight lines. In the field of logic, this fallacy is sometimes confused with modus tollens, which is a valid form of reasoning. But the difference is subtle and crucial. Modus tollens says, if A, then B. Not B, therefore not A. That works. But when we reverse it, when we say, if A, then B, not A, therefore not B, we cross into invalid territory. The relationship between cause and effect isn't symmetrical. Just because one road leads to the city doesn't mean it's the only road that does. Psychologists studying human reasoning have long been fascinated by this tendency. In the famous Wason selection task, people were asked to test logical rules using simple cards. Over and over, participants failed in predictable ways, including through this fallacy.
Our brains, it turns out, are not wired for perfect deduction. We are Bayesian thinkers. We estimate, we weigh probabilities, we infer based on what seems likely. When we hear, "it isn't raining," our mind naturally leans toward, "the street probably isn't wet." And in most cases, that's true. It's a reasonable bet, an inference to the best prediction, as philosophers call it. The problem arises when we forget that probable is not the same as certain. In daily life, denying the antecedent takes on many forms. We might say, if you are a great chef, you use expensive ingredients. This chef doesn't use expensive ingredients, so he must not be great. Yet that conclusion misses a richer truth. Perhaps the chef's greatness lies precisely in his ability to create something extraordinary from the simplest ingredients. Or we might think, if someone loves me, they will always call. They didn't call, so they must not love me. But affection and communication don't always unfold in neat, predictable patterns. Life's truths rarely fit inside if-then equations. At its core, this fallacy reveals something very human, our yearning for certainty. We long for tidy rules to help us make sense of the world, for patterns that allow us to predict what comes next. But reality, in all its complexity, refuses to be contained by simple logic. The absence of one cause does not erase every other path that might lead to the same result. The street can be wet for many reasons. Love can be quiet. Success can bloom from unlikely soil. Learning to recognize this fallacy isn't just about sharpening our logic, it's about softening our assumptions. It's an invitation to stay open to multiple possibilities, to remember that life often surprises us with outcomes we didn't foresee. The world is not a single thread pulled taut between cause and effect. It's a tapestry woven from countless intersecting strands. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider the beauty of that complexity. The mind may crave clear lines and simple truths, but the universe moves in layers and shades. When one path closes, another often opens. And when something doesn't go as expected, it doesn't mean the outcome you hoped for is gone. It may simply arrive by a different road.
Number 45. Fallacy of the undistributed middle, when two things sharing a trait are assumed identical. There's a quiet illusion in logic that often goes unnoticed, one that gently tricks the mind into connecting things that only appear related. It's called the fallacy of the undistributed middle, a subtle mistake in reasoning that happens when two ideas share a common link, but that link doesn't actually connect them in the way we imagine. To understand this, let's start with a simple example. Imagine someone says, "All cats are animals. All dogs are animals. Therefore, all dogs are cats." On the surface, it sounds like a chain of reasoning, a neat little syllogism, as philosophers call it. Cats are animals, dogs are animals, so they must be the same, right? But of course, we know that's not true. Cats and dogs are both part of the larger group of animals, yet they remain entirely different creatures. The error lies in the middle term, animals, which was never used to refer to all animals in either premise. It simply acted as a bridge, but not one strong enough to carry the weight of that conclusion. In the language of formal logic, this middle term is said to be undistributed. It doesn't apply universally to every member of its group. It only overlaps partially. When we draw a conclusion as though it does, we end up with a fallacy, an argument that looks valid but isn't.
This kind of reasoning flaw was first studied carefully by medieval logicians who noticed that people often mistake shared categories for shared identity. It's one of the earliest examples of how human thought can misfire even when it feels precise. Psychologists today would describe this as a set theoretical error. Our brains naturally rely on patterns, categories, and associations to make sense of the world. When two ideas share a feature, a middle ground of some kind, our intuition leaps toward connection. It's a fast, automatic kind of reasoning, powered by what cognitive scientists call System 1 thinking, the quick, intuitive side of the mind that helps us survive and navigate daily life. But sometimes, this very speed causes us to miss the finer details. We see overlap where there is only coincidence, and we infer unity where there is merely resemblance. In a way, this fallacy is not just about logic, it's about the way humans search for meaning. We love to link things together, to see relationships between ideas, people, and events. It's what makes storytelling so natural to us. If two things share something, a symbol, a behavior, a book, a belief, we instinctively feel there must be a deeper bond. But, as the fallacy of the undistributed middle reminds us, sharing one trait doesn't make two things identical. Consider a modern example. All radical thinkers read this book. You read this book. Therefore, you must be a radical thinker. The structure mirrors the earlier one with cats and dogs. The middle term here, people who read this book, doesn't apply universally. Not every reader is radical, just as not every animal is a cat. But because our minds seek belonging and coherence, it's easy to slip into that assumption. This reasoning error shows up everywhere, in advertising, in politics, even in personal relationships. A politician might say, "All patriots support this policy. You don't support it, so you must not be a patriot." Here again, the connection is false, built on a middle term that doesn't cover everyone. Or someone might think, successful people wake up early. I wake up early. So, I must be successful. It's comforting, but logically unsound. The pattern feels right because it matches our intuitive sense of order, but reality is far more nuanced. What this fallacy truly reveals is how our minds crave simplicity in a complex world. When faced with uncertainty, we try to connect ideas through whatever common thread we can find. The brain doesn't always want precision, it wants coherence. It wants the story to make sense. Yet wisdom often lives in the space between those connections, in remembering that similarity isn't sameness. So, as you listen tonight, let this thought settle gently. Not every link you see is a real bridge. Sometimes, two things share a surface, but not a soul. Cats and dogs, after all, may both purr or bark their way through life as animals, but their worlds remain distinct. In logic, as in life, we are wiser when we pause before assuming connection means equivalence. Understanding this fallacy teaches us to slow down, to look more closely at the patterns we build in our minds. It reminds us that true understanding doesn't come from rushing to conclusions, but from seeing the quiet spaces between them. And in those spaces, between overlap and difference, between likeness and truth, our thinking becomes a little clearer, and the world a little more honest.
Number 46. Illicit Major. When the major term is overextended beyond what premises allow. There's a quiet elegance in logic,
a world built from patterns and precision, where each statement must fit perfectly with the next. Yet, even in this orderly landscape, the human mind sometimes stumbles. One of these subtle missteps is called the Illicit Major Fallacy, a formal error in reasoning that hides behind what seems, at first, to be a perfectly sound argument. To understand it, imagine this example. All bachelors are people. All brads are people. Therefore, all brads are bachelors. At a glance, the reasoning appears neat, even intuitive. Both bachelors and brads belong to the category of people, so one might assume the two groups overlap completely. But of course, they don't. Being a person doesn't make someone a bachelor, just as being a mammal doesn't make an animal a cat or a dog. The connection seems logical, but it isn't. In logic, this error happens when the major term, the predicate of the conclusion, is handled carelessly. Specifically, it occurs when the term isn't distributed, meaning it doesn't refer to all members of its category in the premise, but is suddenly treated as if it were in the conclusion. The result is an illusion of certainty built on a broken bridge. It feels coherent because the pieces of the argument share a word or an idea, but the structure beneath them doesn't hold. This kind of fallacy has been recognized for centuries. Medieval logicians, working long before the age of digital proofs and symbolic logic, studied such patterns carefully. They noticed that people often confuse inclusion with identity. If two things belong to a larger group, the mind instinctively assumes they are related to each other. It's a comforting thought, one that simplifies complexity, but it's rarely true. Psychologically, this fallacy speaks to our deep desire for order. The human mind loves categories. We group things constantly, by color, by function, by behavior, by belief. It helps us make sense of a complicated world. But the same mental shortcut that gives us efficiency can also lead us astray. When two things share a common feature, we want to believe that they share something deeper, something essential. The illicit major fallacy is, in a sense, the logical expression of that yearning for connection. Think about how this might sound in everyday life. Someone might say, "All athletes are disciplined. My friend is disciplined. Therefore, my friend is an athlete." It feels flattering, perhaps even poetic, but logically, it's false. Discipline can belong to many people who aren't athletes at all. Or imagine a statement like, "All scientists love knowledge. You love knowledge, so you must be a scientist." The reasoning sounds inviting, almost flattering, yet it quietly ignores that the love of learning extends far beyond the laboratory. The illicit major fallacy reminds us of something larger than logic. It reminds us to be careful with the boundaries of our thinking. Just because two ideas share a common space doesn't mean one defines the other. The world is full of overlapping circles, people, traits, experiences, but rarely do they line up perfectly. To think clearly is to recognize where they meet and where they don't. In formal reasoning, this fallacy is categorized as a structural one, a technical violation of the rules that govern syllogisms. But beneath that technical surface lies something beautifully human, our longing to make meaning out of similarity. Our minds crave simplicity, but truth often lives in nuance. So as you settle into rest tonight, imagine logic not as a cold system of rules, but as a quiet guide, a reminder that precision can be gentle,
that clarity can coexist with wonder. The next time you hear an argument that feels too tidy, pause for a moment. Ask yourself whether the connection being made is real or merely comforting. Because just as not every person is a bachelor, not every shared category makes two things the same. Logic, at its heart, is not about shutting down imagination. It's about helping it see more clearly. And in that clarity, we find something peaceful. The ability to appreciate both the harmony of patterns and the beauty of their differences.
Number 47. Illicit Minor. When the minor term is overextended beyond what premises allow. In the quiet world of logic, even the smallest imbalance can lead to a surprising misunderstanding. One such subtle misstep is known as the Illicit Minor Fallacy, a close sibling of the Illicit Major, yet with its own quiet twist. It happens not in the bold declarations of an argument, but in the hidden assumptions we make when we try to link two ideas that don't quite fit together as neatly as they seem to. To understand this, let's look at a simple example. Someone might say, all mammals are animals, all humans are animals, therefore all humans are mammals. At first, it feels reasonable. There's a smooth rhythm to the logic, a sense of completion, but when we look closer, we see the flaw. The term humans, which acts as the subject in the conclusion, is not distributed in the premise. In simpler terms, the statement never claimed something about all humans, only that humans belong to the broader group of animals. Yet the conclusion stretches that idea too far, turning a partial truth into a universal claim. This mistake is called the illicit minor because it mishandles the minor term, the subject of the conclusion. In a valid syllogism, if you make a universal claim about a group, you must have treated that group universally in at least one of your premises. When this doesn't happen, the argument feels persuasive, but quietly collapses under its own weight. It's like trying to build a bridge on uneven foundations, solid in appearance, but structurally unsound. What makes this fallacy so fascinating is how naturally it mirrors the way people think in everyday life. We're pattern-seeking creatures. We love drawing connections between things, especially when they share a common feature. Our minds are drawn to the comforting sense of completion that comes from tying ideas together. But in doing so, we often make leaps that logic cannot support. We assume that what's true of a large category must also hold true for every member inside it, forgetting that categories contain diversity, exceptions, and nuance. Psychologically, this reveals something tender about human reasoning. The brain's intuitive system, what psychologists like Daniel Kahneman call System 1, operates quickly, relying on associations and familiarity. When it sees overlap between two ideas, it fills in the missing steps automatically. That's why statements like, all humans are animals, and all mammals are animals, therefore all humans are mammals, sound right at first. Our minds love symmetry. They find it pleasing. But logic demands something stricter. It requires that every claim, every term, every boundary between ideas be precisely defined and consistently applied. In real life, the illicit minor fallacy can appear in many subtle ways. For example, someone might say, all artists are creative. You are creative, therefore you must be an artist. It feels flattering, even logical, but it's false. Creativity can exist in teachers, engineers, or doctors. It isn't the exclusive domain of artists. Or imagine someone saying, all scientists study nature. You study nature, therefore you're a scientist. Once again, the link feels natural, yet it quietly extends a partial truth beyond its rightful reach. Recognizing this fallacy isn't about becoming suspicious of every argument. It's about learning to listen more deeply, to notice when a conclusion feels too certain, too complete. It's a reminder that truth often lives in shades, not absolutes. Our world is built from overlapping circles, not perfect lines, and understanding that helps us think with both clarity and compassion. So as you drift toward rest tonight, think of logic not as something cold or mechanical, but as a quiet discipline that teaches humility. The illicit minor fallacy reminds us that certainty must be earned, that clarity takes patience, and that not every resemblance means identity. To reason well is not to rush toward closure, but to dwell for a moment in the beautiful space between what seems connected and what truly is. And perhaps in that space of thoughtful awareness, we find something soothing, the understanding that even in logic, as in life, what matters most is balance, not perfection.
Number 48. Affirming a disjunct. When A or B is misread as if A, then not B.
There's a quiet misunderstanding that lives inside one of the most common words in our language, a word we use every day without thinking twice. That word is or. At first glance, it seems simple, harmless, and clear. But beneath its surface lies a subtle trap in reasoning, a logical illusion known as the fallacy of affirming a disjunct. This fallacy happens when we hear or assume that or means one thing must exclude the other, when in fact both might be true at once. In logic, the word or can be inclusive or exclusive. The exclusive or means only one of the options can be true, like when someone says, "Would you like soup or salad?" You're expected to choose one, not both. But in formal logic, the or we use is inclusive, meaning either one could be true, or even both together. And this difference, small as it sounds, is the quiet space where reasoning can slip. To see how this fallacy works, imagine someone saying, either the light is red or green. It's red, so it can't be green. This feels right only because traffic lights don't show both colors at once. But the structure of that sentence could apply elsewhere where things aren't so absolute. For instance, consider this. I am at home, or I am at the store. I am at home, therefore I am not at the store. That might make sense for one person at a single moment. But what if you share your home with someone else who went to the store? What if the statement referred to different times in the day? The fallacy arises when we assume or must mean one excludes the other, even when logic and reality allow both. This distinction between inclusive and exclusive or has puzzled thinkers for decades. Philosophers and logicians began formally studying it in the mid-20th century, realizing how easily people blur the line between everyday speech and formal reasoning. Our brains, shaped by the rhythms of conversation, instinctively default to the exclusive version. When someone says, "You can have tea or coffee," we rarely imagine them handing us both. But logic, with its careful precision, doesn't make that assumption. It keeps the door open for both possibilities, unless told otherwise. This tendency reveals something beautifully human about how we process language. Our minds evolved not to calculate abstract symbols, but to understand meaning in context, to grasp intention, tone, and social nuance. The phrase tea or coffee isn't just about liquid choices. It carries the unspoken rule of everyday politeness, that the listener must pick one. But when this conversational habit enters logical or analytical reasoning, it quietly bends the truth. Consider another example. A company announces, to qualify for this job, you must have a degree or at least 5 years of experience. Someone hears this and says, my friend has a degree, so he must not have 5 years of experience. The reasoning sounds tidy, but it's false. He could easily have both. The or in the statement was inclusive, not exclusive. It offered two possible qualifications, not a choice between them. But our brains love simplicity, so we often hear or as a fork in the road, when it's really a bridge with multiple lanes. This small confusion plays a surprisingly large role in how people debate, persuade, and even manipulate. In arguments, someone might force a false choice, insisting that if one thing is true, another must be false, when in reality, both could coexist. You can care about freedom and security. You can be proud of your heritage and critical of its flaws. But when or is treated as a wall instead of a window, the world starts to look narrower than it really is. The fallacy of affirming a disjunct, then, is more than just a technical error. It's a reflection of how language and thought dance together. It shows how our everyday patterns of speech can quietly shape the limits of our logic. By pausing to ask, is this an exclusive or an inclusive or, we do more than correct an argument. We open our minds to the richness of possibility. So as you listen tonight, let this thought rest gently in your mind. The world is rarely made of either or. It is often both and more. The light can be red and fading toward green. A person can be calm and uncertain. A truth can have layers that overlap, like waves merging softly on the shore. Logic, when approached with patience, doesn't strip the world of complexity. It helps us see it more clearly. And sometimes, clarity isn't about choosing one path, but recognizing that more than one can be true at the same time.
Number 49. Argument from fallacy. Fallacy. When finding one fallacy is taken to destroy all truth in a claim.
There's a quiet irony in the way we sometimes think about truth. When someone gives a poor argument for a claim, it's tempting to dismiss the claim entirely, to believe that because the reasoning was flawed, the idea itself must be wrong. Yet logic teaches us a humbling lesson. Even a bad argument can lead to a true conclusion. This subtle mistake, when we assume that a conclusion must be false simply because it was supported by faulty reasoning, is called the argument from fallacy, or more poetically, the fallacy. Imagine two friends standing outside on a bright afternoon. One says, "The sky is blue because all birds can fly." You immediately notice the absurdity. Clearly not all birds can fly, and the color of the sky has nothing to do with them. The reasoning is nonsense. But then, if you were to reply, "That argument is wrong, so the sky must not be blue," you'd be making the same mistake in reverse. The argument was bad, but the conclusion, that the sky is blue,
remains true no matter how poorly it was defended. This fallacy reminds us that logic is not just about winning debates or pointing out flaws, it's about separating how someone argues from what they are saying. When we confuse those two, we fall into black and white thinking, the tendency to divide ideas into simple categories of right and wrong, good and bad, valid and invalid. In reality, reasoning is far more intricate, like a tapestry of ideas woven from both errors and insights. Philosophers call this error argumentum ad logicum, which means appeal to logic. It was formalized in the late 20th century by scholars such as Douglas Walton, who studied how people think about arguments themselves, a field known as meta-reasoning. He pointed out that rejecting a claim because it was argued badly is a kind of intellectual guilt by association. The claim and the reasoning are not the same thing, yet our minds often treat them as inseparable. Psychologically, this happens because our brains love clear boundaries. When we identify a flaw in reasoning, it feels satisfying, even righteous. It's a small victory for clarity. But the brain, eager to tidy up loose ends, often goes one step too far. It discards not just the argument, but the entire idea. It's a mental shortcut, a product of what psychologists call binary or black and white cognition. In that moment, complexity feels uncomfortable, so the mind simplifies it. The listener thinks, if the logic is bad, the idea must be bad too. Yet truth, as it often does, refuses to fit into such neat boxes. In real life, this fallacy appears everywhere, especially in debate, politics, and online discussions. One person points out a flawed argument, and the other seizes on that weakness to reject everything associated with it. A student might dismiss an entire theory because their teacher explained it poorly. A skeptic might reject a scientific finding because a journalist misrepresented it. The reasoning around a claim may be imperfect, but that does not make the claim itself false. The proper response is not to discard the idea, but to re-examine the evidence, to ask, is this still true, even if the argument that led here was wrong? The fallacy is, in a sense, the humbling mirror of human reasoning. It reminds us that truth doesn't depend on eloquence, and clarity doesn't guarantee correctness. Even clumsy, half-formed arguments can point toward reality, just as an unsteady compass can still roughly indicate north. Our task, as thinkers and listeners, is to look beyond the words, to see whether the idea itself holds when the weak scaffolding of reasoning is stripped away. There's a quiet wisdom in learning to separate process from outcome. When we do, we become gentler thinkers, less reactive, more patient with imperfection. We begin to understand that truth doesn't need perfect packaging, and error doesn't make every conclusion false. So, as you prepare to rest tonight, take this thought with you. Every argument, even a flawed one, is a window into how people seek understanding. Some windows are clear, others clouded, but the sky beyond them, the reality they tried to describe, remains unchanged. The goal is not to close the window, but to look through it more carefully, to see what's truly there.
Part 6. Other Common Fallacies.
Number 50. Ad hoc rescue. When new excuses are invented only to protect a failing idea. There's a quiet but familiar pattern in the way the human mind protects what it believes. When our ideas are challenged, when the world doesn't behave the way we expected, It's tempting to patch the cracks rather than start over. We bend, twist, and reshape the belief so that it still feels right, even when the evidence says otherwise. This gentle but deceptive habit of the mind is known as an ad hoc rescue. The phrase ad hoc comes from Latin, meaning for this, or for this particular case. It refers to explanations that are created on the spot, not because they are supported by evidence, but because they conveniently shield an idea from being proven wrong. Imagine someone predicts that a great event will occur on a specific date. When the day comes and nothing happens, they say, "Ah, it did happen, just not in the way we expected. It happened spiritually, invisibly." In that moment, the claim is saved, but only by changing its shape so that it can no longer be tested. The prediction was wrong, yet the believer avoids admitting it by creating a story that keeps the belief alive. Philosopher Karl Popper, one of the great voices of modern science, warned against this very thing. He said that what makes a scientific theory powerful is its falsifiability, its openness to being proven wrong. A good theory stands bravely before evidence. It risks failure. But when someone adds explanations purely to escape disproof, they make their theory unfalsifiable. It becomes like a shadow, impossible to pin down, impossible to measure. And in that state, it stops being science at all. We see this often in pseudoscience, where predictions are endlessly adjusted to fit the moment. Take the old story of planet Nibiru, a supposed hidden world that was said to collide with Earth. When the predicted date came and passed, believers didn't give up. They simply announced a new date, and then another, and another. The claim survived, not because it was true, but because it was protected by an ever-growing web of improvised excuses. Each new update felt like fresh insight, but in truth, it was just another layer of denial. Psychologists connect this pattern to two deep forces within the human mind: confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance. Confirmation bias is our tendency to notice and remember things that support what we already believe, while ignoring what doesn't. Cognitive dissonance, on the other hand, is the uncomfortable tension we feel when reality contradicts our convictions. The mind doesn't like that discomfort. It wants harmony, even if it means reshaping the truth to get it. So, instead of abandoning a cherished idea, we decorate it with explanations, sometimes elaborate ones, until the contradiction fades away. It's a profoundly human thing to do. No one enjoys being wrong. To admit error can feel like losing part of ourselves, especially when the belief is tied to identity, faith, or hope. And yet, learning to let go of wrong ideas is one of the most powerful acts of growth. When we resist the urge to patch our beliefs with ad hoc stories, we give truth a chance to breathe. We make room for curiosity, for humility, and for the quiet strength that comes from saying, "I don't know." The ad hoc rescue fallacy is not just a problem in science or philosophy. It appears in everyday life, too. Think of a friend who insists they were right about something, even when the evidence says otherwise. Instead of admitting the mistake, they add layers of explanation. "Well, that's not what I really meant," or "You misunderstood. I was talking about a different situation." The goal isn't to deceive others, but to preserve the self-image of being right. And yet, every such rescue moves us a little further from the truth. The key to avoiding this fallacy is learning to separate our beliefs from our sense of worth. Being wrong doesn't make us less intelligent or less capable. It simply means we've learned something new. Science, at its heart, is built on this very principle. Progress through correction. A genuine theory doesn't hide from contradiction. It embraces it as a teacher. It predicts the future with courage and accepts when it fails. Because only by failing clearly can it ever grow stronger. So, as you drift into rest tonight, let this idea settle gently in your thoughts. Truth does not need to be rescued. It can stand on its own, quietly, patiently, waiting to be rediscovered. When we stop defending our beliefs with quick explanations, we give ourselves the gift of clarity. And in that stillness, in that humble acceptance of not always being right, we often find something deeper than certainty. We find peace.
Number 51. Appeal to nature. When natural is treated as automatically good or right. Have you ever noticed how comforting the word natural sounds? It evokes images of clear rivers, green forests, and sunlight gently filtering through the trees. Somewhere deep inside, many of us feel that what comes from nature must be pure, good, and safe, while what is made by humans, what we call synthetic or artificial, often feels suspicious or wrong. This quiet instinct, however, is where one of the most subtle logical fallacies hides. It's called the appeal to nature, the belief that something is good, true, or morally right simply because it's natural, or that something must be harmful or wrong because it's unnatural. At first, this might sound reasonable. After all, nature gave us the air we breathe and the water we drink. But when we look closer, we see that nature also offers poison ivy, arsenic, and deadly viruses. Meanwhile, many unnatural human inventions, like vaccines, clean drinking water systems, and heart surgeries, have saved countless lives. So, the problem isn't with nature itself, but with our tendency to equate natural with goodness. It's a comforting shortcut, a way to simplify a complex world. Yet reality rarely fits so neatly. Critical reasoning asks us to pause and look deeper, not to judge something by where it comes from, but by what it actually does. This confusion between natural and good has deep roots in our culture. For centuries, many societies viewed the natural world as pure and virtuous, a reflection of divine order. Philosophers and poets idealized the simple life, untouched by civilization's complications. This cultural bias, sometimes called romanticism, still lingers today. It influences our shopping habits, our diets, even our sense of morality. When you walk through a supermarket and see labels that say 100% natural or chemical-free, something inside you feels reassured. The words sound wholesome, almost moral. But here's the irony. Everything, at some level, is made of chemicals, including the air, the water, and even your own body. Marketers and influencers know how powerful this bias can be. The appeal to nature is one of their favorite tools. Think of advertisements for herbal supplements or organic beauty products that promise purity, health, and harmony, simply because their ingredients are natural. Yet, not all herbs are safe, and not all synthetic products are harmful. The truth depends on evidence, dosage, and context, not on whether something grew from the soil or came from a laboratory. In philosophy, this idea connects to what G.E. Moore, a 20th century British philosopher, called the naturalistic fallacy. Moore argued that we cannot define what is morally good merely by describing what exists in nature.
Just because something is natural doesn't mean it is right or ought to be. Nature can be beautiful, yes, but it can also be cruel and indifferent. A lightning storm is natural, yet it destroys homes. Disease is natural, yet it brings suffering. This confusion, the blending of what is with what ought to be, is what philosophers call the is-ought problem. The appeal to nature fallacy is a smaller, everyday version of that mistake woven quietly into our reasoning. If you listen closely to conversations around health, ethics, or even technology, you'll hear this fallacy all the time. People say things like, "I only use natural medicine, it's safer," or "genetically modified food is unnatural, so it's dangerous." But each of these statements skips the crucial question. What does the evidence show? Does the herb heal or harm? Does the modified food nourish or cause harm? When we rely on the label natural as proof of virtue, we stop thinking critically. We let emotion and nostalgia take the place of evidence and balance. So, the next time you hear someone praise something because it's natural, or dismiss something because it isn't, pause for a moment. Breathe. Remember that nature is neither friend nor enemy. It is a vast, neutral system filled with beauty and danger in equal measure. What truly matters is not whether something comes from nature, but whether it improves life, lessens harm, and aligns with compassion and truth. The calm wisdom of reason invites us to look beyond labels, to weigh evidence gently, and to see the world not in black and white, but in the rich, nuanced shades of reality. In doing so, we find a deeper kind of harmony, one that unites the natural and the human, not through illusion, but through understanding. So, tonight, as you rest, let that thought settle in. The goodness of something is not written in its origin, but in its impact. Nature is a guide, not a guarantee, and wisdom, like the moonlight, lies in how softly we see, not in what we simply assume.
Number 52. Appeal to money, or argumentum ad crumentum. When wealth is taken as proof of truth or worth. There's a quiet belief that lingers in many corners of our minds. The idea that wealth must somehow mean wisdom, that money carries with it a kind of truth. We see it in the glossy pages of magazines, in the ads that promise luxury, and in the subtle ways people treat the rich with a bit more respect. This belief, comforting yet misleading, is what philosophers and logicians call the appeal to money, or in Latin, argumentum ad crumentum. It's the tendency to think that something is right, good, or true simply because it's associated with wealth, or conversely, to think that something is wrong or inferior because it isn't. Imagine someone saying, "This must be the best diet plan. After all, celebrities pay thousands for it." Or, "That luxury car is the most expensive one on the market, so it must be the best." Statements like these feel convincing at first glance, because we've been taught from a young age to equate price with quality, and wealth with success. But if we pause and reflect, we see how fragile this assumption really is. Money can buy influence, attention, and beautiful packaging, but it cannot purchase truth. It cannot make a false idea correct, nor can it make a harmful practice safe. The appeal to money often hides behind the glimmer of status. In business, it might sound like, "This pharmaceutical company must have a cure. They have billions in research funding." In social life, it might take the form of, "That person's arguments must be right.
Look at how rich he is. We instinctively link wealth to intelligence, power to reliability, and success to virtue. Yet none of these connections are guaranteed. Throughout history, philosophers have warned against this bias. Even medieval logicians, centuries ago, listed argumentum ad crumentum as a fallacy, a flawed way of thinking. Still, it endures because it appeals to our emotions. We admire those who have seen to achieve what we desire: comfort, freedom, and recognition. The respect we feel toward wealth often blends with envy, creating an emotional haze that clouds our judgment. This is where another bias quietly enters, the authority bias. We tend to treat rich people as authorities, assuming their success must come from special insight or wisdom. And then there's status bias, the subtle preference for anything that carries prestige. A product with a high price tag feels trustworthy. A person with a luxurious lifestyle feels admirable. But these feelings, while natural, are not proof. Think about the many moments when truth and innovation came not from palaces, but from humble rooms. Great ideas have been born in small workshops, modest homes, and even in moments of solitude, far away from wealth or privilege. Many breakthroughs in science and art came from people who had little more than persistence and curiosity. To see clearly, we must separate value from cost. Money can amplify a message, but it cannot determine its truth. An expensive course isn't automatically better than a free one. A well-funded company isn't always more ethical or effective than a small, independent effort. Real wisdom asks us to look deeper, to examine the substance, the reasoning, the evidence. When we do this, we free ourselves from the glittering surface of appearances. We begin to recognize that truth doesn't need luxury to stand tall. It doesn't need wealth to shine. So the next time you hear someone say, "It must be good, it's expensive," or "He must be right, he's rich," take a quiet breath, step back, ask yourself what truly supports that claim. Is it logic, evidence, compassion, or just the sparkle of money? Good judgment doesn't live in bank accounts. It lives in thoughtful minds and open hearts. Wealth can provide opportunity, but wisdom asks what we do with it. In the end, truth and virtue have their own kind of richness, one that can't be measured in currency. As you drift toward rest tonight, let this thought linger. Not everything that glitters is gold, and not every gold coin holds value in the light of reason. The things that truly matter, clarity, honesty, empathy, cost nothing, yet enrich us endlessly.
Number 53. Appeal to poverty. Argumentum ad lazarum. When being poor is taken as proof of purity or correctness.
There's a quiet charm in simplicity. Many of us, deep down, admire those who live humble lives, people who seem untouched by greed, who carry themselves with quiet dignity. We imagine that a life without luxury must somehow be more honest, more pure, more real. This sentiment, though beautiful in spirit, can lead us into a subtle trap of reasoning. Philosophers call it the appeal to poverty, or, in Latin, argumentum ad lazarum. It's the tendency to believe that someone or something must be good, wise, or truthful, simply because it is poor, modest, or humble. Picture this:
a wandering teacher who owns nothing but the clothes on his back. People say, he must have reached true enlightenment. Look how simply he lives. Or imagine someone saying, that preacher lives so modestly, he must be sincere. These thoughts sound comforting, even noble, but they rest on an assumption that poverty automatically equals virtue, that simplicity alone is proof of truth. The human heart is drawn to stories of the underdog, the downtrodden hero who struggles against powerful forces. Literature and religion are full of them. The shepherd boy who becomes a king, the poor but honest worker, the saint who renounces wealth to find peace. These tales touch something deep in us, a longing for fairness, a belief that moral worth should not depend on possessions. Yet, when this emotional pull becomes a rule for judgment, we step into fallacy. Just as it's unwise to assume that the rich are right simply because they are wealthy, it's equally flawed to assume that the poor are right simply because they are poor. This fallacy often plays out subtly in daily life. In politics, for instance, people might dismiss scholars or intellectuals, saying, they live comfortably, they can't understand real suffering. At the same time, they may trust someone's opinion more just because that person has faced hardship. While empathy for the disadvantaged is deeply human and necessary, truth itself doesn't depend on someone's income or social position. The appeal to poverty is, at its heart, an emotional bias, a product of what psychologists call the nobility of the poor effect. We instinctively sympathize with those who have less, and this sympathy can make us overlook the need for evidence. Our compassion tells us that the humble must be honest, and the struggling must be pure, but reality is far more complex. History shows both kinds of examples: saints who lived simply and inspired the world, and others who used the image of poverty to deceive. In the same way, some people of wealth have lived with integrity and generosity, while others have not. Rich or poor, noble or ordinary, the moral worth of a person is not written in their bank account. Even in sacred texts, the image of the poor but honest figure appears again and again. It serves as a reminder of humility and compassion, but not as proof of truth. The great teachers and prophets who lived modestly were revered not because of the lack of possessions, but because of the wisdom, kindness, and courage they embodied. Their virtue came from their hearts, not from the emptiness of their wallets. The lesson here is one of balance. Poverty and simplicity can be beautiful. They can free the soul from excess and sharpen one's focus on what truly matters. But virtue requires more than circumstance. A person can live humbly and still be mistaken. Another can live in comfort and still speak truth. As you listen tonight, perhaps think of how often our minds make these shortcuts, how quickly we link appearances to moral worth. The quiet monk must be wise. The wealthy leader must be corrupt. The humble voice must be right. Yet wisdom invites us to pause and ask, what do the facts say? What does the evidence reveal? True discernment asks us to look past labels of rich and poor and see people and their ideas for what they truly are. Every claim, every belief deserves to be tested on its own merit, not by who says it, but by what it holds within. So,
As you rest tonight, let your thoughts drift to this gentle truth. Goodness doesn't wear a uniform. It isn't stitched into fine clothing or carved into simple wood. It lives quietly in the choices we make, in the honesty of our words, and in the courage to see clearly, beyond wealth, beyond poverty, into the heart of truth itself.
Number 54. Appeal to flattery. When praise is used to disarm critical thinking.
There's something deeply comforting about being praised. A kind word can warm the heart, calm our doubts, and make us feel seen. After all, we all long to be appreciated, to be told that we are intelligent, capable, or insightful. It's a very human desire, and there's nothing wrong with it. But sometimes, that gentle warmth of flattery can become a subtle instrument of persuasion. When words of praise are used not to honor truth, but to guide our thinking in a particular direction, we encounter a classic error in reasoning, known as the appeal to flattery. Imagine a lawyer standing before a judge and saying, "Your Honor, you are such a wise and perceptive person. I'm sure you'll recognize the brilliance of my client's case." The words sound harmless, even respectful. But notice what's happening beneath the surface. The compliment is not an argument. It's a tool designed to influence. It invites the listener to agree, not because the facts are convincing, but because doing so feels good. In the world of rhetoric, this has been recognized for centuries. It's persuasion through ego rather than evidence, through admiration rather than logic. It's the verbal equivalent of offering a sweet taste before slipping in a hidden medicine. The sweetness distracts us, and for a moment, we forget to question what we're actually swallowing. You can see this everywhere. Politicians addressing crowds often say, "You're such an informed and intelligent audience. I know you'll make the right decision." Advertisers might tell us, "Only those with refined taste would choose this brand." Even in personal relationships, someone might say, "You've always been the most understanding friend. I'm sure you'll help me this once." Each example shares a quiet pattern. The speaker replaces genuine reasoning with emotional flattery. The listener is not being persuaded by logic or evidence, but by the pleasant feeling of being admired. Psychologists call this the ego bias, the tendency to accept ideas that make us feel good about ourselves. It's closely related to what social scientists refer to as the ingratiation effect, the way people adjust their opinions or decisions when they feel appreciated or validated. The danger is not always obvious. Compliments themselves are not harmful. They can strengthen relationships, build trust, and convey respect. The problem appears when flattery becomes a substitute for truth. When someone says, "You're too smart to fall for that," or "A person as wise as you will surely agree with me," the compliment quietly masks the absence of real evidence. The argument may sound kind, but beneath it lies emptiness. Think for a moment about how easy it is to be swayed this way. Praise feels good. It lights up the same areas of the brain associated with reward and belonging. In that soft glow, we become less critical, less guarded. We start to nod along, not because the logic makes sense,
but because the warmth of flattery feels so comforting. But true reasoning, the kind that guides us toward clarity and wisdom, stands apart from praise or ego. It asks, gently and calmly, what are the facts? What do the reasons show? Good judgment remains steady, whether someone flatters us or criticizes us. It doesn't need to be fed by approval. When you think about it, genuine respect doesn't need embellishment. A wise judge, a thoughtful voter, a discerning listener, they do not require constant reassurance of their intelligence. Their strength lies in the ability to stay balanced, to listen kindly, but think independently. So, the next time you hear a compliment that feels a little too perfectly placed, take a slow breath. Smile, appreciate the kindness, but quietly ask yourself, does this praise come with a purpose? Is it helping me see the truth, or is it guiding me away from it? Real wisdom is like calm water. It reflects clearly only when it's not disturbed by ripples of ego. And flattery, however pleasant, is one of those ripples. Let it pass. Let the surface still again, and see what remains when the sweetness fades. In the end, the truth doesn't need flattery to shine. It stands steady on its own, calm, patient, and clear. And when you learn to recognize it, you'll find that no compliment in the world feels as peaceful as knowing you've seen things as they truly are.
Number 55. Appeal to ridicule, ad absurdum, when laughter replaces serious engagement. Laughter can be a beautiful thing. It releases tension, connects people, and lightens even the heaviest moments. But sometimes, laughter can be used for something less kind. It can become a quiet weapon, a way to dismiss rather than understand. This is where we meet one of the more subtle traps of reasoning, the appeal to ridicule, also known as ad absurdum or reductio ad ridiculum. It happens when someone mocks or belittles an idea instead of engaging with it honestly. Rather than offering reasons or evidence, they use humor or scorn to make an idea look foolish, hoping that laughter will do the work that logic should. You've probably seen it happen. Someone says, "You believe in UFOs? That's like believing in unicorns." The intention isn't to disprove the claim, but to make it sound laughable, to make the person presenting it feel embarrassed. The discussion shifts from truth to tone, from reasoning to ridicule. In the heat of debate, ridicule feels powerful. It draws attention, makes people laugh, and creates a sense of superiority. The Roman orator Cicero mastered this in his speeches, using sharp wit and sarcasm to humiliate opponents rather than refute them. It's persuasive in the moment because ridicule plays on one of our most basic social fears, the fear of being laughed at. Psychologists call this the negativity bias, our tendency to notice and react more strongly to negative emotions, like embarrassment, shame, or rejection. When someone mocks an idea, the laughter draws our focus away from the argument itself. We begin to associate that idea with the unpleasant feeling of being ridiculed, rather than weighing its actual merits. In everyday life, this fallacy slips by unnoticed. It hides in sarcasm, in memes, in quick dismissive comments. On social media,
It's everywhere, short, witty, and cutting. Someone expresses a belief, and instead of discussion, the response is laughter or derision. You actually think that? How ridiculous! The conversation ends before it can begin. But here's the truth. Ridicule doesn't make something false. An idea can be mocked and still be right. History gives us countless examples of this. When early scientists proposed that the Earth revolved around the sun, they were mocked by powerful voices of their time. When inventors dreamed of flying machines, they were laughed at. When abolitionists first called for the end of slavery, many dismissed them as idealists, detached from reality. Yet over time, the so-called ridiculous became the reasonable, and the scorned became the celebrated. This fallacy works because it bypasses thought. It asks us to join in laughter instead of reflection, to take comfort in belonging rather than courage in questioning. It turns reasoning into performance, truth-seeking into theater. Of course, not all laughter is cruel. Satire and humor have always been part of human dialogue. They can illuminate contradictions, challenge power, and expose hypocrisy in ways that pure logic sometimes cannot. But when humor replaces evidence, when the mockery itself becomes the argument, we step outside the bounds of reason. If you've ever held an idea that others laughed at, you know how isolating it can feel. In those moments, remember, ridicule is not proof of error. A calm, well-reasoned idea stands on its own, no matter how loudly others laugh. Wisdom doesn't shout or sneer. It listens, examines, and responds with patience. In quiet reflection, it becomes clear that the appeal to ridicule isn't really about truth at all. It's about emotion, our desire to belong, to avoid humiliation, to stay safe inside the circle of laughter. But truth often lives just beyond that circle, waiting for someone brave enough to face discomfort and think deeply. So the next time you hear laughter used as an argument, pause. Let the noise fade. Ask yourself gently, is this laughter hiding a lack of reason? What's beneath the joke? Mockery or meaning? Good reasoning doesn't need to humiliate. It needs to understand. And those who truly seek understanding learn to stay calm, to resist the pull of ridicule, and to listen to the still voice of logic beneath the noise. As you drift toward sleep tonight, perhaps hold this thought close. What's mocked today might be wisdom tomorrow. The courage to think independently, to remain kind, curious, and composed in the face of laughter is one of the quietest and truest forms of strength.
Number 56. Chronological Snobbery. When newer or older views are favored just because of their era. There's a quiet pride many of us carry about living in the modern age. We look around at our world, at our technology, our medicine, our knowledge, and we feel certain that humanity has never been wiser, never been more advanced. After all, everything seems to move forward. Faster phones, smarter machines, better ideas. It's easy to believe that newer must always mean better. But as C.S. Lewis once warned, this assumption has a name. He called it chronological snobbery, the tendency to judge ideas not by their truth or their merit, but simply by their age. It's the belief that something is wrong
because it's old-fashioned, or right because it's new. And in our fast-moving world, it might be one of the most invisible fallacies of all. Think of how often we hear phrases like, "That's outdated," or "We've moved past that." Sometimes, of course, it's true. Many older ideas have been replaced for good reason. Ancient medical practices, for instance, often gave way to safer, evidence-based treatments. But not everything from the past deserves dismissal. Sometimes in our rush toward progress, we forget that wisdom, too, ages like a fine book. It gathers depth, not dust. Chronological snobbery, at its heart, is a kind of time-based bias. It tells us, without evidence, that newer equals truer. In the same way, it can also whisper the opposite, that older means purer, simpler, or more authentic. These two extremes, the blind worship of the new and the romanticization of the old, mirror one another. Both replace curiosity with assumption. Imagine someone saying, "This ancient remedy is useless. Modern medicine has advanced." Or, on the other side, "Modern medicine is corrupt. I only trust ancient healing methods." Both statements skip the same essential question. What does the evidence show? C.S. Lewis observed that this way of thinking was deeply rooted in culture. In his time, as in ours, people often dismissed older ideas simply because they came from another era, forgetting that time by itself does not measure truth. Every age, including our own, has its blind spots. The people of the past weren't necessarily less intelligent. They simply lived with different assumptions. To look back on them with arrogance is to forget that one day future generations might look at us the same way. In technology debates, this fallacy appears constantly. A new device is announced, and we rush to discard the old one, not because the old stopped working, but because it feels obsolete. Or in education, people sometimes dismiss classical teaching methods as archaic, even though many of them still nurture focus, patience, and depth, qualities that modern systems often struggle to preserve. Chronological snobbery also has a softer, more subtle form. The quiet shame we feel when we enjoy something old. Maybe it's a black and white film, a handwritten letter, or a traditional craft. Part of us whispers, "Shouldn't I be moving forward?"
Yet these old things often connect us to something timeless. Humanity's slower, more reflective rhythm, the kind that modern life sometimes forgets. This fallacy is also a mirror image of two other familiar biases: the appeal to tradition, believing something is true because it's ancient, and the appeal to novelty, believing something is true because it's new. Chronological snobbery dances between the two, confusing the passing of time with the growth of truth. But truth isn't bound to a century or a style. It lives in observation, evidence, and the quiet logic that holds steady through the years. Every generation believes it stands at the peak of knowledge. Yet history has a way of humbling that certainty. What we once thought primitive sometimes proves profound. What we celebrate as progress sometimes reveals hidden flaws. Wisdom, it seems, doesn't belong to any particular era. It belongs to those
who remain willing to listen, no matter how old or new the voice may be. So, perhaps, before we label something as outdated or cutting edge, we can pause and ask, why do I believe this? Am I drawn to it because of when it was made, or because of what it truly means? The beauty of understanding this fallacy is that it invites balance. It reminds us that every idea, whether ancient or modern, deserves a fair hearing. Time alone doesn't make something right or wrong. Only evidence and reflection can do that. As you drift toward rest tonight, think of how knowledge moves not in a straight line, but in a gentle circle. Each age inherits wisdom from the one before, adding a few pages to the endless story of learning. The past isn't a burden to escape, and the future isn't a race to win. They are both chapters in the same unfolding tale, the human search for truth. And sometimes the quietest wisdom comes not from what's newest or oldest, but from what simply endures.
Number 57. Etymological fallacy, when original word meanings are treated as binding for current use.
Language is alive. It breathes, it grows, and it changes with us, shaped by the way people speak, write, and dream over generations. Yet sometimes we forget that. We cling to the past, insisting that a word should still mean what it once did centuries ago. This is what philosophers and linguists call the etymological fallacy, the belief that a word's original meaning is its true or correct meaning, and that all later uses are somehow wrong or corrupted. At first glance, this might sound like a sign of respect for language. After all, knowing where words come from can feel like uncovering their roots, like tracing a family tree back to its ancient ancestors. But this fallacy begins when we treat those roots as the whole truth, forgetting that living words grow new branches over time. Take the word decimate, for example. In its original Latin form, decimare meant to kill 1 in 10 soldiers as punishment in the Roman army, decimus meaning 10th. Today, though, when we say something was decimated, we simply mean that it was severely damaged or destroyed. Some people might argue that this is incorrect because it strays from the original Latin sense. But language isn't a museum. It's a living landscape, always evolving to fit new realities and new voices. The same is true of the word awful. Long ago, it meant full of awe or worthy of reverence. Something awful once described cathedrals, kings, and the vastness of the heavens. Over time, however, the meaning shifted. Now it describes something unpleasant, even dreadful. So when someone says, "That meal was awful," they're not paying a compliment rooted in ancient English. They're using the word as it's understood today. This fallacy, at its core, is a kind of nostalgia. It assumes that the first meaning of a word is the most authentic, that what came before must be purer, wiser, or closer to truth. But just as people evolve, so does the language we use to express them. Meanings shift as societies change, as cultures meet, as technology transforms the way we think and speak. The language of Shakespeare once sounded natural. Now it feels poetic and old-fashioned. One day even our modern words will sound ancient to those who come after us. In philosophy, the etymological fallacy is sometimes viewed as a linguistic version of the genetic fallacy.
the error of assuming that the origin of something determines its current worth or validity. Just because a word began with a certain meaning doesn't mean it must forever be bound to it. A river's source may be pure mountain water, but as it flows, it gathers new elements, reflecting every landscape it passes through. We often see this fallacy appear in debates about law, morality, or culture, places where definitions hold power. Someone might argue the word literally means without exaggeration, so you can't use it to mean figuratively. But language doesn't ask permission to evolve. The word literally has expanded in use because speakers found it expressive, not because a committee approved it. To resist that change is to resist the very essence of how humans communicate. Words are tools of connection, not chains of history. They change because we do, because each generation needs to describe the world in its own way. A word once used to describe the sacred may now describe the ordinary. And that's not a loss, it's a reflection of our shared journey through time. When we fall into the etymological fallacy, we risk freezing language in place, treating it like a relic rather than a river. We forget that words gain meaning not from their origins, but how people use and understand them now. Communication works only when we speak the same living language, not when we hold others to a dictionary of the dead. The truth is, every word carries its past like an echo. It reminds us of where it's been, but it also adapts, learns, and grows alongside us. This is what makes language so beautifully human. It evolves through love and loss, through science and poetry, through time and shared experience. So the next time you hear someone say, "That's not what the word really means," you might smile softly and remember, there's more than one kind of truth in language. There's the truth of history, and there's the truth of how we live and speak today. Words, like us, are travelers. Their meanings shift with the winds of culture, the rhythms of thought, and the music of time. And that's not corruption. It's life itself, flowing gently through every syllable we speak. As you rest tonight, think of language as a quiet sea of memory, ancient, fluid, and ever-changing. Every word you know began as something else once upon a time, and yet, like us, it continues to grow, to adapt, and to find new ways to say what the heart needs to say.
Number 58. The fallacy of the single cause. When one cause is blamed for what has many causes. There's a quiet comfort in simplicity. When something goes wrong, our minds instinctively reach for a single, clear reason, a culprit, a cause, a neat explanation that helps us make sense of chaos. We say things like, "He failed because he didn't try hard enough," or "Homelessness exists because people are lazy." These kinds of explanations feel satisfying. They give us closure, a sense that the world can be neatly explained. But life, as it turns out, rarely fits into such tidy boxes. The world is a web of intertwined causes and effects, a living system where every thread pulls on another. To imagine that one thread alone explains the whole pattern is to fall into what philosophers call the fallacy of the single cause. This fallacy happens when we attribute a complex outcome to just one simple reason, when we pretend that a problem has a single root, even though it actually grows from many different soils.
Take the issue of homelessness, for example. It's tempting to say that people are homeless because they don't work hard enough. But behind every person without shelter lies a network of factors: economic hardship, mental health struggles, housing shortages, family breakdown, and public policy failures. Reducing all of that to one cause isn't just inaccurate, it's deeply unfair. It erases the complexity that makes human experience real and overlooks the systems that shape people's lives. Our minds, however, love simplicity. Psychologists call this cognitive closure, the desire to lock uncertainty into a single answer, even if that answer is incomplete. Thinking in layers takes energy, and energy is something our brains are wired to conserve. So when faced with complicated problems, we settle for the comfort of clarity. We tell ourselves, it's the government's fault, or it's because of one bad leader, because that story feels easier to carry than the messy truth. History is full of examples of this. When people ask why wars begin, they often point to a single spark: a murder, a speech, a treaty. But history, like weather, doesn't form from one event alone. Wars grow out of long-standing political tensions, economic instability, cultural divisions, and human pride. To name just one cause and ignore the rest is like blaming a single raindrop for a storm. This fallacy also connects to something psychologists call the fundamental attribution error. It's our natural tendency to blame individuals rather than systems. When an economy falters, we might say, it's the president's fault, instead of recognizing the larger forces: global markets, supply chains, corporate behaviors, and collective decisions that shape the outcome. Our brains prefer stories with heroes and villains, not systems and probabilities. This longing for simple explanations runs deep within us. It's not born from ignorance, but from human nature itself. We evolved to make quick judgments about cause and effect because doing so helped our ancestors survive. When a rustle in the grass could mean danger, assuming a single cause, the presence of a predator, was safer than analyzing every possible variable. But in the modern world, that same instinct often misleads us. Complex systems like economies, ecosystems, and societies don't bend to simple explanations. They operate through layers of connection and feedback that no single factor can fully capture. The danger of single-cause thinking isn't just theoretical. It has real consequences. When policymakers or leaders build decisions on oversimplified reasoning, they often end up treating symptoms instead of causes. A city might crack down on petty crime without addressing the poverty and lack of opportunity that drive it. A government might blame a power outage on one faulty transformer, ignoring years of underinvestment, human error, and poor design. Solutions built on single causes rarely last because they fail to see the full picture. There's a quiet wisdom in acknowledging complexity. It invites humility, the understanding that the world cannot always be explained by one neat answer. It reminds us to listen longer, to ask deeper questions, and to resist the easy comfort of blame. When we look beyond the surface, we start to see life not as a chain of isolated events, but as a web of relationships and interactions. This perspective also nurtures compassion. Once you see that no one's story can be summed up by a single reason, it becomes harder to judge and easier to understand. You realize that most outcomes, whether success or failure, peace or conflict,
are born from countless small forces working together. Seeing the world this way doesn't make it simpler, but it makes it truer. So, as you prepare to rest tonight, think of the world not as a puzzle with one missing piece, but as a vast tapestry woven from thousands of threads. Each thread touches another, each event shaped by many hands. When something seems too simple, take a moment to look deeper. Beneath every story, every moment, every person, there are layers waiting to be seen. And in that quiet complexity lies not confusion, but understanding.
The kind that softens the heart and brings peace to the mind.
Number 59. False attribution. When evidence or quotes are linked to the wrong source. We all love stories that make sense, stories that tell us who did what and why. It's comforting to believe that every quote, every success, and every failure has a clear and identifiable source. But sometimes the stories we hear aren't quite true. Sometimes the credit or the blame is misplaced. This is what philosophers and logicians call the false attribution fallacy. It happens when we assign an idea, a quote, or an event to the wrong person or the wrong cause without real evidence. You've probably seen it before. A quote circulates online, paired with the face of someone famous. Maybe it's Einstein or Gandhi or Maya Angelou. The words sound wise, inspiring, and believable. So believable that we rarely stop to check if that person actually said them. In many cases, they didn't. The quote is misattributed, perhaps borrowed from someone obscure or anonymous, but given new life through the glow of a famous name. And with that borrowed authority, it spreads, gaining credibility not through truth, but through reputation. This kind of error doesn't only happen with words. We see it in everyday reasoning too. Imagine a sports fan saying the team won because the coach wore his lucky tie. The tie becomes the hero of the story, even though it had nothing to do with the outcome. Or think of a company that credits one charismatic CEO for its success, while ignoring the thousands of quiet decisions, small innovations, and collective efforts that truly built it. In each case, we fall into the same pattern, seeking a single identifiable cause and assigning it to something that feels emotionally or symbolically powerful, even if it isn't supported by evidence. Psychologists call this illusory causation, the human tendency to perceive connections where none exist. Our brains evolved to find patterns, to detect cause and effect as a survival mechanism. When something good or bad happens, we want to know why. But in that search for understanding, we sometimes choose explanations that are comforting rather than correct. We look for meaning, and if none is obvious, we invent one. This is also tied to something called authority bias. We naturally trust statements that come from people we perceive as credible or intelligent. So when we see a quote attributed to Einstein, we believe it more readily, not because of the words themselves, but because of the weight of the name attached to them. Marketers and media outlets know this well. They attach familiar names or symbols to ideas to make them feel trustworthy, even when the connection is fabricated. A quote, an endorsement, a face, all become tools to persuade, not through truth, but through borrowed credibility. False attribution also extends to how we assign blame. When something goes wrong, a failed project, a broken system, a political scandal, our minds want to find someone to hold responsible. Often we pick the most visible figure, a leader, a celebrity, a single person standing at the front. But just like with misplaced praise, misplaced blame distorts reality. Complex outcomes rarely come from one person alone. By oversimplifying, we lose sight of the deeper, interconnected causes that shape events. In many ways, false attribution is a symptom of our deep desire for clarity. We like neat narratives, heroes, villains, geniuses, fools. They make the world feel easier to understand. But truth is rarely so tidy. It's layered, shared, and shaped by countless hands and minds. When we forget that, we not only misunderstand the past, but also risk repeating its mistakes. There's also a quieter kind of harm in false attribution: the erasure of genuine voices. When a profound statement is wrongly credited to someone famous, the real author fades into obscurity. Their insight is stolen, their name forgotten.
Over time, the record of human wisdom becomes less accurate, less honest. So, the next time you come across a quote that sounds profound, or a claim that credits one person for a great achievement, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, how do I know this is true? Is it supported by evidence, or just repeated by habit? Truth doesn't depend on fame or familiarity. It depends on honesty, on tracing ideas back to where they truly began. Accurate attribution is more than academic precision. It's respect. It honors the quiet thinkers, the unnamed contributors, and the collective efforts that make progress possible. As you drift toward rest tonight, think of how every truth we hold is part of a larger chain, one that stretches backwards through time, built by many minds, not one. Real wisdom grows from understanding that no single name, no single cause can fully capture how the world unfolds. It's in the interplay of many small truths working quietly together that the real story of humanity is written.
Number 60. Historian's Fallacy. When past decisions are judged as if people knew what we know now. It's easy to look back at history and think, how could they not have known? From the comfort of the present, the choices of the past often seem naive, foolish, or short-sighted. We tell ourselves that the mistakes of ancient rulers, explorers, scientists, or entire civilizations could have been avoided if only they'd known what we know now. But that assumption, as natural as it feels, is what philosophers and historians call the historian's fallacy. It happens when we judge people of the past using the knowledge, values, and perspectives of the present, forgetting that they did not have the same information we do, nor could they have imagined many of the discoveries we now take for granted. Think about it for a moment. To criticize a medieval physician for not understanding bacteria or viruses is to forget that germ theory didn't exist until the 19th century. To blame early navigators for believing in sea monsters is to overlook how little of the world had been mapped. And to scorn investors from the 1990s for not predicting the dot-com crash is to see through the lens of hindsight, a lens sharpened only after events unfolded. The historian's fallacy is deeply tied to something psychologists call hindsight bias, often described as the "I knew it all along" effect. Once we know the outcome of an event, it feels inevitable.
The past to fit the present, as if the signs had always been obvious. We forget how uncertain the world once felt before those outcomes were known. Imagine, for instance, people in the early 20th century who welcomed the rise of new technologies, radio, electricity, aviation. Many believed that progress would inevitably lead to peace and prosperity. Looking back now, knowing how those same decades led to 2 world wars, it's tempting to say they should have seen it coming. But could they, really? Living in that moment, they were surrounded by hope, by the promise of invention, by the feeling that humanity was moving forward. The future, as always, was unwritten. The historian's fallacy appears whenever we forget that knowledge has a timeline. Every scientific discovery, every moral awakening, every social movement began in darkness, then slowly stepped into light. To expect people of the past to see with our clarity is to forget that they were the ones who built the foundations we now stand on. This fallacy also touches something deeper, a quiet arrogance that whispers, "We are wiser than they were." But wisdom doesn't belong to any one era. The people of ancient Greece, of medieval Asia, of pre-colonial Africa or the Renaissance, they each lived within the boundaries of what could be known in their time. Many of them questioned, doubted, and sought truth just as we do now. Their errors, when seen through modern eyes, are part of the long, uneven journey of human learning. In modern life, this way of thinking still shapes how we talk about the past. When people say, "How could society have accepted slavery?" or "Why didn't anyone stand up against those injustices?" The question is important, but it also risks oversimplification. Many did question such practices, often at great personal cost. Others could not yet see beyond the limits of their culture or the pressures of survival. It doesn't excuse the harm, but understanding it requires empathy, not judgment. This same fallacy can creep into how we view more recent events, too. Think of major economic crises, political decisions, or even scientific errors. Once the outcomes are known, it feels obvious that people should have seen the warning signs. But in the fog of the moment, with conflicting data and uncertainty all around, clarity is a luxury that only hindsight provides. When we forget this, we distort history, and with it, our sense of human progress. The historian's fallacy tempts us to flatten the past, to see it as a series of clear mistakes instead of a living, evolving process of trial and discovery. But history wasn't written by people who already knew how things would end. It was written by people doing their best with what they had, just as we are today. Understanding this fallacy invites a gentler kind of wisdom, one rooted in humility. It reminds us that our present knowledge is not the final stage of truth, but just another step in an unfolding story. Future generations will look back at us with the same mix of wonder and confusion. They'll ask why we missed what seems so obvious to them. They'll see our blind spots, the assumptions we can't yet escape. And perhaps that's the greatest lesson of all. When we study history, we're not just studying the mistakes of others, we're learning how limited human vision can be, even with the best intentions. To judge the past fairly is to remember that everyone, in every age, acts under the shadow of uncertainty. So, as you drift toward sleep tonight, imagine time not as a ladder where the past lies below and the present above, but as a river. Each generation stands on its banks, looking ahead with hope and looking back with questions. What seems clear to us now was once invisible, and what feels uncertain today will one day be obvious. The historian's fallacy dissolves when we replace judgment with curiosity. When we stop asking, how could they not have known, and start asking, what was it like to see the world as they did? In that quiet shift lies understanding and a deeper peace with both the past and ourselves.
Number 61. Ipse Dixit. When a claim is accepted simply because the authority said so. Imagine, for a moment, a quiet room. The lights are dim, and the world outside is beginning to settle. You take a slow breath as we begin tonight's reflection on a subtle yet deeply familiar flaw in the way we sometimes reason. It's called Ipse Dixit, a Latin phrase that means he himself said it. At first, it sounds harmless, almost poetic. But within those few words lies a logical fallacy that has shaped conversations, beliefs, and even entire civilizations. Ipse Dixit refers to the act of declaring something true simply because someone, often a person of power, fame, or authority, has said it. No evidence, no reasoning, no verification. Just the weight of a voice presented as truth. Picture this. Someone says, it must be true because Napoleon once said it. Or perhaps a teacher, a leader, or even a parent insists, because I said so. These are modern echoes of the Ipse Dixit fallacy. The statement demands acceptance, not through proof, but through authority or ego. It is not an argument that persuades through reason, but a declaration that silences curiosity. This pattern of thinking isn't new. Even Aristotle, more than 2,000 years ago, recognized the danger of basing conclusions on unsupported premises. He cautioned against those who simply proclaimed, "It is so," as if the mere act of saying something could make it real. But history has shown how persistent this tendency can be. From ancient philosophers to modern influencers, humanity has often been enchanted by confident voices, those who sound certain, even when their claims stand on air. The Oxford Dictionary of Philosophy lists Ipse Dixit as a logical fallacy. Yet in today's world, it hides under many guises. You might hear it in political speeches filled with slogans instead of substance. You might see it in online debates where people quote famous figures as if that alone ends the discussion. Or in everyday life, when someone refuses to offer reasons, insisting instead that their opinion needs no defense. At its core, Ipse Dixit is not merely about authority, it's about unearned certainty. It's the quiet arrogance of saying, I don't need to prove it, because
I said it. This is known as the bare assertion fallacy, making a claim and then refusing to back it up. It's not even a flawed argument, it's the absence of one. But human minds, by nature, crave simplicity. We often trust those who speak with confidence, mistaking volume for truth and repetition for evidence. Psychologists call this the argument from authoritative assertion, a cognitive bias that tempts us to rely on who speaks rather than what is said. It's the same bias that can make us believe an advertisement just because it features a celebrity, or follow a belief simply because it has been repeated for generations. Yet truth is not built on voices alone. It asks for something gentler, something humbler, inquiry. The willingness to ask, why should I believe this? And the patience to listen for evidence in response. Critical thinking is not defiance, it is care. Care for truth, care for understanding, care for the world we share. So tonight, as you lie back and breathe slowly, let this reflection settle in. Every statement we hear, even from those we admire, deserves a moment of gentle questioning. Does it come with reasons? Does it rest on evidence? Or does it simply float, held aloft by the speaker's confidence? Because without proof, a claim is just air, words carried by breath. And while words can inspire, only truth can illuminate. In a world overflowing with voices, may you find peace not in who speaks the loudest, but in what endures after silence, the quiet strength of reason and the calm certainty that comes from understanding.
Number 62. Middle ground fallacy. When the midpoint between two views is assumed to be correct. As the day fades into quiet stillness and the mind begins to unwind, let's take a gentle journey into another subtle pattern of thought, one that often feels comforting but can quietly mislead us. It's called the middle ground fallacy, or in Latin, argumentum ad temperentium. It's the belief that the truth must always lie somewhere between two extremes. At first glance, this idea seems peaceful, even wise. After all, balance and moderation are values we often admire. In social life, compromise keeps relationships harmonious. When two people disagree, meeting halfway can feel fair and kind. But in the realm of truth, especially when we deal with facts, evidence, and reasoning, this instinct can gently lead us astray. Imagine this. One person claims the ocean is 1 kilometer deep, and another insists it's 50 kilometers. Someone then concludes that the truth must lie in between, perhaps around 25 kilometers. It sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Yet reality doesn't bend to our sense of balance. The actual depth of the ocean doesn't care about compromise. It depends on data, not opinion. The middle ground fallacy occurs when we mistake social fairness for logical truth. It happens when we assume that a moderate position is automatically more reasonable just because it feels safe or polite. This is what psychologists call compromise bias, our natural tendency to settle between extremes, avoiding the discomfort of taking a firm stance. It's a kind of intellectual satisficing, choosing the position that feels acceptable enough, rather than pursuing what's actually true. In everyday life,
This bias appears in subtle ways. Think about debates on climate change. On one side, scientists present decades of data showing that human activity is driving global warming. On the other, there are those who claim it's all a hoax. Some might feel that the truth should sit somewhere in between, that maybe humans cause only half of it. But without evidence, that middle point is no more valid than either extreme. The truth doesn't emerge from averaging beliefs. It comes from understanding evidence. The philosopher Douglas Walton, in his writings on informal logic, described how this fallacy often hides beneath well-intentioned reasoning. It feels calm, moderate, and sensible to meet halfway, especially in a world full of division. But reason and science are not democratic. They do not find truth by taking votes or balancing opposing opinions. The universe does not adjust itself to appear fair to human minds. To understand why we fall into this pattern, it helps to look inward. Our brains evolved to value harmony. In conflicts, compromise keeps the peace. In groups, moderation earns trust. But when applied to matters of fact, this same instinct can cloud our judgment. We may end up believing that both sides of an argument must hold some truth, simply because we want the world to feel balanced. Yet the world is not obliged to be symmetrical. Sometimes one side is simply right, and the other is not. This doesn't mean that all compromise is wrong. In personal relationships, social disagreements, and politics, moderation often prevents harm and fosters understanding. But when we're searching for truth about science, ethics, or the world itself, we must let evidence, not comfort, guide us. So, tonight, as you rest your thoughts, take comfort in this quiet realization. Truth is not a midpoint, it's a direction. It's not found by dividing extremes, but by following the path illuminated by reason and proof. Some truths will surprise us. Others may challenge what we've always believed. But each one brings us closer to understanding the world as it truly is. Let your mind drift peacefully with that awareness, the gentle reminder that balance is beautiful, but not always synonymous with truth. Facts are not born from compromise. They emerge from clarity, courage, and the calm pursuit of what is real.
Number 63. Nirvana Fallacy. When realistic solutions are rejected for not being perfect.
As the night settles in and the world grows still, let's reflect together on a quiet yet powerful illusion of thought, one that often hides behind our longing for perfection. It's called the Nirvana Fallacy, also known as the perfect solution fallacy. At its heart, it's the tendency to reject a practical, effective solution simply because it isn't flawless. Imagine someone saying, "This new parking plan won't eliminate all traffic, so it's useless." Or, "Why use this vaccine if it doesn't protect everyone every time?" These are examples of the Nirvana Fallacy, a way of thinking that demands perfection before action, and in doing so, overlooks progress. The term was first coined by the economist Harold Demsetz, who noticed how often people dismiss real improvements by comparing them to imaginary ideals. It happens in politics, in workplaces, and even in our personal lives. When we hold solutions to impossible standards, we end up paralyzed, unable to move forward because nothing seems good enough. To understand this more deeply, we can look to psychology. The Nirvana fallacy is closely tied to what's known as perfection bias, the belief that unless something is flawless, it's not worth doing. It's also connected to all or nothing thinking, a mental pattern where shades of gray disappear, leaving only extremes, perfect or worthless, success or failure. But human reasoning doesn't thrive in extremes. In fact, one of the most influential thinkers in decision theory, Herbert Simon, proposed a more compassionate and realistic approach. He introduced the idea of bounded rationality, the understanding that our minds, our time, and our information are all limited. Because of this, Simon suggested that humans use two general strategies to make decisions. The first is maximizing, trying to find the absolute best option possible. A maximizer searches endlessly for perfection, comparing every alternative, fearing regret, and often feeling anxious or unsatisfied even after choosing. The second strategy is satisficing, a term Simon coined by blending the words satisfy and suffice. It means settling for a solution that is good enough, a choice that works even if it's not perfect. It acknowledges that life rarely gives us perfect options, and that accepting good enough is often the most rational and peaceful path. Now, the Nirvana fallacy appears when the maximizer mindset attacks the satisficer. It's the moment someone dismisses a good, workable idea simply because it doesn't achieve an unrealistic ideal. For instance, rejecting a vaccine because it's 95% effective instead of 100%. Or rejecting renewable energy because it can't completely replace fossil fuels overnight. In both cases, the pursuit of perfection prevents meaningful progress. It's a deeply human mistake. Our minds crave control and certainty. We want solutions that erase all problems, remove all risk, and satisfy every expectation. But reality, like life itself, is imperfect. Every improvement, every reform, every innovation comes with limitations. And yet these imperfect steps are often what move humanity forward. Think of the first airplanes. They were noisy, slow, and fragile. But without those imperfect beginnings, we would never have reached the skies. Or the early computers, massive machines that filled entire rooms. They were far from perfect, but they opened the path to the handheld devices we now take for granted. The truth is, progress is rarely perfect. It's built through small, uneven, sometimes frustrating steps. When we reject the good in pursuit of the ideal, we not only stall our growth, we deny ourselves the chance to improve over time. So tonight, as you rest, perhaps reflect on the quiet wisdom of imperfection. Ask yourself, how often do we delay peace, happiness, or action simply because we're waiting for perfection? The Nirvana fallacy reminds us that utopia is not the measure of truth or value. In a world where nothing is flawless, it is often the good enough solutions, the ones that ease suffering, solve problems, and make life just a little better, that truly matter. Perfection may never come, but progress, when embraced with patience and humility, is its own quiet form of beauty. So breathe deeply, let go of the need for flawless answers, and remember, even the stars above, magnificent as they are, shine through imperfections, small ripples of light crossing the infinite night, guiding us gently toward understanding.
Number 64. Package deal fallacy. When unrelated ideas are forced together as if inseparable. As the evening grows quiet and the world begins to slow, let's explore a gentle idea about how our minds often take shortcuts, small, unnoticed habits of thought that seem harmless but can quietly distort how we see people and ideas. Tonight's reflection is about one of those habits, something philosophers and psychologists call the package deal fallacy. At its heart, this fallacy is the tendency to assume that if several things often go together, they must always go together. It's like saying she's liberal on taxes and supports gun control, so she must also support free speech, as though one opinion automatically brings the rest with it. It's a subtle mistake, one that feels intuitive, yet it quietly turns complexity into a stereotype. In logic, the package deal fallacy is a form of false equivalence. It happens when we assume that a label, a word like liberal, conservative, religious, or scientific, comes with a fixed list of traits or beliefs. The mind, eager for order, begins to bundle them together. And before we know it, we stop seeing individuals as they are. We start seeing them as collections of assumptions. This pattern of thinking was already recognized by mid-20th century philosophers who studied how language and identity shape reasoning. They noticed that humans, in our search for cognitive ease, tend to link related concepts as if they were inseparable. Psychologists today would call this an associative bias, a mental shortcut where the brain groups ideas or characteristics simply because they frequently appear together. You might notice this in daily life, especially in politics, culture, or social debates. Someone who supports one environmental policy is assumed to support every progressive cause. Someone who opposes a single law might be labeled as against all reform. Or in conspiracy theories, where if one idea is accepted, the entire network of connected claims is treated as true. The mind builds packages, ready-made bundles of ideas, and then defends them as if they were whole truths. But reality, of course, is not so tidy. People are wonderfully inconsistent. Someone may be deeply conservative in one area of life and profoundly liberal in another. A person might care deeply about science, yet hold spiritual beliefs that science cannot explain. We are mixtures, not monoliths. And that is what makes humanity rich and unpredictable. From a psychological perspective, this fallacy arises because our brains crave simplicity. Evaluating each idea on its own takes energy. It demands curiosity,
patience and humility. So, instead, the mind looks for patterns and builds mental shortcuts, packages that allow quick judgment. It's efficient, but it's also dangerous. By treating unrelated ideas as inseparable, we close the door to nuance, and nuance is where understanding lives. This is why the package deal fallacy often surfaces in identity politics. People begin to believe that belonging to a group means adopting everything that group believes. To question even one idea feels like betrayal. Yet true rational thought invites independence. It allows us to agree with some ideas and reject others, even within the same movement, culture, or ideology. Rational thinking asks us to slow down, to look at each idea, each policy, each belief on its own merit, not by association. It reminds us that correlation does not mean necessity, that two ideas may often appear together but do not depend on each other. Just because two roads run side by side for a while does not mean they share the same destination. So, tonight, as you rest, perhaps reflect on this simple truth. Every person is more than the sum of their labels. We each carry beliefs, experiences, and contradictions that defy easy packaging. The world may tempt us to sort, to group, to generalize, but wisdom lies in the gentle act of unwrapping. When we take the time to see each thought for what it is, and each person for who they are, we begin to move closer to understanding. And in that understanding, there is peace, a quiet acceptance of complexity, a calm appreciation for difference, and a serene awareness that truth is never found in the convenience of categories, but in the patient light of curiosity. Let that awareness stay with you tonight as the world falls still. Each mind, like each star above, shines in its own distinct way, part of a vast constellation, yet never confined to a single pattern.
Number 65. Proof by verbosity. Argumentum verbosium. When excessive detail is used to intimidate instead of clarify.
When the day grows quiet and your mind begins to soften, it becomes easier to notice the subtle ways our thoughts can be guided, sometimes gently, and sometimes without our awareness. Tonight's reflection is about one of those guides that wears the costume of intelligence and certainty. It is often dressed in long explanations, complex sentences, and a forest of technical terms. Logicians once called it an argument from bombast. Today, we know it as proof by verbosity. The idea is simple. A claim is presented with great length or complexity, and we are invited to accept it as true because the explanation is impressive. Someone might say, "This theory must be right. Look at the 200 pages devoted to it." Or, in a meeting, a colleague may speak rapidly with scientific jargon, quoting equations and acronyms, until everyone else falls silent. The silence can feel like agreement, but sometimes it is only exhaustion. Psychology helps us understand why this happens. We are influenced by authority bias, the tendency to trust what sounds expert. We are also swayed by processing fluency, the feeling that something important must be true simply because it is dense
or elaborate. Length gives a sense of weight. Technical language gives a sense of precision. Together, they can create an illusion of truth, even when the foundation is thin. There is another version of the same trap. Instead of one long, ornate argument, a person may fire off a rapid series of points, one after another, faster than anyone can answer. The goal is not understanding, it is to overwhelm. This is not genuine persuasion, but a kind of brute force against our limited attention and working memory. When we cannot respond to every point, we may feel we are losing the argument, even if the central claim remains unproven. You may have seen this pattern online, where a thread fills with citations, quotes, and complex terminology that few readers have time to check. You may have heard it in public debates, where a flood of statistics and selective references leaves an impression of certainty without clear reasoning. You may have felt it in conversations where someone talks for a very long time, circling the issue without ever answering the simple question, what is the claim, and what evidence supports it? None of this means that long explanations are bad. Some truths are difficult, and complex topics often require careful language. A detailed paper, a thorough book, or a precise lecture can be a gift when it brings real clarity. The fallacy appears only when length and complexity are used as substitutes for sound reasoning. Volume is not validity. Ornament is not proof. Think of it like a tapestry. A beautiful tapestry can have many threads, but they must be woven around a strong pattern. An argument is the same. It can contain details, citations, and technical terms, but the central thread should always be clear, a claim that can be stated simply, and reasons that directly support it. Without that thread, the tapestry is only decoration. If you find yourself on the receiving end of proof by verbosity, you can respond with gentleness and patience. Invite clarity. Ask for the heart of the claim in a single sentence. Ask what evidence is most important and why it applies. Ask which points are central and which are background. These questions are not acts of defiance, they are acts of care, the careful attention that true understanding requires. In this calm space, notice how your mind feels when language gets heavy. Do you sense pressure to agree because it all sounds impressive? Do you feel that if you cannot answer every point, you must concede? Remember that you do not need to untangle every thread to see the missing pattern. If the core claim has not been supported, the argument has not been made, no matter how many words surround it. Logicians have warned about this fallacy for a long time, and for good reason. Sophistry has always loved glittering generalities and elaborate speeches that dazzle more than they illuminate. Clear thinking, by contrast, is quiet. It moves with steadiness. It does not hide behind complexity when simplicity will do.
It recognizes that depth is not the same as length, and truth is not the same as noise. As you drift toward rest, let this thought keep you company. Real understanding feels like a soft light turning on in a room. The shapes become visible. the path becomes simple. Whether a message arrives with few words or many, ask only for what matters: a clear claim, honest reasons, and evidence that carries its own weight. Everything else is decoration. Breathe in the relief that comes with clarity. Breathe out the pressure to be impressed by volume. In the gentle quiet of this moment, remember that truth does not raise its voice. It does not need a flood of words. It asks only to be seen, plainly and patiently, by a mind that is willing to listen.
Number 66. Style over substance. When presentation outshines and hides weak reasoning. As night falls and the world quiets down, the mind begins to notice things it often overlooks during the day. How easily we can be drawn to charm, confidence, or beauty, even when truth lies somewhere else entirely. Tonight's reflection is about that subtle illusion, the style over substance fallacy, the mistake of judging an idea by how gracefully it's presented, rather than by whether it's true. It happens everywhere. A politician gives a speech full of eloquent words and grand gestures, and the audience feels moved. The delivery shines, but when we look closer, the message may be hollow. Or perhaps an influencer presents their argument with flawless graphics, confident posture, and soothing music. The style captivates us, but the reasoning, when examined, might be fragile. This fallacy isn't always listed among the formal ones, but it's deeply human. Our minds are wired to respond to beauty, fluency, and confidence. Psychologists call this the halo effect, a bias that makes us assume that if someone is attractive, eloquent, or confident in one way, they must also be intelligent, trustworthy, or right in others. It's why we sometimes equate charisma with competence, and poise with truth. Another mental pattern at play here is cognitive fluency, the way the brain prefers information that's easy to process. When something sounds smooth and polished, our minds interpret it as more accurate. We feel comfortable with it, so we unconsciously trust it. In contrast, complex or clumsy language can make even sound reasoning feel less convincing. Our emotions, not logic, often decide before our rational mind catches up. In politics and media, this bias shapes much of what we see. A charismatic speaker can captivate millions, while a quieter, more thoughtful expert might struggle to be heard. The rhythm of words, the tone of voice, the lighting, and even the background music can shape how we perceive truth. It's not that style itself is bad. Style is how ideas travel. But when it overshadows substance, we begin to drift from truth into persuasion. Think of marketing and branding. A product might be wrapped in sleek design, its message refined by focus groups and advertisers who know exactly how to evoke desire. But none of that guarantees the product's quality. In the same way, a beautifully written article, a charismatic lecture, or a moving video might contain little more than emotional appeal. No real evidence, no solid reasoning, just the illusion of depth. Philosopher Karl Popper
once asked a haunting question. What is popularity without good arguments? It's a question that echoes far beyond philosophy. It reminds us that applause doesn't make something true. Truth doesn't depend on how eloquently it's said. It depends on coherence, evidence, and honesty, even when presented quietly, without glamour. Still, our attraction to style is understandable. Humans evolved to respond to social cues, to tone, rhythm, confidence, and beauty. These signals once helped us judge leaders and allies in ancient communities. But in the modern world, where media and technology can amplify style endlessly, this instinct can mislead us. It's easier than ever for appearance to overshadow accuracy. When we recognize the style over substance fallacy, we're not rejecting eloquence. We're reclaiming balance. Beautiful language, artful design, and confidence can inspire us to listen. But they should never replace reason. The best ideas, after all, can stand without embellishment. They don't need glitter or grandeur to hold their truth. So, as you drift into rest tonight, think gently about how we listen and what moves us. The next time someone speaks beautifully, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, does the grace of the words match the strength of the ideas? True wisdom often hides behind simplicity. In quiet voices, in plain words that still hold meaning long after the speech is over. Let the thought settle softly. Truth doesn't need to dazzle. It only needs to endure. Like the faint light of distant stars, it may seem small, but it shines steadily, unshaken by the passing brightness of style.
Number 67. Thought-Terminating Cliché. When stock phrases are used to shut down further thinking.
When the world begins to quiet and the mind starts to soften, it's often in these moments that we notice the subtler patterns of our thoughts, how easily we reach for words that comfort us, even when they close the door to deeper understanding. Tonight's reflection is about one of those small but powerful habits of language, the thought-terminating cliché. The phrase might sound technical, but the idea is simple. It refers to the use of familiar sayings, short, soothing, and seemingly wise expressions to stop a conversation or shut down reflection. You've probably heard them before. Phrases like, "It is what it is," or "Let's agree to disagree." They sound harmless, even peaceful, yet beneath their calm surface, they can gently silence curiosity. They tell us, there's no need to think further. The matter is closed. The term comes from the work of psychologist Robert J. Lifton, who studied the ways language can be used to control or limit thought, particularly in rigid systems like cults. Lifton noticed how certain phrases became like switches, turning off the mental process that asks questions, that wonders, that doubts. These phrases are comforting because they bring quick closure, especially when a topic feels uncomfortable or uncertain. But in the realm of reasoning, that closure can become a trap. When we say, "That's just how life is," we may be choosing peace over truth, ease over understanding. It's a quiet surrender, a way of avoiding the discomfort that comes with complexity. Psychologists call this the need for cognitive closure. It's a deep, natural desire within the human mind to resolve ambiguity and end confusion. Uncertainty feels tiring. The mind prefers tidy endings, firm answers,
and conclusions that restore a sense of stability. A thought-terminating cliché provides exactly that, a convenient full stop. Imagine this simple exchange. One person says, "I'm worried this new corporate policy may be unethical." The other person replies, "Look, we just have to follow orders. It is what it is." The second person may not mean harm. Their words are short and final, designed to ease tension. But what they really do is shut down the space where dialogue and moral reasoning could have taken place. No reflection, no questioning, just acceptance. The conversation dissolves into stillness, but not the kind that brings wisdom. This habit of thinking doesn't just live in casual talk. It's everywhere, from advertising slogans to political rhetoric. Politicians and public figures often rely on simple, emotionally charged catchphrases to short-circuit critical thought. A slogan like, "Make America Great Again," doesn't explain or argue. It invokes feeling. It gives listeners a sense of clarity without the effort of analysis. The mind, craving closure, accepts the comfort of simplicity over the discomfort of complexity. But this is not just about politics or language. It's about the human need for peace. Sometimes, when we face uncertainty, we reach for clichés like emotional blankets. They feel safe, familiar, and culturally accepted. Everything happens for a reason. What will be, will be. That's life. These phrases have the rhythm of acceptance, but when used too quickly, they can become barriers to growth. Real understanding, like all truth, takes patience. It asks us to sit with discomfort, to let ambiguity breathe, and to accept that not all questions have easy answers. There is beauty in this patience. When we allow our minds to remain open, even in uncertainty, we create space for empathy, creativity, and new insight. So perhaps the next time a difficult conversation arises and the urge comes to end it with a tidy phrase, you might pause. Instead of saying, "It is what it is," you might ask, "Why is it like this?" Instead of, "Let's agree to disagree," you might gently wonder, "What would it take for us to understand each other better?" These small shifts keep the mind awake. They transform closure into curiosity and avoidance into connection. As you rest tonight, let this reflection linger. The words we use to end our thoughts can also be the keys that open them. The next time a comforting cliché rises to the surface, take a breath before you speak it. Beneath the urge to finish the thought, there may be something still unfolding, something true, waiting quietly to be seen. And perhaps that's the deeper lesson, that real peace isn't found in shutting thought down, but in allowing it to settle naturally, like dust in a sunlit room, still, quiet, and beautifully alive.
Number 68. Two wrongs make a right, when someone else's wrongdoing is used to excuse our own. As the world slows down and the night grows still, it's the perfect time to reflect on one of the quiet habits of human reasoning, something we all slip into from time to time without even noticing. It's called the two wrongs make a right fallacy. At its heart, this fallacy is the attempt to justify one wrong action by pointing to another. It's the voice inside that says, "Yes, I did this, but so did they." Or, "It's fine that I broke the rule because someone else did it first." It's a logic that feels familiar, almost comforting, because it appeals to our deep sense of fairness. But in truth, it leads us away from fairness entirely. Picture a student who says, "It's okay that I copied his homework. He copied mine last week." Or imagine a driver saying, "Why shouldn't I break the speed limit? Everyone else does."
The reasoning sounds natural. It feels balanced, even righteous, but it hides a flaw. One wrong action doesn't erase another. Two mistakes do not make a virtue. This way of thinking is ancient. Even Aristotle recognized it, classifying it as a kind of ad hominem, an argument that shifts focus from the issue itself to someone's behavior or circumstances. Instead of addressing the question, the person redirects blame. The University of North Carolina's logic texts call it a form of ad hominem circumstantial, while modern psychology connects it to what we call the tu quoque fallacy, Latin for you too. We often see it not as reasoning but as defense. A person accused of doing wrong deflects responsibility by pointing to another's wrongdoing. It's a very human instinct. None of us like to feel singled out or shamed, and pointing to someone else's fault feels like balance, like a return to justice. But psychologically, it's not justice, it's justification. It replaces self-reflection with comparison. This fallacy thrives in public life. In politics, one nation's aggression may be excused by citing another's past invasion. A leader accused of corruption might respond, "The other party did the same thing when they were in power." On social media, debates often spiral into whataboutism, where instead of addressing an issue, people reply with, "But what about when your side did it?" The pattern feels endless, a circle where no one truly takes responsibility. Philosophically and ethically, the flaw is clear. Each action stands on its own moral ground. A wrong act doesn't become right because someone else has done something similar. If anything, it should remind us of how easy it is to repeat harm instead of breaking the cycle. Retaliation may feel satisfying in the moment, but it rarely heals. This fallacy is also tied to what psychologists call reciprocity bias, the natural human urge to mirror others' behavior. When we're treated unfairly, we want to respond in kind, to restore balance. But ethical reasoning invites something higher, to judge actions not by comparison, but by principle. The fact that another person has done wrong does not diminish our responsibility to do right. Even in everyday life, this truth can be challenging. When someone speaks harshly, it feels justified to reply the same way. When we're treated unfairly, it feels fair to withdraw kindness. Yet in those moments, we're not balancing wrongs, we're multiplying them.
What begins as defense can quietly turn into imitation. The real strength lies not in matching harm, but in breaking its rhythm. To respond to wrong with integrity instead of resentment is one of the hardest, most beautiful acts of self-control. It asks for patience when anger feels justified, and understanding when judgment feels easier. So, as you rest tonight, perhaps take a moment to notice how often this fallacy appears in the world around you, in conversations, in politics, even in your own thoughts. It doesn't make us bad or irrational. It simply shows how deeply we long for fairness. But fairness isn't found in mirroring harm. It's found in rising above it. The next time you feel tempted to say,
They did it too. Pause for a breath. Ask yourself instead, what is right regardless of what others have done? That small question has the power to lift reasoning out of reflex and into reflection. Because in the quiet space between wrong and right lies something greater than fairness. It's wisdom. And wisdom, like the night sky above us, asks for stillness, honesty, and the courage to see things as they truly are.
Number 69. Wishful Thinking. When desire is mistaken for likelihood or truth. As the day comes to a quiet close and the mind begins to drift towards stillness, it's a gentle time to reflect on how easily our hopes can shape what we believe to be true. Tonight's reflection is about wishful thinking, a tendency so deeply human that it touches every part of life, from our smallest daily hopes to the grandest collective dreams. At its core, wishful thinking means believing something is true, not because the evidence supports it, but simply because we want it to be true. It's when our desire takes the place of proof. Imagine someone saying, "I just know everything will work out," even when there's no real reason to believe so. Or a person saying, "I feel healthy, so the test must be negative." In moments like these, emotion quietly steps ahead of reason, wrapping us in comforting illusions. Psychologists describe wishful thinking as a form of motivated reasoning, a process where we direct our thoughts not toward what is real, but toward what feels good. It's closely tied to what researchers call the Pollyanna principle, named after the fictional girl who always looked on the bright side. This principle describes our natural tendency to focus on the positive, to remember happy moments more vividly than painful ones, and to expect the future to unfold kindly in our favor. This bias is not just a flaw, it's also a reflection of our deep instinct to seek comfort and hope. It's what makes us say, "I know we'll win," even before the game begins. It's what drives a person to keep buying lottery tickets, convinced that somehow, this time, luck will smile. The story of the human mind is, in many ways, the story of hope struggling to coexist with truth. Wishful thinking, though comforting, can lead us astray. It can make us underestimate risks, overlook warning signs, or delay difficult decisions. In politics, it may look like blind faith in a leader, believing their policies must work simply because we admire them. In personal life, it can mean ignoring the realities of health, finance, or relationships, because facing them feels too heavy. Yet it's important to remember, wishful thinking is not the same as optimism. Optimism is a balanced hope, grounded in possibility and action. It says, "Things can get better, and here's how I'll help make that happen." Wishful thinking, on the other hand, says, "Things will get better," and then stops there, without proof, without plan, without questioning. Philosophers and psychologists have studied this tendency for generations. The psychiatrist George Devereux once wrote that wishful thinking is the mind's way of protecting itself from fear. It shields us from uncertainty by replacing it with comforting certainty, even if that certainty is false. Modern research on optimism bias shows that people consistently overestimate the likelihood of positive events and underestimate the risk of negative ones. We believe our plans will succeed faster, our health will hold longer, our relationships will endure forever. These beliefs feel good, but they can quietly distort judgment. Still, it's not something to judge harshly. Wishful thinking is part of what makes us human. It gives rise to art, to ambition, to the courage to dream beyond the possible. But it asks for balance, a reminder that dreams become real only when they are tethered to truth. Critical thinking is that anchor. It means asking, what evidence do I have? And being willing to follow the answer, even if it leads somewhere less comfortable. As you lie down tonight, let your mind rest between these two poles, hope and truth. Hope gives us warmth. Truth gives us direction. Both are needed. Without hope, life feels cold. Without truth, we lose our way. So the next time you find yourself thinking, I just know it will happen, pause gently. Ask yourself, do I know this, or do I simply wish it so? There's no shame in wishing. It's part of what makes the heart beat softly against uncertainty. But to think clearly and to live wisely is to let both heart and mind have their place. And as you drift towards sleep, remember that the future doesn't unfold because we wish it to. It unfolds because we meet it with awareness, honesty, and quiet courage. Hope, when held with truth, becomes something stronger than fantasy. It becomes faith, not in miracles, but in understanding.
70. The Is-Ought Fallacy, when facts masquerade as morality. Imagine sitting quietly beneath the dim light at the end of a long day. The world slows down, and your thoughts drift from what is to what should be. Somewhere between those two realms lies a subtle but powerful error in reasoning. The naturalistic fallacy, also known as the Is-Ought Fallacy. It begins when we assume that the way things are in nature or in society must also be the way things ought to be. It sounds simple, even harmless. Yet this small leap from fact to moral judgment has shaped entire ideologies, justified unfair systems, and clouded human reasoning for centuries. Consider this. Someone says, in nature, the strong survive and the weak perish. Therefore, it's right for society to be the same way. At first glance, it might seem to carry the weight of truth. After all, we've observed such struggles in the wild. But here's the problem. What happens in nature isn't a moral compass for what should happen among human beings. Nature describes, but it doesn't prescribe. It tells us how things are, not how they ought to be. This fallacy was first carefully described by the philosopher David Hume, who noticed that people often slip between these two kinds of statements without realizing it. Is statements describe facts, like the sky is blue, or most people prefer warmth to cold. Ought statements, on the other hand, make moral or ethical claims, like we ought to care for the poor, or we ought to protect our planet.
The problem arises when we leap from one to the other without a bridge, without a moral reasoning to connect them. We can't claim people are naturally competitive, therefore they should always compete. Nor can we say, our ancestors lived in a monarchy, so we must keep it forever. These conclusions don't follow logically. They merely echo what already exists and call it right. This kind of thinking quietly seeps into everyday life. In politics, it might sound like, our country has always been a monarchy. Therefore, it's the best system. In our personal habits, it might whisper, I've always eaten junk food, so it's fine to keep doing so. And in the workplace, it might appear as, startups require all-consuming work, so every employee should live that way. Each of these statements hides the same leap from describing what is to prescribing what ought to be without any true justification. Why does this matter? Because it limits our ability to grow. It traps us in the comfort of the familiar, whispering that the status quo must be right, simply because it has always been so. But progress often begins when we dare to question that whisper, when we recognize that just because something exists, it doesn't mean it should. The Is-Ought Fallacy is, at its heart, a caution against complacency. It reminds us that facts alone do not tell us how to live. They only show us what is. To decide what ought to be, we must bring in empathy, reason, and ethical reflection. So, tonight, as you rest your thoughts, remember this gentle truth. The world as it is may not always be the world as it should be. Between is and ought lies the space where human conscience lives, and where, if we listen closely, change quietly begins.